Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was abandoned and became Wukong Jin Mori from God of Highschool Part 2. Before we start, please go support jokersHearts for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 6, Registrations and Attending a Wedding. Dimensional Gap. Issei, Office, along with the others arrived at the Trihexa, where the brown-haired boy would look for his friend/rival Trihexa. He found him sleeping as if he wasn't going to wake up for a long time, while on the other side was a big red one also asleep. The chestnut spoke to the beast to wake him up, but he received no response, so he decided to wake him up in the best way he could think of at the moment. And it was a kick to his head. It was a strong praida that worked. Trihexa, damn, what do you think you're doing waking me up at this hour? Annoyed. Issei, calm down, I just came to give you something back. Trihexa, what is that? Issei, the power that robs you rise of him. The brown-haired boy made his pumpkin-shaped bottle appear, from which a black aura shot out that enveloped the beast. Little by little he felt that he was recovering his powers. Trihexa, wow, you were quick to bring him back, Jean, thank you. Issei, not at all, after all, sometimes I will come to train with you, smiling. Trihexa, oh, is that a duel I heard? Issei, of course it was a duel. The two looked at each other with great rivalry. It was noticeable that their gazes emitted rays. Issei, but it will be for another day, since I have to go somewhere. Trihexa, a place? Issei, do you remember the world I ended up in when I broke the seal? The Ascending Beast. Issei, well, I've decided that I'll study at an academy there. Trihexa, oh, so you want to study at that academy for heroes? It sounds interesting, although you will hold back all your power too much. Issei, I know, besides I have decided to live in that world. That surprised all of his girls, who thought that the brunette would get away from them. Seraphal, then I will live with you, after all we will study in the same academy, right? Leafy/Ravel, us too. Office, and me. Kunu, as his fiancé, it is my duty to always be by my future husband's side, so I will also live with you. Kuroka, it's not a matter of taste, me and Roschi, we want it too. Ross, Kuroka is right, we want it too. Before the others could speak, the brown-haired boy spoke up. Issei, I was thinking of asking all of you if you wanted to come live there with me, if so I will buy a bigger house. That removed all the girls' doubts. Gabriel, Issei-kun, I want to go live with you. Penemu, me too. Griselda, I will always be by your side. Yasaka, I can work as a leader from anywhere, so of course I'll be with my boyfriend hugging the brown-haired boy. Venelana, Issei-kun, I will always follow you no matter where you go. Grafia, Issei-sama, don't worry, I'll take care of the housework. Sona, it's not that I care, but now I want to spend more time with you. Red looking away. Tsubaki, I want to spend more time with Hyoudou-kun blushes. Issei, well then we will go look for a place where we can put the new Hyoudou residence, so let's go, smiling. Office opened a dimensional rift to that world. Everyone immediately entered, letting the beast sleep again. World of Heroes. A dimensional gap opened in an alley, where a young man and 14 beautiful girls came out. They all left the alley to find themselves in a shopping district, with everything there, clothes, food, buildings with a large screen showing everything about the heroes. As expected, there were groups of heroes patrolling. The girls were surprised. Apparently heroes are considered celebrities here. Without further ado, everyone went first to find the Hero Academy, which turned out to be a bit difficult since they did not know the city very well. They had to ask for directions to get there. On the way to the academy, the girls attracted the eyes of all the men, for their great beauty, and some. Their clothes were somewhat revealing, as was the case of Gabriel, who was a white dress that made her attributes stand out. Another was Kuroka, who wore her black kimono that made her large breasts and thighs stand out. But the others were not far behind. They were equally beautiful in the eyes of everyone. It must be said that several men tried to flirt with them, which the brown-haired man did not like at all. He began to release his dragon aura that scared them. The girls had to honey him. although they felt happy since the brown-haired man was jealous, and that made them somewhat tender. After walking for an hour, they finally arrived at the academy, a huge H-shaped building. At the entrance they noticed that there was a long line to enter the academy. Without further ado, Issei, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu, Ophis and Seraph all lined up to register. The brown-haired boy told the others to go see the houses that were for sale. Of course, if they didn't like them they could keep looking. The rest went to look for where they could buy a huge house to live here soon. During the course of the line, the brown-haired boy said that he could only use a single ability, meaning that they could not use all of his demonic powers, magic, and others. The girls understood and thought about what power he would be registered with. Ravel said she would use her phoenix flames as fireballs and use them to wrap herself up to fly, and she was well rewarded. Leifi said he would use air magic so he could fly and use it offensively and defensively. Kuna said that she would not enter her kitsune form, that she would only use her kitsune flames, and that she would secretly use senjutsu to strengthen her body. Ophis did not know which of her powers to use, but with the help of others, she was able to decide that what she would use was to transform into a dragon, but it was too exaggerated, so she decided that part of her body would have dragon features like claws, dragon wings, tail, horn. Seraphal decided on her power to control ice and water, so she didn't have much trouble choosing her powers. The brown-haired boy decided that he would use his strength since he now had knowledge about hand-to-hand combat, and that would be of great help to him. Now it was finally the brown-haired boy's turn to register with his girls. Of course he would use false information even though part of it was true. And they all agreed to fill out the same information. Name: Hyoudou Issei. Age: 17 years old. Quirk: super strength. Name: Ravel Hyoudou. Age: 16 years old. Quirk: fire. Name: Leifi Hyoudou. Age: 17 years old. Quirk: wind/air. Name: Ophis Ouroboros. Age: 16 years. Quirk: dragonid. Name: Kuna Hyoudou. Age: 16 years old. Quirk: flames. Name: Seraphal Shirtorai. Age: 17 years. Quirk: water and ice. In the part about the address, thanks to the fact that the others were able to buy a house, and thanks to that they were able to put the address. Our group finished registering and was notified that within 2 months they would have a test of their particularities, to see if they would be accepted into the academy or not. They went to meet with other people, and they found him because they found him with a communication circle. When the others gathered outside a large house, it must be said that there was still not enough room for everyone, although Venelana had the idea of asking Surzex and the others to modify the house so that it could fit all of them and more, without exaggerating, of course. The rest of the day was spent walking around the city and getting to know it. There wasn't much difference with the human world of his world, of course, except for the heroes and villains. Everything was normal, it was a big city, it was beautiful. The girls went from store to see what things they could buy for their future home. They had fun as they talked about trivial things while they went shopping. The brown-haired boy smiled because he could see the beautiful smiles of his girlfriends, and that made him happy. He still got jealous when men wanted to hook up with them, and let's say that the brown-haired boy solved it in the most peaceful way. When night came, they returned to their world to rest. DxD world, human world. Upon returning, the brown-haired boy said he would go to sleep at his parents' house. The others still wanted to, but they didn't all fit together in a single bed, although Kuroko was clever and transformed into a small black cat with golden eyes, and Ophis, as she was a loli, would not take up much space. The others could only let it pass this time, since she would have another opportunity to sleep with the brown-haired boy. Before leaving, each one gave the brown-haired boy a kiss, some were on the cheek and others were on the lips. The brown-haired boy arrived at his parents' house, officially introducing Kuroko as his girlfriend. Of course that made his parents happy, and he also said that he would soon take them to live with him within 3 months. His parents did not refuse this. They were happy since all his girlfriends or future daughters-in-law would also be there. They were talking about trivial things until they finally went to sleep. The next morning, as expected, our protagonist wakes up and sees 2 beautiful girls, a Nikoma and a Lala Dragona, one on each side. During breakfast, it was normal, the parents talking about their future grandchildren, and when they would get married, yes, you could say it was normal. Underworld. The chestnut, Kuroka and Ophis, teleported to the Underworld on the chestnut grounds, where they met with the others. Kuroka went to the Citri Academy as a teacher along with Rosswise, Sona and Tsubaki. The chestnut in the company of the others reviewed the vast land that he had at his disposal. Also they already planned what types of construction he could do. Now everyone is back in the castle. Everyone was in the living room drinking tea while the chestnut took out his old guitar that he had stopped playing when he entered the Ko Academy. He tuned the strings. While trying to play a song, he lacked a lot of practice, although he did not play that badly. The days passed. The brown-haired boy went on a date with each of his girlfriends. It must be said that one day was a date, although the brown-haired boy tried hard to plan so as not to be so repetitive, and boy did he do well. He made great progress with Ophis's emotions. Now he could express his emotions better. With Yasaka he got to know the two better. The same was with Kunu and Venilana. With Grafia he could see something more than that serious side. Leaving that aside, she was a sweet woman, and when she was not doing her job as a maid, she was fun. With Gabriel, even though she is very innocent, she was not far behind. Now she knew the brown-haired boy better and vice versa. She now knew more about love. The others were not far behind. Now they all have a great relationship with the brown-haired boy, something that they felt happy about. About the relationship between Sona and Saji, as you know, it wasn't going so well, so at first the blonde didn't accept him and asked the reason, and Sona introduced him to Jin Issei. That didn't end very well. The blonde entered a state of fury, so much so that for a moment he let himself be consumed by hatred that a great battle broke out, but causing great damage. Luckily there was no one injured other than the blonde. The battle lasted a full day, but in the end the blonde reluctantly accepted, since he knew that he would not get anywhere by forcing a relationship. Issei introduced them all to his parents. Some already knew them and others were both surprised, as was the case with Venilana, since she was Rias's mother, and with Grafia, who believed she was the wife of the Mao Lucifer even though they explained the truth to them, with Yasaka and Kunu, since they were mother and daughter. They wondered how their son managed to make them fall in love. They had dinner like a big family, and they also asked the leaders for help to build a house where the brown-haired boy could live with his girlfriends, parents and future members of his nobility. The leaders accepted and asked where they wanted it. That part was what surprised the leaders. The brown-haired boy took them to his house in the world of heroes, but he asked that everyone put on civilian clothes. They all went to see their house in that world. The house was big but not enough to fit everyone. The leaders reviewed and agreed to do it at night, so as not to attract attention. In addition to being surprised that in this world there were people with superhuman abilities and that some worked with heroes, that seemed to them something similar to the sacred gear, that caught the attention of Azazel, who asked the brown-haired boy if he could investigate these abilities. The brown-haired boy accepted, but with the condition that he would not hurt anyone. The fallen boy accepted gladly. When night came and they made sure that there was no one around to put up a barrier, everyone got to work. It was simple, since the house had already been done. All they needed was to replace it. With a little magic they were able to do it, without attracting any attention yet. The house was a large mansion at first glance, but being something built by the Mao, it had many rooms. It is a 6-story house, with a roof and 3 subfloors, and has an integrated elevator. The first floor contains guest rooms, living room, bathroom, kitchen, and Japanese-style rooms, washitsu. The second floor is the same as the first floor, only this one has the room of the chestnut's parents. The third floor has Issei's room, which has a large bed big enough so he can sleep with his girls. Of course they take turns, a studio to practice music, a library with a wide variety of books, and the chestnut's office. The fourth and fifth are rooms for his girls. The 6th floor is a meeting room. The roof is a type of garden to have parties or sunbathe. The first underground floor has a movie theater and a workout room. The second subfloor is a large swimming pool and sauna. The third, this floor is for storage, also contains a large library with a variety of supernatural books. Now everything is over, everyone returned to the DxD world. Now it was time for Rias' wedding preparations and the others would be watching that. For the chestnut, he continued practicing with his guitar and piano, achieving great progress, in addition to continuing to train with his nobility, obtaining great results, not only his nobility but also the others. A week before Rias and the others' wedding, the chestnut was confessed by none other than Griselda, something that her girls saw coming, since during the time they lived together they generated a great friendship between all of them. Apart from that, she agreed to be his horse, something that surprised the chestnut. Gabriel was not bothered and gave his queen permission. Wedding day, Underworld. Everyone now prepared to go to Rias and the others' wedding, to the displeasure of some like Leify, Ravel, Kuroka, did not want to go, but the brown-haired boy said it would be fun, and he wanted to use this occasion to dance with each one. The brown-haired boy was wearing an elegant black suit, which made him look more mature, more gentlemanly. He looked like a prince, and he also combed his hair for the occasion, leaving aside his spiky hair. The brown-haired boy now looked like another person. The girls immediately blushed when they saw how their boyfriend/fiancé was. Some had a slight nosebleed, and others ate him with just their eyes. The girls were not far behind either. They all wore a dress that made them look even more beautiful. That was what the brown-haired boy thought. I'll leave how the girls are dressed to your imagination. I'll just say that they look beautiful XD. Now it was time to go. Everyone is ready to leave for the Gremory mansion. They went through a magic circle. Upon arriving at the place, they were guided to a large hall where there were high-class demons, fallen ones, yokais, angels. There were also reporters taking photos. Upon arriving at the room, they were greeted by Sirzex and Zeoticus, Lord Gremory. Sirzex, welcome, Mother, Jean-kun. Venelana, hello, son. Jean, Issei. Lord Gremory, Venelana. Waving. Venelana, Lord Gremory waving. The others bowed in greeting. Sirzex, the ceremony will begin soon, you can go take consciousness. Jean, Issei claro. Lord Gremory, so you are Venelana's partner. Jean, Issei the Ice Lord of Gremory. Lord G. And to think that the mysterious one who defeated Rizavim has a relationship with her. Jean, Issei, let's say it just happened. Saying that, the brown-haired boy smiled slightly, then took the brown-haired boy's hand, and she immediately blushed. Jean, Issei, if you'll excuse us, we'll go get something to drink. Sirzex, sure, I hope you enjoy it, smiling. So the chestnut and his girls went to the great banquet that was taking place in the hall. It must be said that the chestnut attracted the attention of all the women present, but he did not care. The big moment had arrived. Now was where the ceremony would begin. In the background on a kind of altad were the bride and groom, Razor, Yashiki, Waldseedmuller, Binken and Nero, all wearing a white suit that made them look good, but they still have to go to reach the height of the chestnut, haha. At that the door of the room opens, revealing Rias, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia and Irina. All of them had a big smile. They were wearing a beautiful wedding dress, which made their beauty stand out. They all walked towards the altar, standing face to face with their respective partners. Sirzex, today we are here to witness the grand wedding of my sister and her entourage along with Michael Irina's ace, to wish her the best, and now a few words from each of them. Rias, I have no words to describe what I feel right now, but I'm really happy to marry Razor. Riser, I never thought this day would come. Over time I have been able to get to know Rias better, and I can say that she is a wonderful woman. I couldn't be happier. Asia, I'm so glad this day has come. Wald, thanks to Michael-sama for letting us perform this holy act. I truly love the woman in front of me. Zenobia, I dreamed of this for a long time. I can only say that the time has come. Binken, I will make this great woman in front of me happy. Irina, since I was little I have dreamed of marrying a great man, and I have finally achieved it. Nero, I can't wish for a better woman than Irina. I'm really happy. Kaneko, Yashiki and I will live very happily. Yashiki, I will make sure you lack nothing, my love. Sirzex, well, with this we continue. Hasai Rias, I would have liked Issei-kun to be the boyfriend, but I'm happy. While with the spectators, Azazel only kept a smile upon seeing this, since they did not know that the brown-haired boy was present. The same thought crossed Michael's mind. Returning with Rias and the others, now they all had their wedding rings on, now they gave their partner a big kiss, now they were all officially married. The wedding followed its desired course. The brown-haired boy spoke with the leaders, one or another demon, angel, fallen one and yokai, thanks to his fame as a hero. In addition to dancing with each of his girls, they were surprised because the brown-haired boy was very good, but he told them that he practiced for this occasion. Then the girls understood and became happy. So the wedding went by, and our brown-haired boy and his brides returned to the Hyoudou castle that was still kept a secret from everyone about who it belonged to. Time skip one mess. Another month passed quickly. During this period nothing out of the ordinary happened, but great things happened, like, now the brown-haired boy is engaged to all his girls. When Sona and Seraph's parents found out about this, they were surprised because their daughters happily accepted, which they did not refuse. The same was with Lord Bale, since he did not believe that his Venezuelan daughter would accept him, although in the end they explained to them that the brown-haired boy was who they truly love. Another event was that they made a new program of the Red Emperor Dragon type anime shounen, romance, action. This time the title will be better, and it is The New Adventures of the Red Emperor Dragon. It was at the suggestion of the brown-haired because he wanted to repair the reputation of Drake, and boy was it very well received by everyone, especially children and teenagers. Today was the day that he would move to the other world, the brown-haired boy with his parents and girls, and Azazel would go to the world of heroes. Ophis opened a breach to that world, to be more precise, inside her new home, the new Hyoudou residence. Surzex, goodbye Issei-kun, I hope you visit us soon, and also take care mother. Venelana, don't worry son, maybe when we see each other again I'll introduce you to your brother Fufu. Surzex, holy crap, embarrassed. Venelana, it was a joke, but I will do it soon Fufu. Ajuka, Seraphal, what will happen to your job as a Mao? Seraphal, don't worry Ajuka-chan, I left it in charge of my queen, in that, if there is any problem she will let me know. Michael, take care sister, and Griselda too, oh I also want nephews soon, smiling. Gabriel, don't worry, now that I can't fall, it will be easier to advance my relationship with Issei-kun, right Griselda? Griselda, that's right Gabriel-sama, thanks to the new system that Michael-sama made, now we can't fall. Issei, well it's time, see you, if you need help with something big, don't hesitate to ask me. Surzex, thank you Issei-kun. Odin, Ross, now you are officially no longer a spinster, haha mocking. Ross, Odin-sama, don't make me call your wife. Odin, okay. Okay. All but that please. Azazel, well I want to go there now, I have something new to investigate, and I can't wait, excited. Ajuka, what are you saying Azazel? Azazel, well let's say I'll study the powers that the humans of that world have. Ajuka, ha sigh, how I wish I could be like you don't have any jobs or paperwork to do. Azazel, well I left everything in charge of Shem and Barakiel as the new leaders. While the two fallen cursed each other for having accepted the position. Odin, save the one who is safe. Issei, I will, oh. I almost forgot Surzex, you can say that Hyoudou Issei has returned, but don't reveal that it's me yet. Surzex, of course, after all you are the great hero of the factions. Issei, thank you. Without further ado, everyone entered the gap, and then disappeared, leaving the leaders, who returned to their work. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. A gap opened in the room, where the chestnut tree, his parents, his fiancées, and Azazel came out. Azazel, well I think I'll go look for a place to live, and I also want to see this city. See you later. Issei, sure. Fuyumi, alright, time to unpack, girls. Girls, hey. Takashi, and to think that now we are back like 7 years ago. Issei, yes, but this time, I will make sure to make the happiest women in the world. Takashi, you have matured son, your mother and I are proud of you. Issei, thanks to San, we have to help unpack too. So they spent the afternoon unpacking, assigning rooms and seeing who would sleep with the chestnut, since the bed could only sleep 4 to 5 with him, and in the end they decided with a roulette, which Yusaka, Tsubaki, Penemu and Kuroka won. Kuroka, yes, I love you, sing. Emotions. Penemu, Issei and I want it to be night already. Yasaka, Yufufu, I can't wait anymore. Tsubaki, I won. Blushes. The other sighed in defeat, but they would have better luck next time. Now everyone is sitting at the table ready for dinner. Takashi, son, what are you going to do from now on? Issei, well, I didn't finish high school, so I'll attend one here with Sarah, Leifi, Ravel, Kunu, and Ophis. The aforementioned agree in affirmation. Fuyumi, alright son, and you girls? Sona, me, Tsubaki, Ross Wise and Kuroka will continue teaching at the Citri Academy. That's why I asked Ofa-sama to create a magic circle so we can teleport to the academy and vice versa. Venilana, I hadn't thought about it yet. Graphia, I'll take care of the household chores. Gabriel, I guess I should rest, since they left me all the paperwork in heaven. Penemu, me too, although I might look for a job. Yasaka, I would like to go to the school where Issei studies. Maybe I will end up as a teacher for his group. Mischievous smile. All the girls looked at the eldest Kitsune, and they all had an idea that they would soon realize. When night came, they all went to their respective rooms, except for those who slept with the brown-haired boy. In the chestnut's room, everyone went to sleep. They used the chestnut as a pillow. Penemu and Yasaka used the young man's waist as a pillow, while Tsubaki and Kuroka used their hands. It must be said that Tsubaki was a little tense at first, but she was happy. After a while, sleep did its job. This is how the first day passed for the Hyoudou family, in this world of heroes. Day after. It's a new day for the Hyoudou residents. The sunlight illuminated the rooms through the window, and everyone who lived around the place was surprised to see the big mansion. It was not the first time since it was built a month ago, but it was still impressive. Everyone was having breakfast at the large dining room table. Some were preparing to go to work, others were simply going with their in-laws to explore the city, and others were going to take the entrance exam at the UA Academy. UA Academy? Issei, Sarah Fall, Ophis, Ravel, Kunu and Leifi, all were wearing casual clothes. They were walking calmly towards where the entrance exams would be. After passing the main entrance, they could notice many young people with different school uniforms, but especially one student who caught his attention. He was carrying a large yellow backpack. But what stood out the most was his green hair. He looked very nervous. How did he know? It's simple, he was technically shaking. Then the brown-haired boy approached him. Issei, are you nervous about the entrance exams? The brown-haired boy jumped when he spoke to him. Heya. Eh? Yes, nervous. Issei, it's normal, after all, but do your best. Hey. Thank you very much. So the chestnut and his girls went to where the tests would be, a room like an exhibition. When they arrived, there were many students present. Without further ado, they took a place and waited for the instructions. After a moment, a blonde adult with a strange hairstyle and leather-like clothing arrived, but what stood out most was a device around his neck as if it were some kind of speaker. Are you ready, boys and girls? Everybody say yeah. Animated. Silence reigned throughout the room for a few seconds. Well, as you all know, I am the present Mike Hero, and I am the one who will give you the instructions about the admission test. But first of all, they gave you a card. On it is indicated the location of the test, so let's go with what the test consists of. The instructions were simple. It consisted of defeating robots that crossed. Each robot had a quarter of a point, but especially a giant one that gave you 0 points. During the explanation, a boy with glasses spoke about things that were not of great importance to our protagonist. But he also noticed that the green-haired man he met at the entrance was also present. Now he checked the card they gave him, and apparently he was in test field B with Serafal, Kunu was in D with Ravel, Leifi was in A, Ophis was in C. The brown-haired boy told them to only show the skills they filled out on the sheet as their power, and not to make big messes. The last thing was for Ophis. Since he didn't want her to show her maximum capabilities, they all accepted and everyone went to the buses that would take them to their respective training camps. Find Issei and Serafal. The chestnut and the Mao arrived at the entrance of the field where the tests would be done. There were also others. All of them had exercise clothes on, but the chestnut and the Mao did not because it was uncomfortable for them to fight with what they were wearing. They waited until they gave the instructions again. And at the time would be half an hour. For the two of them the test was extremely easy, they supported each other, made a great combination of attacks. At certain points they both separated. The brown-haired boy was looking for a robot to destroy. On the way he saved a pulpy girl with short hair. What identified him the most were the jack cables he had in his ears. The brown-haired boy saved her from a surprise attack by a robot. He carried him bridal style, something that embarrassed her. He took him to a safe place, to then continue to meet up with Serafal, Kunu and Rival. For both of them the test was also simple. Although the two of them did not change their clothes to do the test, the two of them teamed up to defeat the robots, since they both threw fireballs which made the robots explode. In short, it was a simple test. After all, they had trained with the brown-haired boy. With Leify didn't have to do much, since I think he formed a dome of wind around him that cut down anyone who came close to him, and his attacks were from a long distance, and the robots had already been cut down before the magician arrived. With Ophis, there is not much to say about the dragon goddess, because she took out her dragon wings and her claws. With great speed and strength she destroyed the robots. Of course she held back a lot, because if she had wanted to, with just one hand she would have destroyed them all. This continued until time ran out, and they were told that the admission results would be published within a week, after which they would receive an email to their home. But overall Issei, Serafal, Ophis, Ravel, Leify, and Kunu got a very high score. Without further ado, they went home to await the admission results. The XD world. The news about the return of the brown-haired boy caused great news for all factions without exception after spreading it 4 days ago by the faction leaders. Even more so now with the new Sekiryuutei program, his fame had increased, so much so that Underworld reporters were looking for clues about the current whereabouts of the brown-haired boy. Since they knew he was trustworthy, it's easy, it was the faction leaders who gave the news, and they won't say anything else. That news came like a bucket of cold water to the Gremory and Irina, who have been married for a month, since they thought the brown-haired boy was dead, and now that he has returned, they feel somewhat regretful of having given him up for dead 7 years ago. The redhead had tried to get her brother to talk more, but it was useless since he didn't know how to find him and communicate with him. At this moment we are in the Citri Academy, to be more precise in the director's room, where Sona, Tsubaki, Rias and Akino are, drinking tea and talking about trivial things but mostly the news of the moment. Hyoudou Issei. The redhead and her queen looked somewhat sad, something that didn't go unnoticed by Sona and Tsubaki, who decided to ask her. Tsubaki, Rias-san, what's wrong? She seems to be a little down, slight mocking smile. Rias, it's about Issei, I don't know what to do, head down. Sona, wow, it seems that they are not happy about your return, slight mocking smile. Akino, we always thought he was dead, but now he's back. We don't know if you'll be able to see his face, head down. Rias, no. He will be my cute pawn again, and it will be like before. That made Sona and Tsubaki angry. Despite being already married, they want to get back with the brunette, and even more so when years ago they were the ones who gave him up for dead and continued with their lives. Sona and Tsubaki clenched their fists, holding back, showing a lot of anger. Sona, what makes you think he'll come back to you? Seriously. Rias, it's because Issei loves us and will always be by our side. Tsubaki, but you are already married. Serious. Rias, that doesn't matter. The Sona, Rias, let me tell you something. Tsubaki, sad face, are you going to say it? Rias, what is it? Sona, let Issei have his life. He has nothing with you anymore, let him move on. Don't look for him, keep pretending as if he hasn't returned. The two Gremory were in shock by the younger Citri's words. It was true, but they still wanted their beloved Issei back. Before Rias or Akino could speak, the door opened, revealing Rosweiss and Kuroka, who had already finished giving their classes to return home. Ross, Sona-san, classes are over, it's time to go. Kuroka, today we have to prepare dinner. Naya. Kuroka noticed the expressions of the two Gremory and knew that they knew that the brown-haired boy returned because of the latest news. She gave a mocking smile and decided to play a joke on him. Kuroka, What's wrong with you? It seems like you saw a dead person, Naya. Mocking. The two Gremry still hadn't come out of the trance. They didn't hear anything of what Kuroka said. Before the Nekomate could continue speaking, Rosswise spoke. Ross, Kuroka, remember that today we have to make dinner with Sona and Tsubaki. Tsubaki, it's true, we must get home quickly. Kuroka, it's okay, Naya. Sona, Rias, if you'll excuse us, we'll see you another day, we're in a hurry. Then the two of them came out of the trance. Rias, Sona, where are you going? Sona, home, we have to make dinner today. Rias, okay, bye. Sona and the others disappeared in a magic circle towards the Hyoudou residence in the world of heroes, leaving Rias and Akino alone. Akino, Rias, what are we going to do with Issei-kun? Rias, I don't know, Akino, I don't know. Vampire territory. The news had reached vampire territory as well. In a certain castle, to be more exact, the leader of the vampires, King Teeps. In a room a certain blonde was crying, not from sadness but from happiness. Issei, you finally came back, I have to tell Elman-san about this. World of Heroes, Hyoudou residence. In the world of heroes everything was normal for that world, besides that Azazel communicated with the brown-haired boy that he had found a job where he could study the Kozai. The time to wait was over, the letters had arrived, which were 6. Upon opening the letters they read them, and what it said was that they were accepted into the academy in Class 1A, and that they should go pick up their uniforms at the academies to start classes. Issei, yes. I have been accepted into the academy. What about you girls? Excited. Seraphol, me too, Issei-chan happy. Revel, being your fiancé I have to live up to it happy. Leifi, Issei-sama also stayed. Excited. Ophis, I was also left smiling. Kunu, and the good thing is that we all ended up in Class 1A. Excited. Graphia, congratulations Issei-sama. In Russian, I was waiting for Issei-kun to come. Yasaka, my feelings for Kunu, Issei, Seraphol, Revel, Leifi and Ophis. Sona, maybe I'll check out the academy to see if I can get some new study methods and combat tests among others. Tsubaki, I agree with that, Sona. Kuroka, if it weren't for the fact that I'm working as a teacher, I would also be in that academy with Issei Naya. Ross, come on, it's not that bad, maybe we can be teachers at that academy, although it would be a lot of work. Gabriel, congratulations Issei. Griselda, the funny thing is that you are already a hero, and you studied to be one giggle. Penemu, I think I'll give you a prize for your effort, mischievous smile. Fuyumi, dinner is ready. Issei and Chikas, hey. Ka-san/Sama. Everyone went to the dining room to have dinner. Takashi, I never get tired of watching this scene, darling, smiling. Fuyumi, you're right, dear, although something tells me there will be more to come in the future. Takashi, and that's a good thing, don't you think? Fuyumi, yes, more grandchildren, smiling. Another day ended well at the Hyoudou residence, and very soon he would start classes, to become a hero. What new adventures await the chestnut? What kind of enemies will he encounter along the way? Only time will tell. Chapter 7, Hero Classes Begin. A new day begins for our brown-haired boy, and as always when he wakes up, he is surrounded by beautiful girls, but today it would happen the most, and today begins the first day of classes at the UA Academy. The brown-haired boy wakes up with his girls to have breakfast. During breakfast he talked about trivial things. Now it was time to go to the academy by Issei, Ophis, Seraphol, Revel, Leifi and Kunu already had their uniform on. The others like Sona, Tsubaki, Rosswise and Kuroka would go to the Citri Academy. On Yasaka's part, she would return to Kyoto to see if things are okay. Venelana and Graphia would go to visit the Underworld. Gabriel, Griselda and Penemu, they will go to see Heaven and Grigory. UA Academy. Issei and the girls had arrived at the classroom. Right there he runs into the green-haired boy at the entrance of his classroom. He seemed nervous, then the brown-haired boy greets him. Issei, hello, it seems that we got the same classroom. Oh, it's you! It seems so. By the way, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you, eh? Issei, my name is Hyoudou Issei, Midoriya, nice to meet you, and these are Seraphal Shirtorai. Ophis Ouroboros. Ravel Hyoudou. Leifi Hyoudou. Konu. Izuku, nice to meet you, we should go into the living room. Issei, of course, I wouldn't like to be late on the first day of school. When they opened the door, they could see that there were a lot of people talking. They continued to take their seats. Of course, the girls in brown took places near their fiancé. The men were surprised by the great beauty of the girls so much that they blushed. One of them looked at him with unholy eyes. He was a little boy with a hairstyle like purple balls. One of the girls recognized the brown-haired boy, since he was the one who saved him from a robot attack during the test a week ago, so she approached the brown-haired boy. You are the one who helped me with that test. I couldn't thank you enough, thank you very much. Issei, you don't have to thank me, nice to meet you, my name is Hyoudou Issei. My name is Kyukajiru, the pleasure is mine, Hyoudou-kun. At one point the teacher arrived to start the class. His appearance was something like long dark hair, dark circles, dressed all in black and carrying a sleeping bag. Well, at first glance he doesn't seem like a teacher, but he is, and his name is Aizawa Shoda. He is also a hero known as Eraserhead. The first class will be physics, where they will evaluate our resistance, and the last place would be expelled. The first test consisted of throwing a ball to measure how far we sent it, but the interesting thing was that we could use our quirks. The first one to pass was a blonde boy with a bad attitude. He threw the ball while activating his power, which was an explosion, thus sending it a distance of 705.5 m. The next to pass was Midoriya, who threw the ball but it only reached 17 m, as it was simple. Aizawa-sensei's quirk could eliminate quirks for a time as long as he kept his gaze fixed on the target. But he gave it another chance, but this time he said that he couldn't break bones every time he used his quirk. That left the brown-haired boy in doubt, but he immediately answered when the green-haired boy threw the ball, releasing a strong wind. Then the brown-haired boy got bored that every time Izuku uses his quirk he gets hurt. The next to take the test followed. For the brown-haired man it was simple, even though he held back by taking out 1 kilometer, surprising everyone. The same was with Ophis, which made her dragon claws appear and launched it. They remained the same as the brown-haired man, 1 kilometer. Leifi for her part, as she used wind magic to reach 5 kilometers, Seraphal. Ravel and Konu were not left behind. The two demons used a bit of demonic power that no one noticed. Only the brown-haired man and his girls, reaching 800 m. The kitsune strengthened her strength with senjutsu, thus achieving 800 m, the 6 remaining in the first places. Only surpassed by a brown-haired woman whose quirk was zero gravity, reaching infinity. She is Uraraka Ochako. The following tests followed their course. All consisted of physical tests. For the chestnut it did not cost any effort or office, although for the others they were simple, but not as much as for the two dragons. At the end of the test the teacher gives the results through a hologram. The chestnut was in first place along with Ophis and her girls, who were among the top 10. The rest of the class checked which were their places, and to surprise none of them was in last place. The last place was for the brown-haired boy's new friend, Izuku Midoriya. He is shaking with fear since he was the last one. Before he could speak to him, the teacher spoke. Aizawa, well, here are the test results, and I must tell you that everyone passed. A silence reigned over the place for a few seconds. Only the wind could be heard blowing. Everyone except Issei and his girls gasped. Rest of the room, way out? Aizawa, as you heard, the expulsion was a lie. It was to see their maximum capabilities smiling. Amongst the crowd a black-haired girl with all her hair tied back spoke. Momo, it was obvious, don't you think? Everyone thought for a moment, and it was true. They all gave a face palm saying that we fell for their lie. The other classes were normal, you could say. Now it was time for our protagonist to leave, and he was walking towards the exit with his girls when he ran into the green-haired boy. Issei, Midoriya, you were fantastic. Your quirk was incredible. Izuku, oh Issei-kun, thank you very much, although I can't avoid getting hurt every time I use it. Seraphal, maybe you still don't control it, Aizachan. Kunu, that's most likely. We all had difficulty learning how to use our abilities. Leify, it's true, it took all of us work to get our quirk. Of course there were lies, but part of it was true, since they had to practice to be able to control all their powers, except for Ophis. Before he could continue speaking, two more joined the conversation. Uraraka, hello Hyoudou-kun, Deku-kun. Sarah-san, Faye-san, Ophis-san, Kuno-san and Ravel-san, all of you were amazing in the tests, you even surpassed that boy named Bakugo. Ida, that's true, besides Hyoudou and Ophis beat me even in my specialty, which is speed. What kind of quirk do they have? They must surely be very strong. Izuku, that's right, everyone said their quirks except for you. Ravel, my quirk is creating flames, it works both offensively and defensively. Kunu, well, I can create flames just like Ravel. Leify, mine is in wind control. Seraphal, control of water and ice. Issei, super strength. Ophis, dragonid. What the dragon goddess said left the three in doubt. Izuku, dragonoid? Uraraka, is that why you can get those dragon-like wings and claws? Ophis, that's right, it also gives me great strength, resistance, and speed, and my senses become sharper. That left the green-haired, brown-haired and black-haired men even more surprised. A single quirk gave you so many extra abilities. That was incredible, and it was the first time they heard of something like that. Ida, that's amazing, now I understand how all of you got the highest score during the entrance exam. Uraraka and Izuku, what? The highest score? Ida, yes, the day the admission test ended, many people were talking about some girls who destroyed the robots with great ease, even the one that was worth 0 points. And some people thought they were not new to this, and they also said they were very beautiful. Issei, well, to tell the truth, all of us had already had combat training long before entering the academy. I couldn't say what it really was, as I didn't want to reveal anything about the fact that they came from the other world and had already fought with their lives at stake. Izuku, oh, that's amazing, I wish I was as good as you guys. Issei, don't be discouraged, Midoriya, you just have to train to be able to become that strong. To tell the truth, I was very weak. I went through a lot of training to be so strong, isn't that right, girls? Smiling. Ravel, it's true, Issei-sama, he was very weak, but that didn't stop him from being as strong as he is now, smiling. Leify, it's true, Issei-sama has always strived to become strong and I know you will do it, Deku-kun, smiling. The others nod. The green-haired boy's eyes shine. After all, they now had new friends. Ida, Midoriya, I thought your name was Izuku. Izuku, well, it's because Kakin insults me like that. Ida, oh, I understand, so it is an insult. Uraraka, but it sounds great. Issei, that's right, it sounds like you never stop trying. Izuku, haha, well, actually that name never bothered me. The group continued talking as they walked until they went their separate ways. The first day of school, and the brown-haired boy and his girls had already made friends. This is how the first day of classes at the UA Academy ended. Hyoudou residence. Issei, we're home. Fuyumi, Era, Sun, Ophis-chan, Sarah-chan, Ravel-chan, Faye-chan and Kuno-chan, welcome. Takashi, how was your first day of school? Seraphal, it's more fun than the schools in the other world. Ravel, it's true. Leify, we don't have to hide all our powers. Kuno, well, it's easy even though I still don't feel like it without bringing out my kitsune parts. Ophis, I'm fine, I can be closer to Issei, hugging him. Issei, don't worry, Kuno, from what Ida said there are people with 2 quirks, so maybe you can take out your kitsune ears and tail, smiling. Kuno, really good, happy, taking out her kitsune ears and tails. When the brown-haired boy arrived in the living room, all his fiancées saw him, and they greeted him with a hug, a kiss, and a sweet smile. Venilana, then she regrets it. Graphia, hello Issei-sama. Sona, welcome Issei. Tabaki, bienvenido Issei. Yasaka, how did it go at the academy, daughter? Kuno, okay, mother. Penemu, Issei-kun, how did it go at the academy? Issei, well, what about you? Gabriel, I went to see my brothers, and wow, what did I find? They had a lot of paperwork to do now that I'm not there. Penemu. I was laughing at Shemhazai and Barakwil. Ha ha ha, you should have seen their faces seeing so much paperwork laughter. Yasaka, I returned to Kyoto to see if everything is in order, and in addition to putting me in charge, they assist me while I am away. Issei, oh how good, although it worries me that you have nothing to do. I mean, you must be bored of being at home. By the way, where is Ross and Kuroka? Sona, they are helping Ka-san prepare the food. Venilana, don't worry Issei-kun, we manage your territories, and I can say that there are many requests to enter to live in the territory of the Yakumo clan, and for now they are increasing the vegetation as you had requested. Issei, I see, thanks Venezuelan smiling. Venilana, you don't have to thank me, after all you are my fiancé smiling. Girls, you mean ours. The rest of the day was spent with his fiancées, and they also talked about how the Underworld is taking the news of his return. Day after. The brown-haired boy along with Serafal, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu and Ophis calmly arrive at the academy, not knowing that all the students were looking at the girls. Beautiful was the only thing that was heard from the men, but the one that caught the most attention was Kunu, because she had her kitsune ears and tails. All that made her look beautiful. On Issei's part, the girls said that he was the one who got the highest score in the admission test, in addition to the fact that they found him attractive. But the group did not give it importance and continued until they reached room 1A, where upon entering they would reach their place to sit, but the kitsune attracted a lot of attention. Jairu, good morning Hyoudou-kun. Issei, good morning Jairu-san. Izuku, hello Issei-kun, Sara-san, Ravel-san, Fei-san, Kunu-san and Ophis-san. Uraraka, happy birthday Issei-kun, Sara-san, Ravel-san, Fei-san, Kunu-san and Ophis-san. Ida, good morning Hyoudou-kun. Issei, good evening, Mr. Uraraka, Mr. Ida. Uraraka, Kunu-san, what are those ears and tails? Ida, it's true, are they fake? Kunu, not at all, this is my other quirk. Izuku, it's incredible, you have 2 quirks. Jairu, Kunu-san, may I touch them? Kunu, eh? Of course. Uraraka, I want to. Kunu, sure, but they are very sensitive. The 2 girls touched the kitsune's ears. Her fur was very soft. Uraraka, wah, it's very soft smiling. Jairu, it's true, they are very soft. Added to your flame quirk, you look like the kitsune from the yokai stories smiling. At that point, Ipi Castano and the girls sweated a little, except Ophis. Classes began. Everything was normal. The classes were not much different from when he studied at Ko, but everything changed until a class which is basic hero training. I'm here now. A voice was heard outside approaching the entrance of the hall, which was audible to everyone. Immediately everyone got excited, except for the brown-haired boy and his girls, who did not know who the voice was. Suddenly the door opened, revealing a muscular, tanned, slicked-back blonde wearing a blue and red superhero suit with a cape. Issei, hey Izuku, do you know who he is? Izuku, what? How do you not know who he is? He is All Might, the #1 hero of all time and the symbol of peace. Issei, I understand, he must be very famous. All Might, from now on, another teacher and I will be your instructors in the subject of basic hero training. Come introduce yourself to smiling. Enter a black-haired guy with blonde tips, very well known to the brown-haired guy and the girls. Azazel, hello, my name is Azazel and from now on I will be one of your teachers smiling. The brown-haired boy and the girls were shocked to see the former leader of the Fallen as a UA teacher. The chestnut suddenly jumps out of his seat. Issei, Azazel, what are you doing here? Azazel, it's Azazel-sensei for you Hyoudou, doesn't this bring back memories for you? Smiling, besides, I told you that I found a job as a teacher in a school, didn't I? Issei, but I didn't know it was in UA. Well, since Hasai, it really brings back a few memories, haha smiling. Azazel, so I hope we get along, don't we, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu, Serafal and Ophis? The aforementioned nod their heads. A girl with short pink hair, horns and pink skin asks, is she Mina Ashido, acid quirk? Ashido, excuse me, Azazel-sensei, do you know Hyoudou? Azazel, sure, in the past, I trained him when he still didn't control his quirk, haha, smiling. Part of it was true, when he sent him to the chestnut tree to train with Tannen, when he went to the Underworld for the first time. All Might, okay, now we will begin with your first lesson, and it is Heroes versus Villains. Everyone got excited at the words, it would be a fight. Azazel, well, first they will have to put on their hero costumes. On the wall of the room, some boxes numbered from 1 to 26 came out, which indicates who each box belongs to. Without further ado, everyone went on to change into their hero costume. Beta Field. This field was a simulation of a city. It was very large. All Might and Azazel were waiting for the arrival of the students with their hero costumes, and then everyone arrived. They all wore hero costumes based on their quirks. Sarah Fall was wearing her pink magical girl outfit along with her magic staff. Ravel wore a red one-piece suit that made him look elegant, and at the same time it was noticeable that he was designed for fighting. Ophis was wearing her typical gothic Lolita outfit. Of course, this time her breasts were covered. Leifi wore her magician's costume and hat, with her broom. Kunu wore a Miko outfit, designed for fighting. The 5 of them were the ones that could be called beautiful. All the men blushed when they saw them. Their outfits were very different from the typical outfit that the heroes wore. The last to enter were the brown-haired boy and the green-haired boy. The brown-haired boy used a copy made by the Academy of his Monkey King suit but with slight changes, along with a copy of the staff which was just a normal staff made of a very hard metal. Everyone seeing the brown-haired man in his suit looked like a martial artist. The brown-haired girls just smiled, as did the fallen man. The green-haired one was a tribute to his great hero, All Might. Izuku, Issei-kun, your outfit is cool, you look like a martial artist. Issei, it's because it's designed for lighter and stronger hand-to-hand combat. Uraraka, you guys look great, especially your Issei-kun makes you look really strong. Ida, that Midoriya suit is great. Izuku, thanks Ida-kun, yours is great too. Seraphal, wow, you even redesigned your outfit, hee. Leifi, you look great, Issei-sama. Ravel, although he seems more like a fighter than a hero. Kunu, Issei-dano looks very strong. Ophis, I thought that only we would wear our regular clothes. I didn't think that you would wear the Monkey King's clothes as a hero. Issei, haha, I'm doing this for an old acquaintance who fought to the end a long time ago, smiling. Na, Hui Mori. Why did you have to die? Why? T to the power of T. Technically the chaste wore the clothes they always wore with slight changes. Of course Ravel wore a different outfit since she always wore dresses. Now everyone was gathered ready to pair up to fight. Azazel, well, the teams will be made at random. Ida, excuse me, isn't there a better way to make pairs? Izuku, yes, but this way, we can know how to act in different situations, since professional heroes always team up with different heroes. This way we can know how to work with any hero. Ida, I see, excuse me, please continue, Bose. All Might, well, let's continue making the teams excited. Team A, Izuku and Uraraka. Team B, Shoji and Todoroki. Team C, Momo and Issei. Team D, Bakugo and Ida. Team E, Ashido and Seraphal. Team F, Koda and Sato. Team G, Jairu and Kunu. Team H, Tokoemi and Ajiri. Team I, Ojiro and Hagik. Team C and Kapashima. Aoyama and Leifi. Team L, Mineta and Ophis. Team M, Kaminari and Ravel. All Might, the first match that will be fought will be taking out of 2 boxes, 1 black and 1 white. All Might, Team D villain versus Team A hero. In order to win, they have to recover the weapons that the villains have or neutralize them. The first fight was between Izuku and Uraraka against Bakugo and Ida, in which the green-haired team is the heroes and the ash-blonde one the villain. The green-haired boy got nervous, but he was glad that he had to play with a friend. Azazel, fine, the rest will go to the monitoring room to watch the fight. Everyone headed towards the monitoring room, but the green-haired boy's friends stayed a little longer. Issei, Come on, don't be nervous, I know you'll win, so do your best smiling. Izuku, why yes, I'll do my best. Uraraka, thank you Issei-kun, we will do our best smiling. So the brown-haired boy and his girls went to the living room. The fight was somewhat personal on the part of the ash blonde, since in the transmissions that could be seen in the monitoring room, the blonde was going all out against the green-haired man. While the green-haired man avoided his attacks, it was as if he knew what his movements were. It was incredible. But the blonde made a huge explosion, destroying the wall of the building. While the brunette had separated to go look for the weapon, she found it. Now she was just waiting for her partner to join her to attack the one who is guarding the bomb. The green-haired boy was currently receiving a beating from the blonde, but he never gave up, and at one point the blonde and the green-haired boy launched an attack. But the green-haired boy, instead of hitting the blonde, aimed at the ceiling, destroying everything in his path, and used his left hand to cover himself from the blonde's explosions. Although in the end he fell unconscious. The chestnut took this opportunity to use her gravity quirk to throw piles of rocks at Ida, which she could not dodge. In that distraction, she took advantage of it until she reached the bomb, thus winning the fight. Everyone in the monitoring room was silent, until All Might spoke. Did the heroes win? After taking Izuku to the infirmary, the class continues. All Might, okay, the next match will be between Team C as villains against Team B as heroes. Azazel, don't overdo it Hyoudou, don't overexert yourself either haha sarcasm. Issei treatment. The little conversation with the fallen one left the whole group in doubt. What does he mean by not going too far? Is he that strong? Even the symbol of peace mentally wondered what Azazel meant. Everyone knew who he was going against. It was none other than Todoroki Shudo, one of the students recommended to enter the academy. But the brown-haired boy was not far behind. He was the one who got the highest score on the entrance exam. Then the chestnut approached his partner. Issei, so you are my partner, nice to meet you smiling. The brunette didn't say anything and simply went to the place indicated for the fight, leaving the brown-haired man with his hand in the air. Drake, wow, it seems she's very proud, mate. Issei, no que lo digas dragon. Uraraka, buena suerte Issei-kun. Serafal, Gana Issei-chan. Ravel/Leify, Surai Issei-sama. Kunu, Yukin Issei-dano. Even though they knew who was going to win, if the brown-haired boy wanted to, he would end it in an instant. The brown-haired boy just smiled and headed towards the exit, but before he got there he was stopped by Jairu. Jairu, Hyoudou-kun suerte. Issei, thanks Jairu-san smiling. The chestnut left the room, and then the fallen man thought of something funny. Azazel, oi All Might sensei. All Might, what's happening Azazel? Azazel, how about we make a little bet on which team wins? Smiling. All Might, sounds interesting, how about inviting someone to lunch smiling? Azazel, sure haha, who are you going for? All Might, I have seen the abilities of both, but seeing the young Todoroki who has not yet used all his power during the test, I will say that he will win, so I will bet on Todoroki. Azazel, then I'll bet on Hyoudou haha, hey guys, do you want to play too? Bet on who you think will win, the losers will pay for the food haha smile. Serafal, I'm for Issei-chan GG, he won't lose. Leave, Issei-sama. Ravel, Issei-sama. Kunu, Issei-dano. Office, Issei, it won't cost you any work. Kirishima, sounds fun, so I'll go get Hyoudou. Kaminari, Todoroki, apparently stronger than Hyoudou. Mineta, Todoroki. Jairu, Hyoudou. So everyone else continued except for Bakugo, who was still in a trance because of his fight with Midoriya. Those who bet on Brown were Azazel, Serafal, Leify, Kunu, Ravel, Office, Uraraka, Jairu, Ashido, Ida, Tokoemi and Kirishima. The others voted for Todoroki along with All Might. Azazel's plan had worked. He now had a free meal just like everyone else, so everyone looked at the screen to see who of the two would win. All Might, you can start now. Iese's son. The brown-haired boy and the black-haired girl on an upper floor of a building where they would have to protect the hero's bomb, Right then All Might gives the signal to start. Issei, ha sai, I wanted to be the hero, well, what can you do? The brown-haired boy looks at the brunette who was creating pieces of metal to seal the entrances. Issei, Yayorosa-san? What are you doing? Momo, don't you see, I'm blocking the entrances so they can't get in. Issei, don't you think they will destroy them easily? Momo, it may be, but we have to be careful. Also, can you take this seriously? Issei, of course I am, I just have to wait for one of them to make a move. The black-haired boy just ignored the brown-haired boy, who was mentally wondering, did he do something that bothered him? The brunette finally finished sealing the holes, now she just had to wait for action on their part. Suddenly the place began to get cold, so cold that you could see the walls freezing. This did not go unnoticed by either of them. Momo, they've already started. Why can't I move? Momo looked at her feet and noticed that they were all covered in ice. While the brown-haired boy continued to wait without doing anything with a serene look. Then the sealed entrance is suddenly broken, a boy enters, dressed all in white hair, his left side of his body was covered in ice, his left eye was red, he is Todoroki Shudo, quirk, half fire and half ice. Momo tried to get away from the ice while creating a rock to attack, it was useless, she couldn't free herself from the ice. Todoroki, it's useless for you to try, you won't be able to free yourself, better leave. Momo made a face of helplessness, since it was her first meeting and she had lost, and she thought that her partner couldn't do anything either. The white-haired man passed by Momo to go towards the bomb before he arrived. The brown-haired man appeared out of nowhere in front of Shudo, surprising him, causing him to jump backwards. Todoroki, but how? Issei, it was a good move, but you'll need more than that to stop me smiling. Momo is surprised. At no time did she see that he had moved, she saw the place where he was standing before, she only saw shattered ice and nothing more. Momo's sad face surprisingly, he's very fast. Todoroki, I see that you are strong, it was expected that you would get first place in the entrance exam, then I will go seriously. Issei, show me what you can do. Combat pose. The white-haired man quickly released ice with his right foot. A large amount of ice was created and went straight to the brown-haired man, who had no intention of dodging them. Issei just gave a slight smile as he struck the floor with his staff, creating a curtain of air that easily shattered the ice on the floor, including those coming towards him, and freeing Momo in the process. Of course, he used enough to break the ice, but not enough to shatter the floor. Everyone in the monitoring room was shocked by the brown-haired man's movement. Those who knew of the brown-haired man's capabilities only smiled, since the force he had used was very little. Back with the brown-haired boy, after destroying all the ice, he disappeared. The black-haired girl and the black-haired boy searched for where he had gone, they looked everywhere. Issei, behind you. The white-haired man turned around quickly only to see a kick that he barely managed to cover with his hands in an X shape, sending him almost crashing into the wall. The brown-haired boy stood next to the brunette, who was surprised by the brown-haired boy's movements. It was clear that he was an expert in combat. Issei, can you take care of the other one? Momo, huh? Yes. Leave me alone. Issei, okay, then watch the bomb. With that said, the brown-haired man launched himself towards the white-haired man, who it was hard for him to see where he was attacking, he was very fast. Todoroki, he's very fast, maybe he uses his strength to propel himself, I can't believe he has to resort to using my other quirk. Angry. Todoroki seemed to have been cornered, he couldn't do anything, he had to make a plan and fast, so one happened. Todoroki, if I can't beat you, I just have to freeze the bomb. Then Todoroki releases a large amount of ice in the direction of the bomb. What he didn't see was that Momo was between the bomb and the ice, she couldn't react in time just by closing her eyes. Issei. The brown-haired boy in a quick movement stood between the ice and the black-haired girl, spinning his cane like an airplane propeller, preventing the ice from getting any closer, and destroying it. The brunette opened her eyes as the ice never arrived, the only thing she saw was the brown-haired man's back. Issei, you're okay. The brown-haired boy looked over his shoulder. Momo just nodded. In the monitoring room, everyone was watching very closely the fight between Issei and Todoroki, who wanted to win the bet made for the fallen Azazel. Uraraka, Sugwayugwa. Issei-kun is great, he is very strong, excited. The chestnut had stars in her eyes, she was shining brightly. Ida, every time I'm more surprised by his quirk. Jiru, it's the same as the entrance exam, although this time I use a cane. Kirishima, it's great. I wonder how strong his quirk will be? Excited. Ashido, let's go. Hyoudou-kun. Leify, Ashido-san, you have nothing to worry about, Issei-sama will definitely win. Ravel, it's true, this is very simple for him. Tokoemi, it's true, at first glance it seems that his quirk helps him, but in reality he is an expert in combat. Seraphol, Issei-chan is a goner. Azazel, do you want to know how far your quirk goes as a limit? Everyone nods in affirmation. Azazel, well, I want to know too, ha ha ha. Everyone had a drop of sweat on the back of their neck at Azazel's comment. All Might, the boy seems very skilled, but still, one should not be overconfident. Mineta, no. If Todoroki loses, I'll have to pay for someone else's food, no. The rest of those who bet on Todoroki also said. We also lose. Back to the brown-haired boy's fight, he's looking at Todoroki. From one moment he launches into the attack, but in that he's intercepted by a large being of almost 2 meters with muscle but not exaggerated, with intermeshes like 2 extra arms but they looked like wings. He was Shoji, then he tries to hit the brown-haired boy, who only used his staff to receive the attack, to then step back and be next to his partner Momo. Shoji, it took you longer than you said, I figured you'd be in trouble. Todoroki, he's stronger than I thought. Issei Yao-san? From what I've seen, your quirk is to create things, isn't it? Momo, yes, what's wrong? Issei, I want you to create something for them, do you think you can? Momo, sure, just give me time, about 2 minutes will be enough. Issei, fine, we will win with that, smiling. The brown-haired boy once again launched himself against Todoroki and Shoji, who tried to land a blow on him, but he only dodged or only used his staff to receive the attack. He was gaining time while his partner created the object. 2 minutes passed, and it was finally ready. Momo, it's ready! Momo throws something that appeared to be a metal rope. The brown-haired boy grabbed it, and as quickly as he could, he spun around his 2 opponents who continued to attack, but what they didn't see was that the brown-haired boy tied them up where they launched their attacks. In this way the 2 remained tied up, thus concluding the second encounter. Issei, good job. Momo just nods. All Might's voice sounded throughout the room, saying the winning team was Issei and Momo's team. They immediately untied the other team, to return to the room, although the white-haired man showed a look of anger towards the brown-haired man, just a little. Upon reaching the monitoring room, they encountered something very peculiar, and that was that some were on their knees on the floor in defeat, and others were jumping for joy, as in the case of Seraphol and Uraraka, while others were smiling. Issei, what step? Azazel, oh, you're just in time, Hyoudou, you'll see. Seraphol, we made a bet on who would win the match, and the losers would buy food at the cafeteria, and well, we bet on you and we won, haha, hugging the brown-haired boy. Issei, I see drop of sweat. All Might, very well, the next meeting will be. The peace symbol again drew 2 balls from the boxes. All Might, Hero Team Iyashido and Seraphol versus Villains Team Iojiro and Hagakure. The peace symbol exclaimed with a big smile. Azazel, alright, get ready for this third fight, guys. Issei, good luck, and Ashido-san. Ashido, thanks, Issei-kun, smiling. Seraphol, you'll see, I'll freeze the villains with my staff, excited. The Mao extended her magic wand with great enthusiasm, while the rest of the supernatural only thought that she should not overdo it with a drop of sweat on the back of their necks. So the 2 teams went to the place where the meeting would take place. Kirishima, Hyoudou, you are amazing. You won very easily, you are great. Issei, thank you. You are. Kirishima Ijiro, la main Kirishima. Issei, mucho gusto Kirishima, soy Hyoudou Issei. Kirishima, I know, Everyone talks about you after the entrance exam, haha. At that point, Ida approaches Uraraka. Ida, you were incredible, Hyoudou-kun. I expected nothing less from you. Uraraka, it's true, you looked like a martial arts master when you were fighting and dodging attacks, imitating blows. Issei, thanks a lot. Leifi Issei-sama, Seraphol-sama's fight is about to begin. Ravel, it will be easy for her. Kanu, that's true. Ophis, I just want it to end soon like the rest. Everyone looked at the screen again, to begin another fight. All Might, let it begin. Thus begins the third battle of this kind. Although everyone knows which team will win, they just hope that the Mao doesn't get too carried away. Chapter 8, Hero vs. Villain Combat Classes, Free Day and Date. At this moment the third meeting is taking place. It is that of Seraphol, Ashido as heroes against Ojiro and Hagakure as villains. Right now our cute Mao is outside the building with the pink-haired girl. Ashido, Sarasan, your hero costume looks a lot like magical girls. Seraphol, it's because Ashi-chan is smiling, and also look, we're both wearing pink. Ashido, it's true, haha, but unlike you, my skin is pink too, smiling. Then Seraphol touches the pink-haired girl's cheek with a finger, and discovers that it was very soft. Seraphol, oh, they are very soft. Ashido, yes, that's true, haha, smiling. The mouse stepped away from the pink-haired girl to introduce herself. Seraphol, my name is Seraphol Shirtorai, nice to meet you. Smiling. Ashido, Mina Ashido, nice to meet you, Seraphol, smiling. They spent a few minutes talking. While in the room, everyone had a drop of sweat since it seemed that they did not take the fight seriously. Then the voice of All Might was heard. All Might, 8 girls, you should start quickly, you only have 10 minutes left before the time limit ends. Ashido, oh. It's true, we must hurry, will it be? Seraphol, don't worry, Mina-chan, this will end quickly, hehe. Ashido, eh? How will you do that? Then Seraphol stands at the entrance. Seraphol, solo mirror. Then she snapped her finger, she began to release white smoke from beneath her feet. The entire building began to freeze. It was so fast, even faster than Todoroki, making parts of ice noticeable. The pink-haired girl was surprised. In just an instant the entire building froze. It felt very cold. Monitoring room. With those in the room, even in the room they felt like they were freezing. All Might, incredible! I had never seen such handling of a Kozai. According to what I know, she is one of the 10 best that came out in the entrance exam. Kirishima, incredible! He has better handling than Todoroki. Momo, certainly, although it seems that is not all of its power. With Seraphol. The Mao had already frozen the entire building, leaving her companion Ashido shocked. Seraphol, come on, Mina-chan, we have to reach our goal. Ashido, you're amazing, it'll be easy to finish this. Excited. The 2 girls entered the building. They searched all the floors until they reached the top floor, and there they found a boy with short blonde hair, dressed in a white martial arts type suit, black boots. The most notable thing was his tail. He is Mashireo Ojiro. He at this moment had his entire body frozen, he couldn't move at all. Besides, there was someone else in the room. You couldn't see them, but thanks to the ice that froze the Mao, I could tell that they were invisible, and from their voice it was a girl. She is Hagakure Toru. Ojiro, damn, the ice appeared so fast that it didn't give me time to react. Toru, I'm cold. Seraphol, don't worry, I'll unblock them when we win. Mina-chan, we have to go get the bomb. Ashido, sure, Sera-chan. So the 2 girls in pink went towards their goal. Then the voice of All Might and Azazel sounded. All Might, the winners are the heroes. Azazel, good job, guys. Seraphol, wow. Ashido, we won, haha. They both gave a high five, clapping their hands, and then the mouse snapped her fingers. The ice immediately turned into very small crystal particles that shone in the light in the room, revealing that everything was back to how it was before. Afterwards, everyone returned to the room to begin the next fight. When they arrived, some of their teammates went to congratulate both teams. Kaminari, you girls were great, especially you, Sara-san. Mineta, it's true, plus his outfits make him look very hexy hee. Perverted mode? The little ball-haired boy looked pervertedly at the Mao, which made Issei have his eyes on him. See you girls were great. Sato, that's true, you have an incredible quirk. Uraraka, Sarah-san, Mina-san, you were great, Sarah-san, you look like a magical girl when you made the ice appear. Azazel, well, it's time for the next meeting. All Might Sensei, do the honors. All Might, sure, and the next team is. He again drew 2 balls with letters on them. All Might, the hero team G, Jairu and Kunu, against the villain team F, Koda and Sato. Azazel, okay, everyone to your places. Issei, good luck Kunu and Jairu-san. Kunu, Ganar Issei Deno. Jairu, thumbs up. The Kunu. The 2 girls were outside the building ready to enter. Upon entering the building, the pulpy girl nailed one of her jack cables to the wall, thus managing to hear any noise that was in the building and thus discovering exactly where those who played the villains were. Kunu did the same with her kitsune ears, thus managing to find and hear her plan. Then they both said to him, "Both, they are on the 3rd floor." The 2 looked at each other and then laughed. Jairu, I didn't know you could do that, Kunu-san. Kunu, my ears allow me to hear everything from a great distance. Jairu, it's incredible, and it also helps a lot to make you look very pretty. Kunu, it's not that bad, Jairu-san, we have to hurry, I don't want to take too long. Jairu, very good walking. The 2 girls went straight to the 3rd floor where they found their 2 opponents, so to speak. They were both men, one was tall and muscular, he wore a full-body yellow suit, revealing only his mouth, which are large lips, and his eyes. The other had a somewhat strange head for Lunu, he wore a Greco-Roman wrestler-type suit, red and yellow, and he seemed somewhat shy. Jairu, well, we have to have a strategy. Kunu, I will corner them with my flames and then we will find a way to get to the bomb. Jairu, okay, on my signal and you go get the bomb. The first to enter the room was Kunu, who created her kitsune flames. They were blue. She threw them at her 2 opponents on the floor, creating a large flame that surrounded them, preventing them from leaving. In that, Jairu stood in front of them to connect his jack cables to his boots, creating a sound wave directed at the villains. Jairu, Kunu-san now! The pulp-haired girl exclaimed. The kitsune understood and without hesitation ran to the bomb, touching it as a sign that she had reached her goal. Kunu, we won! Jairu, good job, old-fashioned. All Might's voice rang out through the room. All Might, heroes are the winners. Before the symbol of peace could finish speaking, another voice was heard that was very familiar to Kunu, and it was none other than Seraph's. Seraphal, well done Kunu-chan. All Might, hey no me Volumen. Seraphal, but I want to congratulate Kunu-chan pout. In short, the 2 voices over the speaker seemed to be fighting for the microphone. Those who saw this only had a drop of sweat on the back of their necks watching how the greatest hero of all fought in a childish way for a microphone. But they liked it because this way they felt less nervous. While some of the supernatural laughed nervously, as in the case of Issei, Ravel and Leifi, while Ophis remained calm, Azazel only kept his usual smile. After that, everyone was preparing again to find out who would fight in the next match. It didn't take long, and it's the villain team Mineta and Ophis against the hero team Tokoemi and Azui. Hearing that, the chestnut-haired boy quietly told the dragon goddess not to go too far, they would only be knocked out. She nodded and left with the little pervert who cursed himself for not having touched a big-bodied girl like Momo, Ashido, Uraraka, Ravel, Leifi, Kunu and Seraphal. The battle of Ophis was extremely easy for her. She only used a small part of her strength and speed. With her claws and dragon wings, she showed great strength and speed. She did not let the bird-headed boy and the frog girl get close, while Mineta did not know what to do. Since he saw Ophis as a monster, so to speak, since he could not find another way to describe the dragon's way of fighting, in short, Ophis beat up the heroes, and then with a light blow left them unconscious. Everyone in the room was in shock, except the supernatural group, since the Gothic lowly's way of fighting was extremely fast. That caught the attention of Todoroki and Bakugo. The latter believed that only the brown-haired boy was better than him. But now his anger increased and he heard Lita say that the brown-haired boy along with the 5 girls who always accompanied him had surpassed him by far. Out of rage he only clenched his hands tightly, in addition to the fact that his friend, Izuku, had underestimated him from his point of view. So they continued with the following fights. Now it was the turn of Leify and Aoyama's team as heroes against the Shiro and Kirishima team as villains. Unfortunately for the magician, her partner acted as if she were a French boy, and he also told her that they made a good couple, as if he wanted to flirt with her. He was somewhat presumptuous, making the magician angry since she already has a fiancé and loves him very much, and there would be no better man than the brown-haired boy. While the brown-haired boy made a reminder to send him to the infirmary with Mineta. The magician and her partner arrived at the place where the bomb was, to meet the redhead and the black-haired man. The black-haired man with the ribbons on his elbows tried to tie up the magician and the blonde. Leify only created a field of wind that surrounded her, cutting all the ribbons that were going towards her, thus only leaving Aoyama tied up, but she immediately burns the ribbons with her naval lasso. Without warning, the magician increased the intensity of the air and thus sent the villains crashing into the wall without stopping releasing wind, so she got on her broom and flew until she touched the bomb, thus leaving the heroes with victory. All Might, well, since there's only one team left, I'll have to improvise, Azazel-sensei. Azazel, okay, hero team Kaminaria and Ravel against Smile Hyoudou Issei. After saying this the blonde tensed up a little, since she couldn't even dream of beating the brown-haired boy, but she would do her best to show her king how much she has improved since she started training with him. Before the 3 mentioned left, Momo spoke. Momo, excuse me, if Hyoudou were to fight, that means I'll fight too, right? Azazel, it's not necessary, Hyoudou is more than enough. Smiling. Momo, what does Azazel-sensei mean? What do you mean Hyoudou is more than enough? Azazel, just pay attention to the screen when it starts, so Ravel and Kaminari will have to get to the bomb or beat Hyoudou. Both good. Issei, do your best. Ravel smiling. Ravel, I will show how much I have improved, not for nothing am Issei-sama's pawn. Smiling. All Might, okay, you guys go prepare for the final fight. The 3 of them walked towards a building. Issei was on the 2nd floor next to the bomb, while Ravel and the electric boy were ready to enter the building. Kaminari, hey Ravel-san, why are you so determined to show Hyoudou how strong you are? Ravel, it's something I have to prove. He has done impossible things that no one could do. That's why he's like my idol, he's also the one I love. The last part one whispered, thank goodness no one heard it. Kaminari, oh that's great, besides being beautiful, you are very determined, I like it, ha ha ha. Ravel, if you tried to flirt with me, you're wasting your time. I have a fiancé and I love him very much. No man could be better than him. Besides, if I tell him this, you'll end up in the hospital for the rest of this year. A certain chestnut tree that was waiting for them on the upper floors sneezed. Kaminari was in shock. Ha ha ha, they understood in shock, ha ha ha. Well, we continue with the story, since for Ravel she was very beautiful, but he was afraid to hear that, really his fiancée could do that? But anyway, he didn't give it any more importance and continued to the floor where the brown-haired boy was waiting for them, confident that he would give him an electric attack with his quirk. Kaminari, we will beat him. Ravel, there is only one of us after all. Ravel, you wouldn't trust me. They walked until they reached the floor where the chestnut was waiting for them. Now they were face to face. Issei, are these Ravel lists? Ravel, of course, Issei-sama. Immediately the phoenix with its flames created its phoenix wings, which instead of using its real wings, used this to not cause a stir. It also created flames in its hands to be able to attack from afar, since it knew that hand-to-hand combat would not work. He then threw fireballs at the chestnut tree, which did not move, receiving the attack causing an explosion. Ravel, it's not enough, as Issei-sama taught me, I have to pay attention to my surroundings, not just my mind, I have to look ahead. Immediately she felt a presence behind her. Ravel quickly turned back to see a kick coming. She quickly stepped back to maintain a distance again. Kaminari, who was a spectator of this fight, was speechless. He had never seen anything like this, at least only in some professional heroes. Issei, wow, you almost got kicked. You're allowed to do a promotion. The chestnut whispered the last pat. Ravel immediately did so since he would have a little more advantage. Ravel created a firewall so he could do the promotion without anyone seeing. Ravel, promotion queen. Ravel soon gained more power, making the fire grow until it almost completely consumed the place. Thanks to that, Kaminari came out of his trance. Kaminari, what's going on? Ravel, don't intervene, just wait for my instructions. Kaminari Pero. Ravel, he won't let you near the bomb for anything. The blonde throws fireballs at the brunette again, who uses his staff to send them far away, causing him to destroy part of the walls, creating a smoke screen. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. Now the roof had been destroyed. Someone was seen flying out of the smoke until she was in the air. It was a blonde Ravel girl, who had slight burns on her suit. Monitoring room. Everyone was amazed by the great power Ravel displayed. Momo, incredible, he doesn't look like a student, and to think that when he fought Todoroki he was strong, now that doesn't compare to what I'm seeing now. Tokoemi, certainly, the handling of her quirk is too incredible, it's as if she were a professional. Uraraka, Wawu, Ravel-san, it's incredible, I never thought I could fight like that, and Hyoudou seems to be in a bit of trouble. Lida, certainly, even his fire is impressive, I have never seen a handling like that, not even in professional heroes with fire quirk. I would have liked Midoriya to see this. Jairu, I'll add that I create wings of fire to fly. What other things could he do with his quirk? Todoroki, I can't believe it! Her fire handling is much better than his. Shocked. Seraphal, come on Issei-chan. Ravel-chan. Animated. All Might, incredible, they don't seem like they were students who have just entered the academy. I can say that they already have experience, and quite a bit of it in my opinion. Even the symbol of peace was impressed by what he was seeing on the screen. I see. The king versus servant battle was dragging on. It was almost time limit, and they had to finish this quickly. Issei, it's time to end this. Ravel, same here, Issei-sama. The two launched themselves again to collide, creating an explosion that blinded all the spectators for a moment, then dissipated, showing a brunette standing carrying a panting Ravel bridal style. Issei, I'm sorry if I went too far. If there's something I can do to reward you, tell me, I'll do everything, and you should go for the bomb to win. Ravel, you don't have to apologize, Issei-sama. This being a fight, it's normal for someone to act like that, and I think there's something you can do for a smile. But first, what about Kaminari? Then Kaminari left a place sure that the fight between Issei and Rael did not arrive. Kaminari, see? Ravel, go for the bomb, we win. Kaminari, ha. The blonde was touching the bomb, thus leaving Ravel and Kaminari as the winners, although for Ravel winning this fight would be nothing compared to what she would ask of her fiancé. The blonde approached the brown-haired boy's ear and then said something that made the brown-haired boy smile immediately. Ravel, I want a date, just you and me, Issei-sama smiling. Issei, of course, Ravel smiling. Ravel, it will be as fast as possible, hee. Issei, of course. Ravel, and I want you to keep carrying me. Issei, sure. Then the three returned to the monitoring room, where everyone could see them, especially the brown-haired boy and the blonde. Uraraka, Issei-kun, Ravel-san, you are so amazing, you are so strong! Ochako exclaimed happily, and immediately others came to congratulate them. Seraphal, Issei-chan, Ravel-chan, you were great in combat. Kunu, Issei-dano, Ravel-san, you are very strong. Leifi, Ravel-san, Issei-sama, are you not hurt? Ophis, good job. Issei, thanks girls, we're fine, they were just scratches. Kirishima, hey Hyoudou, you're amazing. To tell the truth, now that I've seen you fight better, you'd be a great opponent to beat if someone fought you. Jairu, yes, with that you have proven to be the strongest in the class, no, perhaps in the entire academy. Issei, it's not that big of a deal, Jairu-san. Lida, you are quite an example to follow, Hyoudou-kun. Ashido, you were great, so much so that you two together would face any villain without a problem smiling. Ojiro, besides, where did you learn those movements of yours, Hyoudou Issei, my grandfather taught me that smiling. And your grandfather Jin Taijin for those who don't know who. Azazel, wow, for a moment I thought they would destroy the entire building hee. Good thing they didn't. After a few minutes everyone was now gathered at the exit to return to their classroom, without first saying anything about the peace symbol. All Might, very good job guys, you gave the best you had. I hope that this first class seeing how your classmates fight helps you accumulate more experience as future heroes. Azazel, oh and one more thing, there will be no classes tomorrow since we will have a teachers' meeting, so take a break. As if fate would have it, Ravel smiled from ear to ear, as if it were a miracle from God, he would have his date tomorrow. In Ravel's mind, there was a chibi Ravel jumping for joy everywhere. All the students shouted with excitement at such a comment. After all, it is the second day of classes and they have already given him the next day off, the dream of every student. All Might, great job guys, see you next time. The symbol of peace said goodbye to the class and then ran away so fast that he released a great gust of wind, revealing part of his power. It is not for nothing that he is number one, some said with great admiration. With the peace symbol he was running at great speed, smoke starting to come out of his body. He quickly reached the entrance of a room, and then the smoke surrounded his entire being. After apologizing, you could see a skeletal being with blonde hair, with the same suit that the All Might peace symbol wore. All Might, damn, it seems it lasts less and less. The skeletal man is actually All Might. Back with the brown-haired boy, they were going to change clothes, to their uniforms, then Drake's voice sounded through the brown-haired boy's head. Drake, partner, did you feel that? Issei, Keikosa Dragon? Drake, the power of that blonde guy with tights. Issei, you mean All Might Sensei? Who has his power? Drake, I don't know if you felt it, but his power suddenly dropped. Now he's below an average human in this world. Issei, do you think something will happen to him? Drake, I don't know, but I feel like we'll find out very soon. I'm going to go to sleep again. The chestnut sighs, to continue on his way again. After changing, everyone returned to their classroom, where they again had normal classes like any other school. At the end of this class, they had a break, where the green-haired boy, already a little recovered, returned to his classroom. Issei, oh Midoriya, I see you're a little better, although your right arm hasn't fully recovered yet. Lita, you were incredible Midoriya-kun, I didn't know you were so calculating. Uraraka, Deku-kun, it's good that you've woken up. Izuku, thanks guys, but tell me, how did you do in class? So they began to tell them about all the fights that took place. The ones that stood out the most were those of Kunu, Seraphal, Leify Office, Issei, but the most incredible was that of Ravel against Issei. The green-haired boy had stars in his eyes since what they told him. Those mentioned seemed professional, especially with his friend Issei, which was simply incredible. The green-haired boy was also congratulated by most of the group, especially a girl with long, straight dark green hair. The last classes went by normally. Now it was time to return to their homes, but not before a conversation between the green-haired boy and the explosive boy, as he saw them from an upper floor, the brown-haired boy along with his girls, in addition to Uraraka, Ashido and Tsuyu, looked at the aforementioned duo. It was not heard, but for the supernatural group that had their senses more acute, they managed to hear them. They said something like, Deku, I will surpass you, you will not underestimate me again, you are just an insignificant rock in my way to becoming the #1 hero, said the explosive blonde, who left. Now our chestnut was walking towards the exit with his fiancées, but the chestnut stopped because someone called him. Hyoudou-kun. The group turned to see a black-haired girl. It was Momo. Issei Yao-sen? K-Secede? Momo, Hyoudou-kun, I wanted to apologize for my attitude towards you during the test. The brown-haired boy remembered that during the test she was a bit serious with him, so he guessed that was it. Issei, you don't have to apologize for that. After all, I relaxed a little and didn't take it as seriously as I should have, Momo, that's not true, you showed me that I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so serious. Hyoudou bow. Issei, come on Yao-san, I guess we didn't introduce ourselves properly. I'll start. My name is Hyoudou Issei. Nice to meet you. Yao-san smiling. Momo, oh yes. My name is Yaorozu Momo. Nice to meet you. Hyoudou-kun. Issei, just tell me Issei, is it okay? The brown-haired boy smiled after saying that. Something inside the brunette began to throb. He didn't know what it was, but it made him feel good somehow, making his cheeks have a slight blush. Momo, it's okay Issei-kun. Before the Yaoyozu could finish speaking, the other girls also introduced themselves. Seraphal, my name is Seraphal Shirtorai, nice to meet you. Ravel Hyoudou, nice to meet you. Leifi Hyoudou, mucho gusto Yao-san. Kunu, a friend of mine. Ophis Ouroboros, a taste. After the introductions, everyone returned to their respective homes. Upon arrival, the chestnut was greeted in the most loving way by his girls, giving him a kiss and hugs. The chestnut was happy after a day of school, and without further ado they continued to have dinner. During dinner the brown-haired boy was telling that Azazel was a teacher again and that he was from his class now. In addition, Ravel spoke with Issei about the date he promised her. That caught everyone's attention without exception. Before Ravel continued speaking, he was taken to be interrogated by everyone. They wondered when the brown-haired boy promised her a date. She said it was during the heroes versus villains fight during class. Elsewhere, at the UA Academy, in a meeting room with several screens with information about the new students, but of all the new ones, the ones that stood out the most were 6 people, a boy and 5 girls. In this room were all the teachers along with All Might in his weak form, while Azazel was in another room waiting to be called, which he knew many of them 6. In that spoke a small being with the shape of a white bear, better known as Nizu, the director of UA. Nizu, what do you gentlemen think about those 6? A black-haired girl with a good body in a dominatrix-type outfit, with a mask on. She is a midnight heroine plus 18. Midnight, that Hyoudou boy seems very attractive to me. I already want to have class with him. Licking her lips. The chestnut had caught the attention of the Hexy heroine. At that Aizawa answers him. Aizawa, I must admit, they are very strong, but what leaves me in doubt is that left with intrigue, since the black-haired man showed a serious face. Another square-headed being with gray skin spoke. He is Cementos. Cementos, what is that, Aizawa-sensei? Everyone in the room paid attention to the black-haired man with dark circles under his eyes. Aizawa, as you know, my quirk allows me to cancel the quirks I see, but with the 6 of them I couldn't cancel, even though I tried these past 2 days. Besides, doesn't Hyoudu's quirk do something similar to someone we know? Present Mike, similar to who? A person dressed in an astronaut suit says he is 13. 13, don't tell me it's the same as Recovery Girl, All Might. Everyone present looks at the peace symbol, which gets nervous. All Might, I don't know anything, I swear. Ectoplasm, do you think they are a threat? Aizawa, we'll have to ask who knows the 6 of them best. Snipe, who? Aizawa Azazel. Nizu, then come to this room. They proceeded to ask the fallen man to enter the room, to ask for all his questions. Azazel, Mr. Director, what do you want? Nizu, we want you to answer a few questions about the 6 of them. Running on a screen by Issei, Ophis, Seraphal, Ravel, Kunu and Leifi. Aizawa, we want to know everything you know about them. The fallen assumed that this would happen after the group's demonstration, so he had already planned all kinds of information to help them avoid being discovered. Of course, he did it to be able to continue his research on quirks. Azazel, well, if it was only that, I will gladly tell you. First, Hyoudou, he has the quirk of super strength, but I have never seen what his limit is and I have not kept in contact with him for 7. I saw him again about 2 months ago. About Shirtorai, she is the eldest daughter of a family whose quirk consists of the handling of water and ice. Ophis, they are an orphan, I don't know much about her. Kunish, she is the daughter of a woman who currently lives with the Hyoudou family. Ravel, she is the youngest daughter of a family that, like her, has the same quirk. Leifi comes from a family where everyone has great swordsmanship. Only she was born with a quirk. That's all I know, besides that I was his private teacher. So they continued with the questions about the six, which Azazel answered everything olympically with modified truths to keep it a secret that they are from another world. Hyoudou residence. After dinner, the girls stopped questioning the blonde phoenix to look at the brown-haired boy, making him start to sweat bullets, fearing the worst. But to his surprise, it was the opposite of what he thought. They said that they also wanted to have a date with the brown-haired boy, some making a cute pout while others just limited themselves to smiling. The brown-haired boy accepted and said he would have a date with each of them, making them all happy. Dinner was over and the girls were taking a bath together. What no one knows is that some of them wanted to play a little joke on the Gremry girls and the angel, although thanks to the Venezuelans, they wouldn't go overboard, they would only make them a little desperate. According to what Sona said, tomorrow there would be a singing contest in Co Park, taking advantage of this opportunity to go with Issei, and no one denied that, since the brown-haired boy sang wonderfully the times he practiced. Sona would invite Rias and the others to go out and let them know that the brown-haired boy was near them. He would hurt them. Of course, Venezuelan, despite being one of the chestnut's girlfriends, but as Rias's mother had to support her daughter, it was decided that she would be with her daughter along with Grafia tomorrow. Later, it was time to sleep. As usual, the girls would sleep next to the chestnut tree, to then fall into the territories of Morphus. Day after. There was no school today, and today was the day Ravel had her date with her fiancé. At this moment everyone was finishing breakfast. Now all the girls would continue with the plan they had planned last night. Everyone had casual clothes, except those who went to the Citri Academy, who wore suits. Sona, fine, we'll put the plan into action at the trade, so in the meantime you can do whatever you want, while me and Venelano will summon Rias. Tsubaki, it will give us time until that contest starts. Ross, it's the least we can do to abandon Issei. Kuroka, even though Chiron is my sister, she is already an adult, she has to face the consequences. Venelana, I'm going to visit Rias with Grafia. Gabriel, I guess I'll visit heaven. Peimu, I'm going to make fun of Shemhazai and Barakil, ha ha ha. Leifi, I will visit my Otasama and Okasama. Ophis, I will accompany Leifi. Seraphal, you're so naughty. Kunu, my mother and I will go see how things are in Kyoto. Yasaka, but we will be there to see your faces, hee hee. Then the brown-haired boy comes down, wearing casual clothes, a white shirt under a black sweater, black jeans and red tennis shoes, and at the girl's request, he had combed his hair differently than he usually had. Issei, what faces did you want to see, Yasaka? All the girls heard the brown-haired boy's voice. They all immediately blushed when they saw how he was dressed. They loved it, since later on he had a new appearance. He looked good in any type of clothing, and besides combing his hair, he looked almost like another person. The girls recovered and said it was nothing important, since the brown-haired boy didn't know about their little prank on the Gremry and the angel. But first he would have to invite Rias and the others, enough time to do so, and the brown-haired boy wanted to stop by to say hello to the mouse. DxD World, Underworld. Everyone went to what they had to do, while Issei, Ravel and Seraphal went to see the Mao. Upon arriving at Lucifer Castle, they were guided to Surzek's office. Upon entering, they could see piles of papers on his desk, so much so that they could barely see his crimson hair. Maid, Surzek-sama has visitors. They are Yakumo-sama, Ravel-sama and Leviathan-sama. Surzek bounces back to look at the aforementioned. Surzek, hello Jin-kun, Ravel-chan and Seraphal, what brings you here? Seraphal, Sir-chan, we came to visit you to see how you are doing. It seems that you have more work than usual. I suppose that Aju-chan is also the same as you, smiling. Ravel, also, as the manager of the New Adventures of the Dragon Empress program, I have to see the profits. Surzek, about the program, it was very well received. Now everyone knows you as Sekiryu Dragon. The earnings were transferred to your account. Ravel, it's good to know that. Issei, Surzek-san, you look very tired, haha. At least Drake will feel happy to no longer be recognized as the Ape Dragon most of the time from now on. Surzek, Saya, I am. After everyone knew that you returned, many noble demons requested marriage with their daughters, even Serorg, Vala came like crazy wanting to face you. Issei, well, I don't want to reveal myself yet, so it will be for another time. Drake, you better get ready, Albion. I hope you give me a good fight after these 207 years, wahahaha. The red dragon laughed in the brown-haired boy's mind, drawing a drop of sweat and a nervous smile. Seraphol, is something wrong, Issei-chan? Issei, it's just that Drake already wants to face Albion, hahaha. Seraphol, yes, Vio. Before they could continue, the office door opened, revealing a young woman with red hair and a red dress carrying a case along with a teapot, apparently coming to serve tea. Oh, honey, I didn't know you had visitors. I'll ask a maid to bring 3 more glasses. Xerxes, dear, it's good that you've arrived. I'll introduce you. It's not necessary, I know all 3, Ravel Phoenix, Lao Leviathan and Yakumo Jean. My name is Mao Gremory, and I am Xerxes' wife, nice to meet you. The woman turned out to be Xerxes' real wife. Issei, Jean mucho gusto. Ravel, nice to meet you. Seraphol, it's good to see you, Mao-chan, how are you feeling? Mao, I've fully recovered now, thanks for asking. Xerxes, Sai, it seems that we are going to walk for a while, taking advantage of the fact that you came. Seraphol, I'll go see how they're doing my job since I left, take care. The Mao gave a kiss on the brown-haired boy's cheek and then disappeared towards the Leviathan castle. Ravel, well, we still have some time, so why not, right, Jean? Issei, Jean sure smiling. Xerxes, good walking smiling. The brown-haired boy, the blonde boy, and the red-haired boy went towards the exit, but were stopped when they felt an aura behind them. The red Mao began to sweat bullets, fearing what was coming. Mao dear. You're not using this as an excuse to get away from work, are you? The Mao's wife asked with a smile, but there was a look on her face that even made the other 2 sweat. Xerxes, of course not, dear, I just wanted to spend some time with my friend Jean, isn't that right, Jean-kun? The brown-haired boy was going to answer, but Mao looked at the brown-haired boy, and only one thing crossed his mind. It is never good to be near an angry woman, much less a married one. Issei, Jean Edo. This, if you'll excuse me, nervous check the time, Ravel, we have to go now, see you later, Xerxes. The brown-haired man said, while carrying the phoenix in his arms, leaving the red Mao and his wife alone. Xerxes, traitor. Mao dear, so it's true. The Mao turns to see his wife with a grim smile. The Mao immediately turned blue and sweated even more. Xerxes, honey, there's no need to resort to violence, I'm screwed. Mao, lazy people need to be taught a lesson, smiling. The chestnut charged at Ravel, having already moved far enough away, stopping. Issei, phew, thank goodness we got out of there. Ravel, Issei-sama, why did you run so suddenly, blushes? Issei, if we didn't leave there, we would see something terrifying, nervous. Before the blonde could continue answering, a scream was heard. Kaya-a-a-wea. That scream came from Xerxes, who screamed like a girl. Issei, sorry, Xerxes. Academy of Citri. In the Citri director's room, Sona Citri was with her queen Tsubaki, sitting drinking a cup of tea with Rias and Akino, who had been summoned by the younger Citri. The 2 Gremory seemed not so lively since they found out about the brown-haired boy. Sona, and tell me, how did it go with the search for Issei-kun? I suppose you tried to find him, right? Rias, yes it does, and I still haven't found it, I don't know where it went. Akino, it's like the earth swallowed him up. Tsubaki, they must be going through a difficult time. Rias, I don't know, Tsubaki. Sona, changing the subject, how is your married life going? Same with the others. Upon hearing that, they did not know what to say. At first, it was happiness, but with the return of the brown-haired boy, they no longer knew if they were happy, they could only lower their heads. An action that did not go unnoticed by the Citri and her queen. Tsubaki, oh! Sona-san, I remind you that today in the park there will be a singing contest. I heard that many talented people will participate. Sona, that's true, Rias, you should come with the others, maybe something interesting will happen. That caught the attention of the 2 Gremory, causing them to return to normal. Rias, why? Okasama told me the same thing a few hours ago. Tsubaki, well, seeing how they are a little discouraged, and taking advantage of the fact that there is a singing competition. Akino, it's true, Rias, it wouldn't be bad to invite the others. Rias, you're right, Akino, then it's decided, we'll go see the competition. Smiling. Sona and Tsubaki just smiled as she adjusted her glasses, giving a everything is going according to plan. Look. Sona, well, it will start in 2 hours. Human World Co Park. The Chestnut and the Phoenix had arrived at Co Park. They walked around there while holding hands and sharing a grep. They arrived at the largest place in the park where they saw a stage with speakers, and there was also a line that apparently was to sign up for the contest that was taking place. The brown-haired boy saw a sign that said Singing Contest, win a great dinner for 2 under the stars at the best restaurant in Ko. Revel, Issei-sama, you have to participate. Excited. Issei, eh? But wouldn't that take time away from our date? Revel, don't say that, Issei-sama, that's part of the date, and we can also win a dinner for 2, don't you think it's a good opportunity? Issei, I guess you're right, I'll do my best to win. Revel, it doesn't matter if you don't win, just seeing you sing is enough. Smiling. The brown-haired boy went to join the line on Ravel's side. She was happy, and she had already warned the other girls that she would come in a little while. Ravel, well, everything is going according to Sona-san's plan. Smiling. After a moment the contest had started. The good thing was that the brown-haired boy had been assigned number 27. Ravel thought with relief, since it was still a long time before her fiancé arrived, even with time for the other girls to arrive with the Gremory and Irina. There were 3 participants left before it was Chestnut's turn. At that precise moment, a group of girls arrived at the place looking everywhere for someone, and apparently they found the Phoenix. Leify, hey! Ravel-san! The magician exclaimed, calling the blonde, who raised her hand indicating that they should go quickly. Arriving with Ravel, they all greeted each other. Now they were together, now they were all gathered together. Issei's girls, Ravel, Leify, Sarah Fall, Rosweiss, Kuroka, Sona, Tsubaki, Gabriel, Griselda, Penemu, Yasaka, Kunu, Venelana, Grafia and Ophis. On the Gremory's side, they were all there, Rias, Akino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Irina. Ravel, oh, how good that you have arrived. Ross, we wouldn't miss this for anything. Kuroka, it's true. Naya. Asia, hello Ravel-san, how have you been? Ravel, very well, what about you? Hearing that, the Gremory lowered their heads. Before the girls continued talking, the presenter announced the 27th participant, who upon going up on stage, the girls recognized who he was and smiled, while the Gremorys and the angel did not know who he was, but for some reason they did not stop looking at him. Without further ado, they sat down at a large table to all enjoy watching the brown-haired boy. The Chestnut, upon reaching the center of the stage with a piano borrowed from the contest, was nervous, but he would do this for Ravel, so he took a deep sigh and spoke. Issei, this song is called Words of Love, I hope you enjoy it. The brown-haired boy sat down to play the piano. At first he felt a little bad because of his nerves, which made the spectators laugh and made his girls angry for making fun of his fiancée. The Chestnut took a breath to begin playing again. The brown-haired boy played the piano in an incredible way, combined with his voice and the lyrics of the song. For his fiancées it was very difficult not to blush and love him even more. Even the Gremorys blushed when they heard the brown-haired boy play and sing. But among all the girls, there was one with an incredible blush that would make the red of the Gremory look ridiculous. That was Ravel Phoenix. She stared at the brown-haired boy. Of all the songs he could play, she had to choose one like that. But it showed how much the brown-haired boy loves him. She believed that she already loved him very much. But with this she realized that their love grew more and more. All the women present became dreamy, looking with hearts at the chestnut tree. But the brown-haired boy had already finished singing, bringing everyone back to reality. Rias, that boy plays incredibly. Akino, era, it's very romantic. Asia, that's true, but something about him reminds me of someone, but I don't know who. Kaneko, that's right, Asia-senpai. Irina, it's true, it reminds me of someone, but who? Zenobia M. Everyone saw the Gremarys smiling. Of course they were holding back their laughter since they had to stay calm so as not to ruin the joke. That would let them know that the one singing was Issei. Now the second round, successfully the chestnut passed. Now the judges were tougher. They eliminated the participants faster than the previous round. After a few participants later, now it was again the chestnut's turn, making all the girls happy because they could hear once more. Again the chestnut would play with the piano. Issei, this song is titled 100 Years of Love. I hope you enjoy it. The chestnut played the keys to form a sweet melody that reached everyone, especially his girls, who couldn't stop blushing, without stopping to look at the chestnut. They all got carried away by the melody and his voice, moving their heads from side to side. After a moment the chestnut finished playing. The moment he played, the applause did not take long to come. Everyone who heard the chestnut sing could only say one thing: he was very good and too much. Since he began to sing, a certain Valkyrie began to record the chestnut. Venilana, that boy sings excellent, don't you think, girls? Graphia, I agree with you, Venilana-sama. Kuroka, that's true, Naya, lucky you had it, Naya. Sona, Rias, what do you think? Rias, well, I feel happier suddenly, it has its charm, I must say. Tsubaki, and what do you think? Referring to the rest of the Gremarys. Asia, it's fantastic. Zenobia, that's true, Sona-san, lucky for the one who has him as a partner, he will be able to listen to it whenever he wants. At this comment the brown-haired man's girlfriends/fiancés smiled. Akino, I wish my husband would play me a song like that. Leify, Akino-san, doesn't your husband do that? Akino, the truth is that he only takes me to dinner and to look at the stars, he has never sung me a song. Again I passed the rest, thus ending the second round. Now it was time for the last tanda. Now there are only a few participants left, less than 12 you could say. This time the chestnut was the one that went to the end. The participants passed, they sang well, in general. After half an hour, it was our protagonist's turn. Now instead of a piano, he used a guitar. He stood in front of the stage. This time he didn't say anything and just started playing. N.A. I didn't find one that didn't have ads, so I apologize to the power of T. As expected, all the girls were carried away by the melody of the song. After a moment it finished playing, and they left the stage, waiting for the winner to be announced. With the girls they looked with a blush when they saw their boyfriend/fiancé touch them. After a few minutes the event organizer came on stage. Organizer, hello everyone. I hope you enjoyed this singing contest, and what a surprise we had seeing such talented people, but only one will win. Are you ready to find out who the winner is? He excitedly exclaimed the last part, earning a shout of yes from the crowd in response. Organizer, very well. The prize of an all-inclusive dinner for two under the stars at the best 5-star restaurant in all of Ko goes to. There was silence around, listening attentively to who would be the winner, with the sounds of drums. Organizer, this is participant number 27. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes lit up, and the winner was Issei. Sona immediately gave him the signal to go to where Issei was to take him somewhere else. As if the phoenix understood, she immediately went to where her fiancé was. Organizer, come forward, young man. The chestnut tree arrived to receive the award. Organizer, a few words, and could you tell us your name? The brown-haired boy nods and takes the microphone. Issei, Edo, well, I'll just say, I won love and now we have a great dinner for our date, he scratching the back of his neck. That was heard by all the girls, since the boy had a partner, while the brown-haired harem group only mentally said, You will owe us an equally romantic date, Issei. In addition to leaving a more blushing Ravel and more eager for night to come for dinner. Organizer, and now could you tell us your name, young man? Issei, sure, my name is Hyoudou Issei, smiling. Organizer, you heard it, a big round of applause for young Hyoudou. The applause did not take long to come. The name of the chestnut reached the Gremry and Irina, who immediately stood up and were shocked since at this moment the chestnut was technically in front of them. Rias, I see. Akino, I see-kun. Asia, Issei-san. Zenobia, Issei. Kaneko, it's over. Irina, Issei-kun. The others were holding back their laughter at their reactions. The joke had come off perfectly. Rias, girls, we should go to him. Happy. Akino, Era Issei-kun, you have become more attractive. Happy. Asia, Issei-san is great. Happy. Zenobia, come on girls, we have to talk to him. Happy. Kaneko nods her head happily. Irina, let's go fast. Happy. The Gremry ran trying to reach the chestnut, but because of the crowd they couldn't get through that easily. Sona, with a magic circle of communication, said that she was going to Issei. The blonde quickly grabbed the brown-haired boy's hand along with the tickets for dinner, and they left the place quickly. Chicas Gremry Issei. The Gremry girls finally arrived where the brunette was. To their surprise, he was no longer there. Rias, huh? Akino, where is it? Asia, Issei-san? Irina, excuse me, do you know where the winner went? The reincarnated angel asked the organizer, to which the others in the group paid attention. Organizer, sure, he took a girl, apparently she was his boyfriend. Wow, she was very beautiful, they make a good couple. Upon hearing that, the Gremry immediately became depressed, and then the girls from Issei's harem arrived, and upon noticing their expressions, they already gave an idea of what was happening. Venelana, what's happening, daughter? Rias, Okasama, we couldn't talk to Issei. He is hugged by his mother. Vanilla, calm down. Rias, maybe it's not the time yet. I'm sorry, daughter. As a mother I have to respect the decisions you make now, but also as Issei-kun's fiancé I have to respect his actions. Kuroka, how do you feel? Chiron Naya. Kaneko, Ne-sama, yo. Kuroka, okay Chiron, calm down. Naya, Chiron, I hope you understand. You yourselves chose to end up like this. I can't do anything. You're an adult now. You have to face the consequences. Leifi, Asia, are you okay? It's the least we can make you pay for almost killing Issei-sama. Asia, I don't know Leifi-san, Issei-san I. Tsubaki, Akino-san? Akino. Gabriel, calm down. Irina-chan, don't be so sad. Rias quickly breaks out of her mother's embrace with great determination. Rias, we have to find him, he can't be too far away. Gremrys and Irina, hey! They immediately went to look for the brown-haired boy in the surroundings, leaving the other Issei girls with a smile. Kuroka, Nijajajuj, you see, ha ha ha, they turned out just as we planned. Naya. The Nikoma exclaimed happily because the joke had gone perfectly. Leifi, you're sewing it, san. Yasaka, I must admit it was fun. Kunu, true mother, it's the least we can do for almost killing Issei Dano. Seraphal, Sotan, you are very bad. Hee hee hee. Sona, I only did it so you would laugh and the others would see the consequences. Besides, I have to teach you a lesson for my fiancé blushes. Penemu, that's true, that's nothing compared to what Issei-kun had to go through during that ritual. That reminded them of how the chestnut was on that occasion. It was deplorable. They all immediately felt the same sensation as that time seeing the condition of their beloved. Ross was the first to recover. She just has something that would make everyone happy. Ross, girls. Do you know what I have on my cell phone? Smiling. All the girls turned their eyes to the Valkyrie who was smiling. Graphia, what's wrong with Ross-san? Ross, fufufu, the recording of the 3 times I went on stage. Excited. They immediately asked to see it with a look full of love. Meanwhile, with Issei and Ravel, the two of them continued running as far as possible. Well, Ravel was the one running while holding the brown-haired boy's hand, while he didn't know what was happening. Issei, Ravel? Why do we have to run? Ravel, for nothing, for nothing. Issei, are you sure? I notice you're a bit happier. Ravel, Baka. Of course, after seeing you sing, how do you think your fiancé will feel? Blushes. Issei, okay then what do you want to do now? Ravel, there are still a few hours left before it's night time to go to dinner. How about we go to the movies? Issei, of course. The two went to the cinema, they saw a romantic movie, and then an hour later it was already night. At this moment they were heading to the restaurant where they would have dinner. Upon arrival they were greeted, The brown-haired boy showed the ticket. They were immediately guided to a table near a window under the moonlight next to the stars. The two ate quietly, talking about trivial things, to a certain point that the brown-haired boy gained courage to say something important. Issei, Revel, I wanted to thank you and the others. Revel, Issei-sama, what do you want to thank me for? Issei, if I hadn't lost hope that she would come back, Drake told me that if it weren't for you after performing the ritual I would have become someone cold and emotionless. That's why I wanted to thank all of you for believing in me. Revel Phoenix, I love you, as well as Rosweiss, Kuroka, Seraphal, Leifi, Kunu, Ophis, Sona, Tsubaki, Yasaka, Gabriel, Penemu, Venilana, Grafia and Griselda. I am truly grateful that despite everything, each and every one of you has fallen in love with me as I have fallen in love with all of you. Thank you. Smiling. The brown-haired boy gave a sincere smile after saying all that to the blonde, while the blonde had her hands covering her mouth as tears came out, not from sadness, but from happiness, being able to hear the sincere words that came from the brown-haired boy. The brown-haired boy saw the ruby crying, which made him worry about her. Issei, Revel. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? The blonde shook her head. Revel, no, Issei-sama, I'm happy to have heard that from you. Me too. I love you, Hyoudou Issei. Smiling. That calmed the brown-haired boy, so he hugged the blonde, who reciprocated the hug from her fiancé. The two stared into each other's eyes. The brown-haired boy gently grabbed the blonde's chin. Little by little they were shortening the distance. Little by little. Their lips met for a warm kiss. The kiss was not lustful at all, but rather it was one of pure love. They stayed like that for about 30 seconds and then separated, showing a blushing Revel and a blushing brown-haired boy. Revel, thanks for the date. Issei, happy. Issei, no thanks to you for going out with me. Smiling. The two continued hugging each other, neither of them wanting to separate, and they stayed like that for a while everyone present watched this sweet scene. The women imagined they were in the blonde's place, sighing dreamily. Underworld, maximum security prison. In the prison, in a certain cell, a silver-haired man could be seen tied with chains that prevented him from using his demonic powers. He had a look full of hate. He is Risavim. After having been defeated by Wukong Jin Issei, he had been sentenced to an eternity in this prison for all his crimes. Risavim, TCH. It was so difficult to get rid of the damned Sekiryuutei only for a stranger to come out and ruin my plans. Anger. Do you want revenge? A mysterious, very deep voice spoke. The son of Lucifer did not know where it came from. He looked everywhere to find no sign of anyone. Risavim, who are you? Someone who, like you, wants revenge on the same person. Risavim, same person? Who are you talking about? Wukong Jin. The silver-haired man's blood boiled upon hearing that name. If it weren't for him, he would be at the top of everyone right now. So, what do you say? Do you accept? Risavim thought for a moment, but he couldn't let go of his only chance to get revenge and get what he wanted, so with a twisted smile, he replied. Risavim, fine, but I want you to get a subordinate of mine out of here too. Well, so it will be. Without further ado, a portal opened, absorbing the son of the Mao Lucifer, without anyone noticing the presence. Who is the mysterious being who spoke to Risavim? What plans does he have from now on? What relationship does that being have with our protagonist? Read on to find out. Also, what did you think of this little encounter between the Gremory and our protagonist? Clarifications. About the names of some characters, as you may have noticed, the character I use for the Issei is the protagonist of the Korean manga, manhwa, God of Highschool, which is called Mori Jin, but some may wonder why I named him Wukong Jin instead of the other one. The answer is simple, since the name I am using is the official name of Mori Jin but in Japanese. Mori Jin, Korea, equals Wukong Jin, Japan. And any character that appears in the future I will also give them their official name in Japanese. Chapter 9. A new vigilante emerges, Sekiryuutei. After the date, the brown-haired boy and the blonde returned to the world of heroes. Upon arrival they were greeted by their girlfriends/fiancés and the brown-haired boy's parents. The girls told the brown-haired boy to go take a bath, which he accepted. leaving the girls and their parents in the living room. Leify, so, Ravel-san, how did it go? Kuroka, yes. Tell us, Naya. Ross, we want to know everything in detail. Serafal, Ria-chan and the others found them? Tell me. Tell me. Tell me. Ravel-chan. Sona, Wani-sama. Calm down. Tsubaki, I guess from your expression, they did very well. Immediately everyone looked at the phoenix, who couldn't stop smiling with a blush. Venelana, did something interesting happen? Ufufu. Gabriel, come on, tell us, yeah? Penemu, calm down, if we continue like this, we won't be able to let Ravel tell us everything. They all fell silent to listen to Ravel. Griselda, now you can tell us everything in detail. All agree. Ravel, Sai, what can I say? I'm really happy to have fallen in love with Issei-sama. I really have no words to describe it. Smiling. Yasaka, well, just tell us what they did after they left the event. So Ravel told them that she had gone to the movies with the brown-haired man, and then went to the 5-star restaurant to have dinner, and she also told them what the brown-haired man had said to her and to the others in great detail, and then they hugged each other, and gave each other a beautiful kiss full of love. Ravel, and so my date with Issei-sama ended. Oh, it was so beautiful. Smile and a big blush. The others, upon hearing how the date with the chestnut tree went, also imagined that the chestnut tree would dedicate those words to them. Ross, Ravel, I have something you'll love. The Valkyrie exclaimed happily, as she took out her cell phone. Ravel, and what is it? Graphia, these are Issei-sama's recordings from the singing contest. Smiling. Hearing that, Ravel had stars in her eyes, as she remembered the 3 songs her fiancé sang at the contest. Ravel, really? Ross, sure, I couldn't pass up this opportunity. It would be a great treasure for me. He smiling. The albino with a project spell applied it on the cell phone so that everyone could see the video. Everyone quickly blushed. While the brown-haired boy's parents, Takushi, were sitting on a single sofa reading a newspaper, while Fuyumi brought her husband a glass of tea, the two looked at each other, smiling when they saw that the girls loved their son more and mentally thanked them for waiting for their son's return. What nobody knew was that the brown-haired boy was in the corner and heard everything. A smile appeared on his face as he proceeded to go take a bath, since he would have school tomorrow. Day after. A new day had just begun. Our brown-haired boy along with some girls was getting ready to go to the academy, but not before the brown-haired boy gave each one a sweet kiss on the lips to say goodbye and go to UA. The journey along the road was calm, not to mention that there were heroes patrolling. For all of the supernatural, that was already normal to see that. They finally arrived at the academy and proceeded to enter their classroom. Upon entering, most of them greeted him and they reciprocated, in addition to the fact that Midoriya had already recovered from his broken arm with the help of Recovery Girl. Then they went to sit in their places. The classes were normal: English, math, history, etc. Lunchtime had arrived. Today was the day they would collect the bet, those who bet that the chestnut would win, while the losers only had a grimace of why didn't we bet on Hyoudou. During lunch, everyone ate quietly. Everyone thanked the chestnut for winning. Kisashima, Hyoudou, thank you very much for winning. Haha, if it weren't for you we wouldn't have this free food. The spiky redhead said, thanking him as he enjoyed his meal. Jairu, that's true, and you crushed them like it was nothing. Lita, that's right, you showed great skills in combat. You are amazing, Hyoudou-kun. Izuku, I would have liked to see the others fight. Too bad. Sai. The green-haired boy said, a little discouraged. Uraraka, come on Deku-kun, next time you can see it. Issei, it's true. Midoriya, the important thing was that you recovered. Momo, that's true Midoriya-kun, but we can tell you how the fight went. Izuku, really? Thank you very much. Happy. So they went on to tell how the brown-haired boy's fight went, while Jairu, she talked to the brown-haired boy about whether he liked music, and to her surprise he said yes. In addition to playing the guitar and the piano, another thing was that she asked him about the music he listened to, and again the pulpy girl was impressed. He loved most of it than she did, so she took advantage of this opportunity to continue talking to the brown-haired boy, who little by little she became interested in, which in the future maybe will be something more. After lunch, the classes continued their course to classroom 1A. Now it was time to return to their homes, but not before Momo, Jairu and Uraraka formed a group with the entire classroom to ask the brown-haired boy for his number. The brown-haired boy did not hesitate to give him his number, he gladly gave it to them. This action did not go unnoticed by his girls, who saw that some of them had other intentions. Getting somewhat jealous, they quickly took the brown-haired boy back to his home. Hyoudou residence. The group of UA students had already arrived home. Issei, I'm home now. Serafal/Leify/Kuna/Revel/Office. We are home. The group exclaimed, and in a moment the mother came out with some of her girls, Penemu, Gabriel, Griselda, Yasaka. Fuyumi, welcome home. Gabriel, you're back, Issei-kun. The seraph throws herself at the chestnut, hugging him and burying her boyfriend's face in her breasts. Gabriel, I miss you, Issei smiling. Penemu, Gabriel, don't get ahead of me. The fall also jumps to hug her boyfriend. Yasaka and Griselda also did the same. Yasaka, how I would like to be like Serafal, Revel, Leify, Office and my daughter, they can be with you most of the time, Hasai. Griselda, Yasaka-sama, unlike us, they act like teenagers, while we are adults. Yasaka, so what about Issei-kun? He's already of legal age and looks like he's 17. Just then the brown-haired boy manages to get his head out of her breasts to speak. Issei, I already told you that it is because I am immortal. When I reach a certain age, from then on my development stops, so to speak, or I decide to grow a little like I did in those 7 years that I was with Trihexa. That left everyone present surprised, even though they knew the reason for his immortality. Chestnut himself told them when he was promoted, and it was that the previous supreme god Tathagata had left his 2 companions and teacher dead, and as a request from his teacher Tang Sanzang, he was to eat him, and thus obtain a great increase in power and immortality. They knew that her boyfriend didn't do it because he wanted to, he did it to avenge his classmates and teacher, and that was a wound that they wouldn't make the brown-haired boy remember again. Gabriel, we already know, Issei-kun. What do you think if we go to dinner? Serafal, yes, Ka-sama's food is very delicious, happy. Revel, it's true, Ka-sama, your food is very delicious. Fuyumi, era, girls flatter me, fufu. Issei, by the way, what about Sona, Tsubaki, Kuroka, Raswise, Venelana and Grafia? Penemu, they must be at the academy, they will be back soon. Issei, oh, I understand. From the dining room the chestnut's father called them to sit down for dinner. After a few moments the missing girls from the harem arrived for dinner. Dinner was as always cheerful, everyone told how their day went. When night came, all the girls were getting ready to sleep, especially Kuroka, Raswise and Office, since today it was their turn to sleep with the brown-haired boy, but tonight the brown-haired boy had other plans in mind. At this moment the brown-haired boy was dressed in black jeans and a white tank top, while the girls looked curiously at what their boyfriend was doing. Ross, I see, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Kuroka, come on, I see Naya, I already want to cuddle up to you, Naya. Office, do you want to go out at this time of night? Issei, it's just that Drake and I agreed to take a little stroll around the city. Office, do you want to show yourself as the Sekiryuutei? Issei, yes, but he will only know the Sekiryuutei, but not its bearer. Ross, are you saying you're going to be some kind of vigilante? Issei, that's right, Ross, it's to repair Drake's reputation that it caused him. Kuroka, are you referring to the Ape Dragon Naya thing? Then Drake's gem appears. Drake, that's right. I've never felt so humiliated, but this is my chance to return to my glory. Issei, so girls, I'll be back in a few hours. Kuroka, fine, but you'll have to reward us for this, Naya. Issei, it's okay, you can ask me whatever you want, girls. Girls, whatever? Issei, yes. Ross, whatever I see? Kuroka, really, Naya? Office, anything? Issei, yes, so think about it and then tell me, okay? The 3 of them nod in affirmation. Issei, thanks, girls, smiling. The brown-haired boy kisses each one, leaving them with a red tint on their cheeks, and then goes to the roof. Ross: so what do we do now? Kuroka: I don't know, I was planning to sleep next to Issei Naya. Ophis: I know what we have to do. Kuroka: and it's Naya? Ophis: see Issei what he will do. Ross: that's right. We can fix it through a projection spell. What a good idea, Ophis-sama. The Valkyrie exclaimed happily as she performed the spell. Kuroka: what a good idea, Naya. With Issei. The brown-haired boy had reached the roof to materialize his boosted gear. Issei: ready, Drake? Drake: always a companion. Issei: so here we go. Balance breaker. The brown-haired boy exclaimed with a smile, then his gauntlet shone. Drake: Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. Parts of a red armor began to appear on the brown-haired boy's body, which was gradually covered by a red armor similar to that of a dragon, with yellow spikes, and with emerald-colored gems with parts of the armor. Issei: well, now we have to find something to introduce ourselves in a way that shows power. Drake: it's time for me to meet the Sekiryuutei. The dragon exclaimed with a smile. The brown-haired boy with his thrusters on his back flew off at great speed, revealing a flash of green. Now the chestnut was in the dark sky flying over the city, seeing how beautiful this city was illuminated by the lights of the buildings. Issei: you know, Drake, now that I see it from this angle, it is a very beautiful city, don't you think? Drake: I have to admit, the lights illuminating it make it look good. They landed on the roof of a building to see if there was any threat, and took that opportunity to introduce themselves. Suddenly, a few blocks away from the chestnut tree, an explosion occurred, drawing the chestnut tree's attention, which flew in that direction and landed on top of a building to see the situation. And it was that in the middle of the street there were some villains who created destruction, destroying everything around them. Apparently they tried to rob a jewelry store but failed, and now they are surrounded by the heroes. But they have hostages with which they are preventing the heroes from making any move. Issei: Drake, when you see the right moment for us to go out, say it. Drake: okay, it's finally time to fix my reputation. Issei: you're still with that? Drake: you owe me, remember? Issei: Hasai, good, and now we have to continue seeing the situation. The brown-haired boy looked back at where the villains were, who were still with hostages. Hero: let go, you have no escape now. Villain: don't even think about doing anything or they will pay the consequences. One of the heroes present was preparing a surprise attack. Just when he launched himself at the villain from behind, the villain turned quickly to deliver a blow that sent the hero a few meters back. Villain: well, you asked for it. The villain shouted angrily, preparing to kill the hostage. The villain's claws sharpened, ready to cut him. Hostage: help. Scared. Just as the claw was about to reach the hostage's neck, the brown-haired boy saw that it was time to intervene, which disappeared from where it was to reappear in front of the villain with the hostage. The villain was a little scared to see the imposing being in red armor in front of him. The brown-haired boy took advantage of the fact that he was distracted to snatch the hostage from his hands and then disappear in a flash of green lines left by his thrusters. In an instant he appeared next to the heroes, leaving the hostage to his burden. Issei: now leave the rest in my hands. The brown-haired boy said that his voice sounded the same as the Drake's, thanks to the help of his dragon. Hero: who are you? Issei: who knows? Well, I am. Before he could finish saying, the villain lunges with his claws to attack him. Villain: damn you! You will pay for that. The villain made a vertical cut with his claws, believing that he had been able to hit his attack, but to his surprise his claws broke, leaving the villain with his eyes open. Issei: are you done? I asked with Drake's voice, looking at the villain through the helmet with those emerald eyes that shone for a moment. For a moment the villain saw behind the being in crimson armor a huge red dragon looking at him with eyes that would scare anyone. The villain fell back trembling. The other two villains did not know what was happening, since their partner in crime was scared without knowing the reason, but they knew it was related to that being in crimson armor. The two of them, not caring about their partner, tried to clear the way to escape. The brown-haired boy pushed himself again with his thrusters, revealing only green lines, and appeared in front of the two villains. With a quick movement, he kicked them both hard enough to send them crashing into the third, who was still scared of what he saw, creating a smoke screen from the impact. When they woke up, they noticed how all three of them were unconscious, while one of them whispered, "Dragon," over and over again. The brown-haired boy was now in front of the three unconscious ones, looking at a hero who still hadn't processed what he had seen, while everyone was recording the being in crimson armor. Issei, hey, you're the hero over there. Hero, ha ha. What's going on? Issei, I entrust these three to you. Hero, yes, leave it to me. In a while the patrol arrived carrying the villains, while everyone continued looking at the brown-haired boy, wondering if he would be a new hero. Hero, thank you very much for your help. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to capture those three villains. Thank you very much. What are your names? Issei, damn Drake. I hadn't thought of the name, now what do we say to him? A chestnut tree said nervously in his thoughts. Dre, just say Sekiryuutei and that's it. Hero, excuse me, could you tell me what his name is? Issei/Drake, my name is Sekiryuutei. And I hope you don't forget it. The now named Sekiryu dragon exclaimed his name for everyone to hear, rising into the sky, then accelerating, creating an explosion sound to fly away, while everyone continued to record the new unlicensed hero. With Ross, Ophis, and Kuroka. The three, thanks to a surveillance spell from the Valkyrie, were able to see everything their boyfriend was doing. The three of them smiled as they watched them. They saw everything the brown-haired boy did since he went up to the roof. They could even feel the great power he released when he activated his balance breaker. Ross, I see is the first time I see him use his balance breaker after so long. Kuroka, because if he used it they would know it was him. But here nobody knows who he is. That's why he can use it without worrying Naya. Ophis, the great power that was released when I activated it. I can say that it surpassed Juggernaut Drive and the Diabolos Dragon. Ross, I'm sure everyone else felt that power too. As if by magic the door opened, revealing the rest of the harem girls who also felt the power. All of them were wearing pajamas or other types of nightwear like suspenders. Sona, girls, what was that just now? Graphia, was it Issei-sama? Yasaka, is there any danger? Kunu, why isn't Issei-dano here? Ravel, where is Issei-sama? They all asked questions like that. Ross, calm down, let us explain what happened. With Issei. The brown-haired boy had moved away far enough to fly back to his home, arriving in a couple of minutes, to land on the roof and deactivate his balance breaker. Thanks to the fact that his house was very high, he had no problem with the neighbors seeing him activate or deactivate his armor. When he removed the armor, a small explosion occurred in his head, to see a small red dragon above his head. Issei, you finally decide to leave my body, Drake. It's like the third time you've left the sacred gears since Trihexa and I broke most of the seals that locked you up. Drake, what can I say? I needed to stretch a little, and I haven't gone out since the last time I went out. I've been increasing my power with part of your power. Issei, really? Drake, I can say that right now I can give a better battle to the dragon gods. I still need to train to increase my powers. Issei, wow, well you deserve a break. How about if tomorrow I buy some bacadillos for you, haha? Drake, sounds good. Plus I've always been curious to try what you always eat, not counting the times I've connected with your sense of taste. Issei, okay, but what did you think of our presentation? Drake, to tell the truth, I'm content with this since we still haven't found anyone who is powerful enough to be able to fight seriously yet. So the two talked as they walked towards their room, not knowing that all their girls were waiting for him. Arriving at the entrance to his room, he proceeded to open it. Issei, Kuroka, Ross, Ophis is back. After saying that, in addition to seeing the three mentioned, they also saw the rest of the girls. Issei Eto? What are you doing up so late? Then Alana, that's what we should ask you, Issei-kun. Yasaka, may I know why you came out to be the hero with your sacred gear on? Seeing this, the brown-haired boy had a bad feeling and began to sweat, while the girls came closer and closer until they finally noticed the little one on his head. Hyoudou Issei? Is that a dragon on your head? Issei, huh? Ah, yes it is. Tsubaki, where did you find it? Issei, he is Drake. Girls, way out. Gabriel, how can that be possible? If it is sealed inside you, it is impossible for anyone to break father's seals. Drake, that was true. Before we broke the seal of Trihexa, my partner and he broke most of the seals. That is why he can come out in addition to being able to choose who will be my carriers. Although I will not do the last thing, haha. Griselda, how can we believe that you are Drake? When in doubt, the others nod their heads. Drake then lit up red to disappear and reappear in the left hand of its wearer like the boosted gear, making it clear that it was him. Drake, do you believe me now? The girls nod, and then the dragon reappears above the brown-haired boy's head in its small form. Issei, well, any more questions? Kunu, yo Issei Dano, why did you decide to pretend to be a hero with your armor? Issei, that's so that Drake is known as he should be and not as the breast dragon, haha. That was understandable after all. It was something that the dragon never liked, but now he had the opportunity to change his fame to a feared one. Well, maybe it would take a while. Issei, well then, let's all go to sleep, okay? Girls, hi. Before everyone went to their respective rooms, leaving Raswise, Ophis and Kuroka alone, the brown-haired boy stops them. Issei, wait girls. She turns to see that the brown-haired boy had stopped him. Graphia, is something wrong, Issei? That's right, Graphia, not being in her role as a maid, calls her boyfriend without prefixes. Issei, you were asking me if you all wanted to sleep together today? The brown-haired boy asked with some nervousness and a little embarrassment, since she was the first one to ask this. Not even when she was with Rias, Asia, Akino, Zenobia, Kaneko and Irina had she done this, since they were only going to sleep with the brown-haired boy on their own. This caught the girls by surprise since they had decided which day they would sleep with their boyfriend/fiancé. But at this moment he was asking everyone to sleep with him. It didn't bother them yet, since the brown-haired boy's bed was enormously large to fit them all. They blushed at the request without being able to answer. Until Drake broke the ice. Drake, they should accept, since it is the first time that my partner asked this himself. Not even the little Gremry and his entourage had heard him say this about him. What the dragon said, they immediately understood. They were going to answer until a certain Mao launched herself towards the brown-haired boy. Sarah Fall, Ayasike-in, of course I'll sleep with you as many times as you want. Yasaka, Era, if Issei asks me I can't refuse flirty. Penemu, of course I will sleep with you, Issei-kun. Venelana, Issei-kun, let's go to sleep. While the three that would sleep with the brown-haired girl today got jealous since it was supposed to be their turn today and now it was all of them. But they let it go since the brown-haired girl promised them that they could ask her for anything. Issei still was Sarah Fall hugging him along with Penemu and Yasaka. Issei, so you want? Girls, of course my Issei. Always. They all exclaimed in unison with a happy tone, cheering up the brown-haired boy. They all went to sleep, while Drake went to sleep in an empty room in his small form. Thanks to that form, his bed was technically big. He had no problem rolling all over the bed and then falling asleep. With the brown-haired boy, all the girls had surrounded him to sleep with him. Each one had fallen asleep quickly with the warmth that her man's body transmitted. He looked at all of them who had a bland smile while sleeping peacefully. Issei, I really love you girls' smile. The chestnut smiled and then went to sleep. Day after. Another day of school had arrived for some residents of the Hyoudou residence. Everyone was having breakfast in the dining room. The brown-haired boy left in the direction of the academy without before saying goodbye with a kiss to each girl. Issei, Drake, I'm going to the academy, are you coming? Drake, no, buddy, I'll stay sleeping on the couch. I want to enjoy myself a bit before going back to training, said a small red western dragon while lying on a seat of the sofa. Without further ado, the brown-haired man left the house with Sarah Fall, Kunu, Ravel, Leifi and Ophis. During their way to the academy they could hear some conversation about the Sekiryuutei, to which the chestnut and the girls laughed. It must be a secret. Upon reaching the entrance they could see a bunch of reporters. Apparently they were looking to do an interview with All Might upon learning that the number one hero is a teacher at UA. Every student that passed by was intercepted by them, although not many said what they were looking for a big news story. Our group went through the whole ball of reporters completely ignoring them, to then arrive at Lita to talk about All Might, but everything she talked about was not what they were looking for. In the end they tried to enter, but the door of the academy slammed shut, making it clear that only authorized people could enter. In front of the academy, across the street to be precise, was a certain pale-skinned, silver-headed hooded man staring at the academy. Upon entering the classroom, as always, he was greeted by everyone, especially a certain black-haired and purple-haired girl. When everyone arrived, a conversation caught the brown-haired man's attention. Kirishima, hey, did you hear about the jewelry store incident last night? Zero. If the villains had gotten away with it, if it weren't for that hero in red armor, what was his name? Kaminari. He called himself Sekiryuutei. Zero. True. Hey Midoriya, what do you think? Midoriya. Well, from what I checked in the morning, some said he was a new hero while others said he was an unlicensed hero. The brown-haired boy approaches to see what impression he made when he introduced himself as the Sekiryuutei. Issei, what are you guys talking about? Izuku, oh Issei-kun, we were talking about the hero that appeared last night. Issei, about the Sekiryuutei? Kirishima, that's right. They uploaded the recording of that incident. I have to say that he was very fast and his armor-like suit is very cool. They continued talking about the subject, letting it be known that he had made a great impression. It was not what Drake would have expected, but it was better than being known as the Breast Dragon. After a moment the class started. Aizawa, very well, in this class we will do something of utmost importance, and it is the class president. This made everyone excited. Everyone was wondering if they would become class president. Lita, guys, please be democratic, the class president will be decided by vote. Ishido, but if we don't know the others very well yet, they will most likely bounce on their own. Lita, that's why whoever has the most votes wins, because I don't think everyone will vote for themselves, and there will be a rule that they can't vote for themselves. Aizawa, you can choose whoever you want before class ends, that's all. After saying that, the black-haired teacher got into a sleeping bag, leaving the class to elect the class president. And so it was, where it would be decided based on votes. This did not interest our protagonist at all, so he only voted for the one he thought would be correct. After a while counting the votes, the results were finally given, leaving him as the class president. Hyoudou Issei with 8 votes. And the vice president she was Yaoyorozu Momo with 5 votes. That's right, the brown-haired boy had become class president, without knowing who voted for him. Issei, but what? Why did so many vote for me? Serafal, come on Issei-chan, don't be angry, it will be fun. Leifi, it's true Issei-sama. The Mao and the magician said with a smile just like Kunu, Ravel and Ophis. Issei, don't tell me you voted for me. Without receiving an answer, only a smile, I guessed it was them. While in the seat of the black-haired boy with glasses, he was somewhat depressed at not being able to be the class president, accompanied by anime-style tears. Lita, how can it be only 2 votes? Midoriya, come on Lita-kun, I voted for you. In this respect, the chestnut tree is also close. Issei, I also voted for you, since I believed you were the right one for this role. Lita, thanks guys, but Hyoudou-kun, they chose you for a reason, so I expect great things from you. The brown-haired boy started to laugh a little nervously with only one thing in mind. Issei, if you knew that they only did it to play, you wouldn't believe me. The hours passed quickly. At this moment it was time to eat. Everyone gathered to eat. The group consisted of the brown-haired boy and his girls, Midoriya, Lita, Kirishima, Momo, Jairu, Uraraka and Ishido. The whole group was eating peacefully until an alarm sounded that apparently someone had infiltrated the academy. This caused a great stir among all the students who were scared and ran towards the exit in a hurry. The chestnut group was calm since the supernatural group calmed the others and they left at a calm pace. But they were enveloped in the crowd, so without further ado they tried to calm everyone down. Issei, girls, where are you? The brown-haired boy was in the crowd trying to move to find his girls who had separated. Issei, where are Seraphal, Ravel, Kunu, Leifi Ophis? The brown-haired boy shouted. He quickly located them, since Leifi had levitated thanks to his wind magic. Ravel created wings with her fire to rise, Ophis took out her dragon wings, Seraphal created a pile of ice to rise, Kunu jumped towards the pile of ice where the Mao was. Ravel, Issei-sama, we're fine, don't worry. Kunu, Issei Dano. This relieved the brown-haired boy when he saw that they were no longer among the crowd that was still saturated. Now he tried to find the others and saw Jairu who fell. The crowd kept running without caring about being able to step on someone. Issei quickly with a little strength and speed made his way until he reached the pulp-haired girl. Issei, Jairu-san. Take my hand. The brown-haired boy extended his hand to her. Without thinking twice she took it, and then he was pulled towards him to be bucked with a princess. Before he could go to the girls, he was called by someone. Lida, Hyoudou-kun. I need your help. Issei, what's wrong? Lida, I want you to help me get to the front of everyone. I already know the reason for the alarm. Issei, good. Jairu-san, hold on tight. Jairu, huh? What? Blushes. The brown-haired boy with one arm had the girl's waist grabbed. With the other, he grabbed the back of Lida's uniform. He jumped to reach the top of the entrance, leaving the black-haired boy with glasses there, and then he jumped again and went to where the girls were. It must be said that when they saw that their man was holding on to the waist of another girl, they became jealous, while Jairu was still all red. Lida managed to calm all the students down by saying that it was just the reporters, and the commotion that had been going on for a while disappeared. Issei, wow, that's the end. Jairu, Hyoudou-kun, you can let me go now, blushes. Issei, huh? The brown-haired boy saw that he still had one arm around the girl's waist, and quickly moved away from her with a slight blush. Issei, I am sorry, Jairu-san. Jairu, no, it doesn't matter, Hyoudou-kun blushes. Seraphal, Kunu, Leifi, Ravel and Ophis watched with some jealousy as their boyfriend/fiancé blushed with another girl. Ravel, Issei-sama. We have to return to class. The blonde and the others pulled no, they dragged the brown-haired boy back to class, leaving Jairu not knowing why his friends were acting like that. He even remembered that they were in the same classroom and followed them. Room 1A. The classes were normal, except that the same day that Brown became the class president to give up the position to Lida, saying that he was better for the role, and everyone accepted since they saw how it was during the commotion, and he was the one who calmed everyone down. Furthermore, the brown-haired man's decision left a certain vice president somewhat sad, but no one noticed. The classes continued their course. Academy entrance. Some teachers were checking to see if journalists were able to enter, and it seems that someone destroyed the steel door. No, better said, they smashed it to dust, as if it were disintegrated. DxD World, Underworld. A week had passed since the chestnut tree visited this world. In the Red Mao's office, there was a Surzek signing paperwork like never before. It was truly torture while he was supervised by his wife, who was in charge of making sure he didn't escape from work. Then two somewhat desperate girls enter. They were both blonde and had red eyes. They are Valkyrie Teeps, a half-vampire, Dampire, the current bearer of the Sephiroth Grail or Holy Grail, daughter of King Teeps, current leader of the vampires. Elmenhald Karnstein, a pure-blooded vampire, a friend of Valkyrie Teeps. She belonged to the Camilla faction that was the dominant vampires before the civil war against the Teeps faction. The two, upon hearing Issei's news, immediately went to the leaders to ask his current whereabouts, but only received the answer that they would be notified when the brown-haired boy came. Valkyrie, Surzek-sama, have you had any news about Issei-san? Has he come here? Elman, we want to know where he is. We have something important to tell him. Surzek, sorry, I haven't seen him. Oh, I remember now. He came to visit me a week ago. Valkyrie, did he tell you where he is currently? Elman, why didn't they tell us about the wine? The two vampires waited for the Red Mao to tell them where he was. Surzek, well, I had so much paperwork that I forgot. The redhead, feeling the girl's auras, felt scared and reminded him a little of when his wife, when she gets angry, the same aura, did the most correct thing at this moment: hide behind his wife. Mao, calm down, girls, why don't you calm down? Something tells me he'll be back very soon. I'll remind my husband when I see him, okay? The two blondes sighed and accepted, as they also felt that they would find him very soon. Mao, and one more thing, could you show me what it looks like? Beirut, sure, we only have one video where he appears since he has changed a lot. Thus showing her a video where the brown-haired boy sang in a certain contest that took place a week ago. Upon seeing his appearance, she opened her eyes. The brown-haired boy in the video, she identified him as Wukong Jin, who is her mother-in-law's partner. But at the end of the video he said his name, and it was Hyoudou Issei. In addition to that, the redhead looked at her husband for an answer. Mao, I'll let you know if we see him, so don't worry. I have something private to talk to my husband about. The two vampires went back to the vampire territories to wait for the news and also continue searching for the brown-haired boy and Co. a little calmer thanks to Mao. Mao, well honey, did you know that Jin-kun was actually Issei, Rias-chan's ex-fiancé? The redhead said with a grim smile along with an aura of demonic power, leaving the Mao blue-faced and sweating profusely. Sirzex, still a reason, dear, let me explain please, nervous. Mao, well, I hope that's a good enough reason to lie even to your lovely wife. The redhead swallowed hard before telling him everything, and hoped he wouldn't punish him. Sirzex, the truth is that I read everything that had happened since the brown-haired boy showed up at the meeting when Sona was kidnapped by Rise of him until his promotion to Supreme Demon, and the reason why he did not show up with his real name, and that now there was no way to communicate with him. Omitting that he was the reincarnation of a god from another world and that at this moment they were in another world. Mao, so it was because Rias and the others thought he was dead and fell in love with other people. Sirzex, that's right, and I hope you keep the secret. Only Odin Dano, Michael Dano and Zeus Dano. Mao, ha sai, okay, do you still think it's good to lie to those two girls? I mean, it seems that they both have certain feelings towards him. Sirzex, it was all Issei-kun's decision. That's why we have to wait until he decides to reveal who he is. We can't do much. World of Heroes. A week had passed since that incident involving the reporters. During all this time he went out at night like the Sekiryuutei, gaining popularity despite not having a license and earning the fear of the villains. There were a few times when they tried to capture him for not having a hero license, but they always failed since he was very fast. Another thing is that he promised a date to Kirka, Ophis, and Rosweiss. At this moment the brown-haired boy had walked towards the academy with his girls. It should be noted that Drake stayed at home sleeping as always. During his way he came across a certain crime that is being carried out. A muscular being with pink skin had white eyes and was about 4 meters tall. He held a family hostage in his arm, while he used the other arm to kill them. Villain, you better not move or you'll be crushed to death. The two heroes and a heroine had no choice. Besides looking somewhat injured, they couldn't do much. One had a helmet, arms and legs with wooden parts, and his suit was all black. Another had short red hair, wore a white suit with a yellow scarf, and wore a helmet similar to that of a bird. The last was a blonde girl who wore a suit that showed off her purple and white attributes. She wore a purple mask and purple horns. Villain, so clear the way or they will suffer the cons. Wag. The villain did not finish speaking as he felt a great pain in his stomach. He released the hostages from the pain he was feeling. The hostages quickly moved away and stood behind the heroes. The villain lowered his gaze a little to see a brown-haired man in a uniform who apparently was from the UA with his right leg on his stomach. The heroes did not know what had happened, where that young man had come from. No one saw him approach. A certain blonde in the group could recognize that hairstyle, with spiky, messy brown hair, but none of the heroes came out of their stupor. The brown-haired boy disappeared to reappear above the villain to hit him on the head with an axe, leaving him unconscious and with a cracked floor. The brown-haired boy, upon touching the ground, disappeared with his speed to return to his girls and continue his way to the academy. The heroes blinked a couple of times as they were finally able to come out of their stupor. Upon leaving, the blonde looked around, apparently looking for someone. Empty lady, Issei-san, you saved me again. Saying that she remembered the first time she and the brunette met, it wasn't in the normal way, but it was of a hero saving a lady. Also remembering that, her cheeks turned a little red and she smiled. It was really him, there was no doubt, but this time he was much faster than the first time. I'm here! The one who exclaimed was the symbol of peace, All Might, with a yellow executive suit with brown vertical stripes, who fell from the sky to defeat the villain, but when he arrived he saw that he was unconscious. All Might, what happened here? It seems someone already defeated him. UA Academy, Room 1A. Everyone at this moment was talking about trivial things, like about the Sekiryuutei, perverted things, girl stuff. Then Aizawa and Azazel come in to make an announcement. Aizawa, today for basic hero training, it will be a class with 4 instructors, me, All Might, Azazel and 1 more person. At that everyone thought it would be something special for 4 teachers to be present. Cyril, excuse me. And what are we doing here? Azazel, rescue, disasters, catastrophe, all that sort of thing. The former governor of the Fallen said, showing a card with the word, rescue, in blue. Azazel, a rescue training. When he said that, most of them got excited, while some didn't know how they would do it. Kaminaria, rescue sounds like it's going to be hard work, nervous. Kirishima, idiot, it's the duty of a hero, isn't it? Bakugo, Hyoudou? Bakugo, whatever TSK. Issei, sounds interesting, don't you think, girls? Seraphal, it wouldn't hurt to try. Ravel, this is not the first time we have done that. Leify, that's true, I think it will be simple. Kunu, something tells me something bad will happen. Ophis, it's true, Kunu, I feel it too. Issei, don't worry, you know that I'm here to protect you from all danger. Smiling. Girls, thank you Issei-chan/Sama smiling. Momo, hey Issei-kun, I've always wondered, what relationship do you have with Seraphal, Kunu, Leify, Kunu, Ravel and Ophis? The class vice president said with a bit of jealousy in her voice. This made the brunette nervous and sweat a little, since he couldn't say that they were his girlfriend/fiancé, he didn't know how they would take it, or they would call him a pervert. Issei, well you see. This. At that he was interrupted by Master Aizawa. Aizawa, we're not done talking yet. This time, you can decide whether to use your hero costumes or not, since your costumes probably limit your abilities. Azazel, also, the training will be off campus, so we'll be going by bus, that's all, so get ready. The 2 teachers left the room after saying all that. All the students decided to put on their suits, and went to change to meet at the entrance to get on the bus. DxD World, Underworld Prison. In the maximum security prison of the Underworld, no one had noticed the escape of Ryzavim, nor of Euclid. Why? Simple, when Ryzavim entered the portal he created a clone of himself and of Euclid, thus taking their places, so as not to alert anyone, in order to continue with his plan of revenge. Unknown location. There were 2 silver-haired men there, who apparently were making copies of several red gauntlets. Ryzavim, how are you doing with the creation of the Euclid copies? Euclid, everything is finished, Ryzavim-sama, but why do you want so many copies? Ryzavim, allies Euclid, that voice that took us out of prison, told me that there were an infinite number of worlds, and I also want to create a booster gear more powerful than the original. These are simply prototypes that I will look for as guinea pigs. Euclid, I understand, sir, but what does that have to do with the infinities of worlds? Ryzavim, simple, why settle for one if you can have them all under your power? Besides, I want to obtain new powers to get revenge on the one who ruined my plans. The last thing she said with hatred, remembering who ruined her plan to conquer all the factions. Ryzavim, Wukong Jin hate. There is no time to waste, so enter the portal so you can get new powers. Ryzavim, come on Euclid, great things await us. Euclid, hello sir. And so the 2 demons entered the portal to an unknown world. Chapter 10, Attack in USJ Part 1. The students are currently on a bus heading to USJ, a disaster and catastrophe simulation field. It would take a while to get there, so they decided that it would be a great opportunity to learn more about each other. Everyone had their hero suits on except for Midoriya, who was wearing the pea suit, since it was destroyed during his fight against Bakugo. Then the first one who spoke was Tsuyu Ajui, a girl with dark green hair, black eyes, a big body, but not exaggerated. Her quirk is frog. It allows her to have all the abilities of what a frog has. Tsuyu, Midoriya-chan, Hyoudou-chan. Izuku/Issei, you? Ajui-san? Tsuyu, lame Tsuyu. Midoriya, why yes, embarrassed. Issei, sure. Tsuyu, the peculiarities of you two are like that of All Might. That comment made the green-haired boy nervous, but the brown-haired boy didn't even flinch. Issei, really? Midoriya, huh? Why you think that? But I'm nervous. Kirishima, wait a second, Tsuyu-chan, All Might doesn't get hurt every time he uses it, they just look similar. But Hyoudou-kun's does look a lot like it, but on a smaller scale. That made the green-haired man sigh with relief, not knowing what to say that his quirk is inherited from All Might himself. Issei, do we really have such similar peculiarities? Ashido, yes, although it seems smaller in scale, but that's all they look alike. Kisahima, that's right, it's great to have a booster Kozai, it can do great things. Meanwhile, a certain red dragon sneezed and then went back to sleep. Kirishima, my hardening is strong against others, but it doesn't look that cool. The redhead styled his arm to then return with rock features, but without changing the color of his skin. Midoriya, I think it's great. He can definitely look like a pro. Excited. Issei, it's true, you are good at taking big hits and still staying standing. Kirishima, professional, huh? But you know it has a lot to do with popularity, right? Aoyama, my naval laser is professional level in both its showiness and strength. The blonde said, trying to impress everyone, but especially a certain blonde magician. Momo, but it's great that it gives you a stomach ache. Comment that made the blonde turn blue when he remembered his weak point. Kirishima, but if you only talk about the powerful, it would definitely be Bakugo, Todoroki, Hyoudou, Issei, Ravel and Seraphol. The six of them have shown great power during the heroes versus villains fights. The explosive blonde just clicked his tongue to ignore them. Seraphol, yes, but no one can beat my Issei-chan. The mouse spoke with a smile as she hugged a chestnut arm, burying it between her breasts, blushing, and some men began to get jealous. Kunu, it's true, no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to beat Issei Dano. Leaving everyone in doubt, is he really that strong? Tsuyu, even though they are one of the strongest in the classroom, Bakugo is always upset, apparently he won't be so popular. Bakugo, what the heck? You want to fight? The grayish blonde shouted angrily, with a vein. Tsuyu who? Abandoned and backyard. Kaminaria, you're right, despite not knowing him very well, his personality is shit in sewage light mocking tone. That filled the explosive blonde's patience, to the point of wanting to kill him. Midoriya was shaking because his friend Kaken was furious, and he was hiding his childhood friend very well, without hearing that the explosive blonde and the electric blonde were fighting with words. Momo, what a vulgar conversation. Uraraka, but it's very funny, you have to admit, smiling. Jairu, you're right, and they're both empty-headed, haha. Aizawa, we're here, stop fooling around. All yes. They had already arrived. Everyone got off the Encore, to be greeted by someone in an astronaut suit. I've been waiting for you all. All the students recognized the being, except for the supernatural group. Midoriya, he's the space hero, endpoint 13. The gentle hero who has rescued many people from disasters. Excited. Uraraka, oh. I love 13. Excited. Azazel, come in, a difficult class awaits you. Everyone headed inside the dome, only to find all kinds of disaster scenarios. Issei, incredible. Seraphol, it has a stage of all kinds. And 13, we have shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, etc. etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters, and it is called Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. That impressed everyone without exception, even Azazel was, and he would have plans to create a similar dome when he returns to his world. Aizawa, hey 13, where's All Might? And 13, about that, he spent so much time being a hero that time ran out. UA Academy, Headmaster's room. A skeletal blonde was sitting on a sofa in Director Nisa's living room, apparently talking to someone. All Might, I'm really sorry but I'm out of time and I have to rest a bit, I'm really sorry. USJ. Aizawa, well it doesn't matter, we'll have to take precautions. Azazel, it doesn't matter Aizawa, if something happens I think you should worry more about not killing the villains ha ha ha. The Fallen One said, with hints that no one understood, only Issei, Ophis, Seraphal, Ravel, Leifi and Kunu, which they knew were for them or the majority, since it was mostly for Ophis. Aizawa, well, what can we do, we have to start. N13, Eto before starting let me tell you, one thing or two well 3 maybe 4 maybe 5. The students all had a very funny and strange reaction, seeing that I didn't know how many things I had to say. Hero number 13 began to explain his peculiarity, which was black hole, which consisted of absorbing everything and turning it into dust, which he has used to save many people, but that it can also be a very dangerous weapon to kill, also talking about the responsibility of having a kozai. That there are many kozai that can kill if you don't know how to control it well, and that they have seen it during Aizawa's physical exam, the hero fight against villains from All Might and Azazel. Thus inspiring everyone to be a better hero, especially Midoriya. N13, and that was all, thanks for listening reference. All bravo! Wonderful! Azazel, well then first. It was interrupted when the lights inside the dome shorted out, something that did not go unnoticed by everyone. In the middle of the dome there was a fountain, which began to distort, appearing a kind of dark, purple portal, which began to spread around it. The two professionals and the Fallen One saw that and became serious, also the chestnut group, who looked in that direction. From the portal came out a person with a thin build, pale skin, gray head. He had many hands grabbing all over his body, even on his face, only revealing blood-red eyes. Aizawa, everyone gather around and don't move. The other students didn't know what was happening yet, which intrigued them. Aizawa 13, Azazel, protect the students. Then Kirishima saw that portal and wondered what that was. The portal expanded larger, and then many people came out who apparently had an evil appearance. Kirishima, is it some kind of surprise test? Aizawa, don't move from your spot. Seriously. Midoriya, Aizawa-sensei, what's going on? The black-haired man put on some yellow goggles, but without changing his serious expression. Aizawa, villains. It was the only thing everyone heard their teacher say, that surprised everyone, some got tense because of that. This was an attack, but for what purpose? Nobody knew, but some were nervous and scared, since they had only been in UA for 2 weeks and already had to face villains. No, an army of villains. Among the villains, the one that seemed to stand out the most was the one who had arms almost all over his body, and a tall, muscular being with dark purple skin. He had a bird-like face, and his brain could be seen. Peligris, 13 and Eraserhead, huh? Then the dark mass that was the Poltar spoke. The information from teachers that we received the other day says that All Might is supposed to be here. Back with the heroes. Aizawa, apparently the door crossing at the academy was their job, right? With the villains. Peligris, where is it? And we came in droves for nothing. All Might, the symbol of peace. I can't believe it's not here. I wonder if I'll have to kill some students for it to appear? With the heroes. The strips that Aizawa used as a scarf sway, as if he were alive. Kirishima, villains? Ashido, it can't be? Momo, Aizawa-sensei, what about the anti-trespassing sensors? And 13, we have it of course, but… Todoroki, but it seems that he doesn't respond to anything, which means that one of them has the kozai that allows him to override the sensors. And this wasn't planned foolishly, it was very well thought out. Each movement was meticulously planned by someone who only has one goal in mind. Everyone tensed up upon hearing that from the Winter Boy, plus they had no experience against villains yet, not counting what they've seen from the professionals so far. Aizawa 13, Azazel, start the evacuation, try to call the school, the safety of the students is the priority. If they were able to with the sensors, it is possible that someone among them has radio wave type powers interfering. Kaminari tried to contact the school with your quirk. Kaminari, enter. Midoriya, what about you, sensei? You're not going to think about going to fight all of them alone? It's impossible even for you who can erase the peculiarities. Besides, your fighting style is face to face. They won't think twice about attacking you from all directions. Worried. Aizawa, sometimes you can't be a hero with just one fighting style. Midoriya. Aizawa, I'll leave it to you too. 13 and Azazel ascends. The black-haired man jumps towards where the villains are ready to attack. A group of villains stood in front of the heroes, waiting for him to come. They prepared themselves with their quirks, ready to kill him. Aizawa activated his quirk, which temporarily eliminated the quirks of his targets. The villains used their quirks to attack, but nothing happened. Before they could react, they were hit with fists. They were tied up to crash into each other, kicked by the professor. Villain, idiots! He is an eraser head. He can erase quirks just by looking at him. One of the crowd exclaimed. Peligris, he is strong in close combat, and with those goggles he hides his vision so that no one knows where he is looking. The dangerous man said, looking at the hero fighting alone with all the villains. Back with the group, everyone was evacuated with the help of 13 and Azazel. Issei, don't you think we should help? Seraphal, it's true, we can't just sit there doing nothing. Leify, but if we do, he might start watching us. In that the chestnut goes towards where the villains are, but is stopped by the fallen one. Azazel, I know you want to help, but shouldn't you put on your armor? Issei, I would like to, but Drake is not with me at the moment. Azazel, what do you mean he's not with you? He's supposed to be sealed in the boosted gear. Issei, well, during the time we were with Trihexa we broke the seals so that he could go out and get into the boosted gear. Azazel, couldn't you call him? Issei, sure, give me a few seconds while I notify the girls. You help Aizawa. Azazel, okay. The two go in different directions. The brown-haired one goes to meet up with the rest of the group. The fallen one goes to help fight the villains. Aizawa is currently fighting with the group of villains. His eyes were getting tired, and that was a side effect of using his quirk a lot. One of the villains was going to hit him with an attack. But before arriving, Azazel created a spear of light to hit him and send him away. Aizawa, I told you to go with the others. Why are you coming here? Azazel, come on, help will arrive soon, so we just have to hold on. Besides, you're the one who's in charge of all the group's paperwork. Plus, if you were to get hurt, I'd have to do it, and I don't want that. Smiling. Aizawa, you are such a slacker. Once again the two fought the villains, although the fallen one refrained from killing them with his spears of light, only knocking them out. What they both don't know is that the purple-skinned, bird-faced being had tremendous strength and the ability to absorb blows as if he were not harmed. With the brown hair, he had arrived with the rest of the group near the entrance. There was something that prevented everyone from leaving through the entrance, and it was the same being that was the portal. But now it was the size of an adult man. His whole being was like a kind of specter with bright yellow slanted eyes. The being covered most of the students, including the brown-haired boy and his girls, when they were distracted when the brown-haired boy called them, and they were teleported to different parts of the dome. The only ones who were not sent by the purple mass were the 13th hero, Uraraka, Ashido, Lida, Siro, Sato, Oyama, Shuji, and Leify. Ayase's son. The brown-haired boy had been teleported to the mountainous area, but he wasn't the only one, as there was also Momo, Jairu, and Kaminari. Issei, TSK, we have to meet up with the others quickly. Jairu, you're right, although it seems that we are the furthest from the entrance. Momo, we have to get together quickly so we can ask for help. Kaminari, I still don't understand why they teleported us here. Issei, it's simple, I think they don't want us to ask for help. Momo, I agree with you, Issei-kun. Suddenly many villains began to emerge from the earth. There were about 19 of them apparently. They all had a crazy smile. Villain 1, wow, look what he brought us, 2 beautiful girls and 2 useless ones. Villain 2, Yes, we have to kill those two first, then we will have fun with them until we get bored to kill them slowly. Villains, yeses! The rest of the villains shouted in agreement with what one of them had said. This comment made the two girls think they were being graped by them, which made them feel disgusted. Momo, there are too many of us, we can't do it between the four of us. Jairu, Kaminari, your quirk is electricity, right? Attack us with that. Kaminaria, I can't do that, since I can't control who I'll electrocute since that harms us too. Villains, die quickly so we can enjoy them. A villain launched himself towards the blonde ready to take his life. The blonde couldn't dodge him. The two girls tried to reach the blonde to save him, but they wouldn't make it in time. Centimeters away from being able to kill Kaminari, the villain was sent flying with a single blow from a silver staff. Everyone stared at who it was, and it was none other than the brown-haired boy, who had a serious expression as he turned to look at all the villains, who for some reason felt afraid. Issei, I won't let them do that. Seriously. Villain 3, kid, you were just lucky to be able to beat him, so don't think too highly of yourself. Villain 4, nothing will stop us from taking some boars to bed today, hee. Issei, if they want that so much they'll have Tio step over my corpse before getting Tio touch a hair, damn you. Angry. The brown-haired boy exclaimed angrily at the villains, then swung his staff with great mastery until he got into a combat stance. This comment caused a certain tickle in the two girls. Their hearts began to beat rapidly, as well as a red tint in their cheeks, and they felt protected. Villain 4, well, if that's how it will be, we'll gladly do it, ha 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 ha, maniac. Most of the villains present launched themselves against the brown-haired boy, who defended himself from the attacks with his staff with great ease. Momo, we have to help Issei-kun. Jairu, you're right, we can't just stand there watching. Kaminari, damn, I can't let you steal the attention, Hyoudou smiling. Momo created a weapon for Jairu, while she created a staff that was the same as the brown one. Kaminari prepared himself with his rays. The three of them were ready to fight and support Brown in combat. Issei was kicking anyone who came near him. He used his club to hit a large number of enemies. Issei, I have to hurry to meet the girls and call Drake. The brown-haired boy thought as he continued hitting villains with his staff and kicking them away and unconscious. Issei, let's finish this quickly. The chestnut tree exclaimed, attracting the attention of everyone present, who looked at him. The chestnut tree disappeared from the place, causing everyone to look everywhere, just like his companions. From one moment to another, the brown-haired boy appeared in front of a villain. Before he could react, a kick to the head from the brown-haired boy had knocked him out, throwing him to the ground, and then the brown-haired boy disappeared again and reappeared in front of another villain, kicking him in the head to knock him out. So it happened with all the villains, who only wondered two things. Who the hell is he? And what kind of quirk does he have? Momo, amazing. Does he have another quirk besides super strength? Impressed. Jairu, Hyoudou is definitely not a newbie at this, impressed. Kaminari, for nothing in the world would I like to face him, shocked XD. But what nobody knew is that the chestnut moved very fast, so much so that it was easy to say that it was at a speed of Mach 20. His three companions did not see the chestnut appear in front of them, scaring them. Kaminari, wah, man, don't scare us like that. Jairu, you almost gave me a heart attack. Issei, sorry, but the important thing is that everyone is okay. Momo, cough cough, yeah, but what quirk was that? Is it invisibility? Jairu, that's right. According to what you said, your quirk is super strength, but it didn't seem like that. Kaminari, do you have a quirk? Issei, nothing like that, I just moved very fast, using my strength to propel myself. Momo, so that was it makes sense. Jairu, it's surprising, in your fight against Todoroki you didn't move like this, were you holding back? Issei, of course not nervous, if I tell you that I didn't even make any effort, you'll continue asking me more things. The last part was thought by the brown-haired boy. What the four students did not see was that a villain had just come out of the earth. He had witnessed everything, and the brown-haired boy would be a threat with his plans. Without thinking about it, he took advantage of the fact that they were not paying attention around him. He launched himself towards the brown-haired boy, ready to kill him. Momo, Jairu and Kaminari were the ones who saw the villain approaching at high speed, since the brown-haired boy had his back to him. The three young men were able to come out of this stupor that there was still one standing, since they saw that the brown-haired boy had defeated them all. Mo/G/Ka, I'm sorry. But it was too late. By the time the brown-haired boy turned around, the villain had already put his hand on the brown-haired boy's face. Villain, you are a threat to our goal, that's why I won't let you live. The villain shouted with venom in his voice, causing his body to emit large amounts of electricity, so much so that it would fry anything that touched it. Momo, Issei, Jairu, Hyoudou. The two girls wanted to go and help him but were stopped by the electric blonde. The two of them tried to get past the blonde who was stopping him. Kaminari, we can't do anything now, that charge could kill anyone just by touching them. The two girls, knowing this, felt a pain in their chest without knowing why, and they also wanted to cry in a certain way. The villain had a triumphant smile when he saw that the boy did not move, thinking that he had managed to kill him. Issei, is that all? The chestnut's voice was heard by everyone, surprising them. Villain, how is it possible that you are still alive? The villain stepped back instinctively. Something inside him alerted him that the person in front of him was someone to be feared. His body began to tremble as he locked eyes with the brunette, seeing his brown eyes blink sky blue, which was only noticed by the villain, since Issei was turning his back on his companions. But what they did notice was only for an instant a small line surrounding the chestnut's head, just an instant that they thought was their imagination. Issei, was that your best attack? Seriously. Villain, who the hell are you? Scared. The villain stepped back with every step the brown-haired boy took, still trembling. Issei, let me show you what a real electric attack is. The brown-haired boy's right hand began to surround himself with electricity, but it was blue, unlike Kaminari's and the villain's, which were yellow. This was noticed by the villain, Momo, Jairu and Kaminari, and now seeing it better, the rays that were in the brown-haired man's hand intensified, to such an extent that it looked like a ray wrapped in his right hand. Kaminari, no way! He has an electricity quirk like me? Momo, incredible. Jairu, that lightning shines so brightly. Issei, this is a real electric attack. No, it's a lightning lighting. The brown-haired boy extended his right arm to immediately fire a blue ray attack at the villain, which he received squarely. Villain, ahg! He screamed and then fell unconscious with smoke coming out of his body. Issei, if it were someone else who was in my place I would be fried, but my suit wasn't. The last part the brown-haired boy said with some anger, since he had left his suit somewhat burned. Momo, Issei-kun, are you okay? Worried. Jairu, how could you survive such a load? Worried. Kaminari, hey! How can you make that electricity? Issei, that's because it's my other quirk, besides super strength. Momo, that's why that villain's electric attack didn't do anything to you. Issei, but The brown-haired boy sighed as he let himself be guided for a moment, but managed to save himself by saying that it was his attack and that it was not a quirk. Kaminari, just one thing. Issei, which one? Kaminari, doesn't it have a side effect when you use it too much, and why was it blue? Issei, I just get tired from using it a lot if that is considered a side effect, and the reason why it is blue is because it has the power of lightning. Jairu, damn! That's a lot. Kaminari, I can't believe it, his electricity quirk has no defect. A blond man crouched in a corner said, while making circles on the floor with his finger, accompanied by a depressive picture, making everyone shed a drop of sweat. Issei, we have to meet up with the others as soon as possible, we have to hurry. Momo, yes. Jairu, you don't know what problems they're having. Issei, Kaminari, please. You leave me alone. Kaminari, hope. With Azazel and Aizawa. The two masters had finished off most of the villains that were present, while some kept their distance so as not to be within their reach. With Azazel's help, it had been easier to finish them off. Aizawa, who the hell are you guys? A black-haired man said he would be looking at the gray-haired man with his hands on his body. Polygris, allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the League of Villains, and we have come with one goal: to kill the symbol of peace. Azazel, so that was it, and you think you could achieve it? The Fallen said it with his typical smile, but his gaze fell on the being with purple skin and muscles. For a while now that being had caught his attention. Polygris, of course we will achieve it. With Seraphol. Mao had been transported along with Midoriya, Tsuyu and Mineta. In the shipwreck area, they were fallen towards the water. Just when they touched the water, they were all enveloped in a sphere of water. Midoriya, what is this? Tsuyu, it looks like a sphere made of water. Mineta, who created it? Seraphol, it was me. Midoriya, Sarah-san didn't know you could do that. Seraphol, my quirk is ice and water. I can do anything I want with them, as simple as doing this. The sphere that contained them began to rise from the water, moving towards a nearby ship. They reached the ship and then undid the force, freeing them. In this they see that villains with, so to speak, aquatic characteristics emerge in the water. Midoriya, villains. Tsuyu, but why don't they come up to attack us? Midoriya, that's right, it's like they were waiting for us. Mineta, no. I don't want to die. We've only been in the UA for a week and we already have to face villains. What kind of kids live this kind of things? I still haven't touched the breasts of Yayorozu, Seraphol, Uraraka, Leify, Ravel, Ashido. I don't want to die. The grape-haired boy said, all scared and crying because he couldn't touch breasts. This made a certain brunette feel that he should have a little conversation with the boy, while a magical girl present became angry, releasing a killing intent. Seraphol, so you wanted to touch my breasts, huh? Murderous aura. Midoriya, eh? Sarah-san, something is wrong. Mineta, you're scaring me, Seraphol. Scared. Tsuyu, Kero? Seraphol, only my Issei-chan can touch them. The Mao exclaimed while pointing her magical girl staff at the little boy, who immediately froze. Midoriya, what do you think? The green-haired boy was surprised that she said that. What relationship does he have with her? Tsuyu, Sarah-chan, don't you think you exaggerated a little? The frog girl spoke, looking at the little boy frozen inside a block of ice. Seraphol, no noise. At that, a magic circle of communication appears in the ear of the eldest Citri, moving away so she can speak. Issei, can you hear me, girls? Leify, Issei-sama. Lita-san has already left to ask for help. Ravel, where are you, Issei-sama? That fog thing separated us all. Ophis, I'm in the fire zone with Ravel. Kunu, Issei-dano, I'm in the ruin zone with the explosive boy and Kirishima. Issei, it's good to know that you are okay. I wouldn't forgive myself if something happened to you. They all blushed at their boyfriend/fiancé's comment. Issei, we have to gather at the entrance quickly. Girls, hey! So they cut off communication so that no one could discover them. Seraphol, reunited with her 3 classmates. Tsuyu, were you talking to someone? Seraphol, I didn't just go look around, we have to meet everyone at the entrance now. Tsuyu, but how are we going to get rid of all those villains? Seraphol, leave that to me. Smiling. Midoriya, come on. Seraphol, breast milk. Seraphol jumped from the boat into the water, when everyone thought she would logically fall into the water. But it was not like that, she landed on her feet in the water. The Mao became serious, releasing cold air beneath his feet that froze. The entire water field was replaced by ice. The villains were trapped in the ice, unable to free themselves. Midoriya, incredible, in just an instant. Tsuyu, Sarah-chan, you would be an enemy to fear. Seraphol, guys, we have to hurry up. Issei-chan is waiting for us there for sure. The Mao takes the little pervert away and the 4 of them head towards the entrance. Office of the Ravel. The dragon goddess and the phoenix along with Ojiro in the fire zone, like the others, were surrounded by villains. Office. Ravel, we have to meet up with Issei, surely the others must already be on their way. Ravel, you're right, That dark mist guy will pay for separating us. Ophis took out her dragon wings and claws. Ravel created her wings of fire ready to attack. Ophis, with great speed and force, slammed the villains to the ground, to the point of almost burying them. Ravel created explosive fireballs while throwing them at the villains. The boy with the tail, Ojiro, watched this with great astonishment at how all the villains quickly fell before the two of them. Ojiro, amazing. In less than a minute they had finished off the villains. Ophis, you have to go to the Ravel entrance. Ravel, hey! Ojiro, wait for me. Kuna's child. The kitsune had been teleported along with Bakugo and Kirishima to the collapse area. The blonde created large fireballs that she threw towards the villains, creating a large explosion, and with her kitsune senses she could easily know where they would attack, since there were villains with invisibility Kyurick. The explosions created by Kunu were much larger and more powerful than Bakugo's, who was annoyed to see that his quirk was not much less powerful. With the little hand-to-hand combat training he had with the brown-haired boy months ago, he managed to deliver strong kicks to the villains' faces. Kirishima, amazing Kuna-san, where did you learn those moves? Kunu, Ise Seidano showed them to me. Kirishima, what's up? Kunu, yes, we have to finish this quickly to meet up with the others. Bakugo, die! The explosive blonde shouted with his hands, creating explosions towards the villains. With Leify. After that, fog separated the group into different areas of the dome. Only some remained out of reach of that dark fog. Those who were not teleported were Leify, Uraraka, Asido, Siro, Sato Lita, Shoji, and number 13. Professor 13 told Lita to go for reinforcements, which she accepted and headed towards the exit, but was intercepted by the dark fog, better known as Black Mist. Black Mist, I'm sorry, letting you escape would be a problem if you came back with help. 13, I'll take care of him, young Lita, you go get help. Hero 13 pointed one of his fingers at Black Mist, trying to absorb him with his black hole quirk, but he didn't count on the fact that the villain would create a portal behind the hero, which absorbed part of his suit from behind, leaving him damaged. Black Mist was intangible, no attack could harm him, but Leify and Uraraka managed to find his weak point, which is the metal plate he wears on his neck. Leify used wind magic to direct it towards the metal plate in order to clear a path for Lita to go for help. Uraraka approached Black Mist to touch the plate and use her quirk to raise it to the sky. So the two girls cleared the way for Lita to rush out to get help. Upon recovering, Black Mist saw that one had escaped and returned to the Grey Danger to warn him of what had happened. With Azazel and Aizawa, the two masters had finished with almost everything. Only a small group of villains remained. Besides the Grey Danger and that purple-skinned monster. Peligris, and well, I guess it's time for you to come out, my dear Nomu. The purple-skinned monster, now identified as Nomu, began to go where Azazel and Aizawa were. Peligris, let the good times begin. The Nomu launched himself towards the two masters with great force. Aizawa tried to eliminate his Kyurick. To his surprise, nothing happened and he received a full blow. Azazel threw his spears of light that easily cut off the monster's hands, but he saw that it regenerated at great speed. It was like the regeneration of the Phoenix clan, but more effective. Azazel, wow, this thing is tough to kill. Aizawa, still, we must hold on until reinforcements arrive. Azazel, wow, I thought I could relax like always, but what can I do? Once again the two masters launched themselves against the Nomu. For Aizawa it was difficult since he couldn't eliminate the Nomu's Kyurick, while Azazel pierced the Nomu's body with his spear of light, although what mattered to him was what exactly that thing was. The main battle is about to begin. This attack was only the beginning of everything that would happen very soon. Chapter 11, Attack on USJ Part 2, Issei vs. Nomu. Near the entrance or exit of the USJ, there were some members of the group along with a seriously injured number 13. Ashido, Sensei. Sensei. Please hold on. Crying. There was an Ashido crying when he saw the state of one of his teachers. Uraraka was also equally sad. It wasn't easy to deal with what was happening right now, being ambushed by villains trying to kill them. None of them thought that just a few weeks ago they started their classes as heroes and now they were facing very dangerous villains. Although for the supernatural group it was something they had already experienced a long time ago. The magician wanted to heal the master of his wound, but she also knew that she didn't have to show everyone what she was capable of. It would cause a stir. With Azazel and Aizawa, the two of them were currently facing the creature named Nomu. For the hero it was a little more difficult to maintain hand-to-hand combat. He received more blows than he gave. The one who could confront him at this moment, apparently, was Grigory's former leader, Azazel. With his spears of light he cut off the limbs without much effort. Although he was more curious about what that creature was, he was holding back, but the advantage in combat was noticeable. Then Black Mist appears next to the gray-haired man to tell him that one of the students had escaped to seek help. Black Mist, Shigaraki, one of them was able to escape to ask for help. Now the dangerous man identified as Shigaraki began to scratch his neck with his index finger. Shigaraki, this could be a problem besides my Nomu is losing against that guy with the light spears, take care of him. Black Mist, Essensegwada? Black Mist had teleported to where the fallen man was to open a portal, and when half of his body was in the portal he would close it. But his plan failed because Azazel had seen in time that the portal appeared below him and moved away. That was just an opportunity that the Nomu saw. He was finally able to connect a blow sending him into the air, which stunned him a little. It fell right near the shipwreck area where Seraphal, Tsuyu, Midoriya and Mineta were, who were coming out of the frozen lake. Seraphal, oh look if it's Azazel. Azazel, you just needed Seraphal, but tell me how come you are here and not at the exit? Midoriya, it's because that black fog thing teleported us to the shipwreck area. Azazel, I see well Seraphal, I need you to freeze that thing over there. The fallen one pointed to the Nomu. Seraphal, why do you want me to freeze it? Azazel, let's just say I got curious to analyze it hee. Seraphal, let me think about it. Azazel, oh. Come on, help me. Back with the fight. Now only Aizawa was left against the Nomu, who was mercilessly beaten by the Nomu, destroying his arm and smashing his cane against the floor numerous times. At the entrance of the USJ, the doors flew off, revealing a smoke screen with the silhouette of a tall, muscular man. When the smoke cleared, everyone present saw that it was none other than All Might. All Might, calm down! I'm already here! The symbol of peace looked around and saw number 13 injured. Walking further inside he could see Aizawa beaten with large wounds. That made him angry. All Might, how dare you hurt my students? The symbol of peace exclaimed furiously, breaking his tie with one hand. All Might, I knew something was going to happen. On the way here I met the young leader who told me what was happening. You have a lot of courage to come here, villains. He launched himself so quickly towards the group of villains that remained standing. He was so fast that he only appeared behind the entire group. The group began to receive blows as if something invisible was hitting them, but in reality it was All Might's attacks that were too fast. Then a strong blow was launched at the Nomu in order to charge Aizawa. All Might, you gave your best. Now rest and leave the rest to me. Then Bakugo, Kirishima, Todoroki and Kanu arrive. Kirishima, Aizawa-sensei, what happened to you? All Might, I'm fighting that thing over there, young people, I'm leaving it to Aizawa. The symbol of peace gave the black-haired man to them, so they could fight against the Nomu. Shigaraki, you finally arrive, symbol of peace. All Might, tell me what their purpose is in coming to attack the students. Shigaraki, it's because we came to kill you. Midoriya tensed up upon hearing that. They wanted to kill their idol, teacher, the symbol of peace. Shigaraki, I will show how fragile your stupid justice is without the symbol of peace. He gave the signal to the Nomu to attack, and so it was. He launched himself against All Might with great force. The Nomu and All Might exchanged blows so fast that they created gusts of wind. It came at a certain point in the fight where their exchange of fists created gusts of air along with a high speed of blows. All Might, TSK, why is it so tough? Shigaraki, do you think we came without having something that can defeat you? Well, you're wrong. Nomu is the ultimate weapon to kill you. His quirk can withstand your 100% power. All Might, Tisk, Damn, this isn't going very well, my time limit is about to end. He mentally said the symbol of peace when he saw that the Nomu had not fallen yet, and apparently he was slightly overcoming it. At that, Azazel intervened, to distract the Nomu, which he achieved. Now the Nomu attacked him, but was repelled by spears of light. Azazel, Seraphal, now freeze! The black-haired man with blonde tips exclaimed, and then the Mao froze the Nomu, leaving only his head unfrozen. Shigaraki, what? Demon! Who was it? The gray-haired boy looked everywhere to find out who was the one who froze his precious Nomu, managing to see that it was a girl with black pigtails, dressed in a pink magical girl costume. Shigaraki, tuh! Damn it, how dare you do that to my Nomu? The gray-haired man launched himself at the Mao, extending his hand, ready to disintegrate Seraphal, although she remained calm, since she knew he wouldn't touch her, but someone wouldn't allow that. That someone was none other than Hyoudou Issei. Upon arriving near the place he could see that subject launched himself to attack Seraphal. He quickly with an impulse went there. It must be said that by doing the impulse he destroyed the floor. Half a meter after Shigaraki managed to touch Seraphal, he was sent flying meters back, landing right where the Nomu is. The reason why he was sent is simple. The brown-haired boy appeared between him and Seraphal, kicking him. Issei, you dare to touch her hair and you're dead seriously. Seraphal, Issei-chan. Feliz. Seraphal launched herself to hug her boyfriend from behind, letting her breasts fall on his back. Issei, are you okay? They didn't hurt you? Seraphal, yes, I'm fine, although someone wanted to do that. The Mao whispered something into the brown-haired boy's ear that surprised him, but he quickly changed his expression to a gloomy one, and turned to look at a certain grape-haired boy. Issei Mineta. Mineta ha-hi? Issei, after this you and I will have to talk calmly. The little boy felt like he had just seen the devil himself in front of him. Shigaraki, who are you? Issei, the one who will kill you if you lay a finger on her serious. Azazel, very well, now with Hyoudou present we can rest. All Might, Azazel, what are you talking about? He couldn't fight him. Azazel, calm down. During the time I was fighting that thing I could see that it won't be an obstacle for it, so if you want to kill the symbol of peace you'll have to defeat it. Smiling. Shigaraki, so I have to kill you to get to All Might well. That's how it will be. Shigaraki touched the ice which then shattered, thus releasing the Nomu, giving the order to kill the brown-haired boy. The Nomu launched himself towards the brown-haired boy to hit him. The brown-haired boy did not move from his place and maintained a serious expression. Nomu's fist was just a short distance from hitting him and was easily stopped by the brown-haired boy's open hand. Issei, now it's my turn. The brown-haired boy still held the Nomu's fist without letting go. After saying the above he let go, only to kick him, causing him to retreat a few meters back. Azazel, hey Hyoudou. Don't kill him, I want to analyze him. The fallen spoke with a smile, something that did not fit with the situation at the moment, which made everyone present in the world of heroes sweat. The brown-haired boy ran up to where the Nomu was to hit him with his staff. It was a quick attack that the Nomu could barely defend himself against. What the brown-haired boy didn't see was that the staff was beginning to crack. The Nomu gave a strong direct blow to the brown-haired boy, but he dodged it by jumping to stay on his arm, then giving him an axe kick to the right shoulder, and then landing on his feet on the ground. Again the Nomu threw multiple punches, but Issei only used his staff to cover up the punches. In a certain blow the Nomu managed to break the staff, thus delivering a full blow to the chest causing it to hit the ground, followed by multiple blows. It was clear that the brown-haired boy had not used much strength until now due to Azazel's request, but even so, Kunu and Seraphal were very worried about their fiancé/boyfriend, and at a certain distance there were two girls and a blonde watching the fight. The two girls, upon seeing the brown-haired boy for the second time, were worried that he managed to survive the electrical attack of a villain, but it was impossible to survive so many blows with such force dealt by that creature. All Might couldn't take it anymore when he saw one of his students being beaten like this. He cursed himself for hearing what Azazel said. Without thinking he launched himself towards the Nomu. Azazel, hey, don't go! All Might, what the hell are you talking about? Young Hyoudou needs help. Then the symbol of peace began to exchange blows with the Nomu, but he has a physical impact absorption Keurig, so he can face All Might. All Might was able to hear that and thought about burying him in the ground so that he couldn't continue, so he moved quickly behind the Nomu to hold him and apply a suplex. Unfortunately, it didn't work since Black Mist had made a portal where the upper half of the Nomu had appeared in a portal under All Might's back, where one of the Nomu's claws was buried in the wound that All Might had. All Might, curse my wound. Ag. He said the peace symbol metallically. Shigaraki, that wound of yours will be your downfall. The Nomu is made to withstand all your power, now prepare yourself. At that the Nomu grabs the wound tighter, causing it to bleed. With Seraphal and Kunu, the two of them went to the crater where the brown-haired boy was. They were very worried about their man. They immediately went down to the crater. Just then Ophis and Ravel came flying. Ravel, what happened here? Kunu, Issei Dano is under all these stones prepared. That made the two newcomers worried. Just as the four girls were about to dig, the brown-haired boy emerged from the rubble. Issei, damn, that thing really hits harder than I thought, huh? What are you girls doing here? At that, the four of them hugged them. Seraphal, Baka. You had us worried. Kunu, I don't know what I would do if something happened to you. Issei, sorry girls, I got distracted, but you know, it will take more than that to kill me. Smiling. The brown-haired boy hugs the four of them with a strong hug that made them blush, letting them feel the warmth of his body for a few moments. Issei, alright, it's time for me to finish that thing off. The brown-haired boy separates from them to leave the crater with them. The girls went where Azazel was, while Issei went where the Nomu was, to find that All Might was doing a suplex to the Nomu. The chestnut helps All Might to free itself from the Nomu's grip. All Might, young Hyoudou, how is it possible that you are acting as if nothing happened? I saw very well that he had given you multiple fatal blows. Issei, All Might sensei, it will take more than that to be able to harm me. Now you can leave the rest to me. Smiling. All Might, but what are you saying? Issei, give my signal and you'll give your best shot. All Might, Pero. The symbol of peace did not finish speaking, as the brown-haired boy had launched himself towards the Nomu, exchanging blows. The brown-haired boy was punching and kicking, while blocking or dodging all of the Nomu's blows. The chestnut takes distance, and then with a single impulse he arrives where the Nomu is to disappear, to see multiple residual images of the chestnut hitting the Nomu with kicks. He reappeared behind Nomu. The Nomu suffered all the kicks that the brown-haired boy gave when his residual images appeared. Issei turned around to see how the Nomu fell to his knees. This impressed everyone who was present, who were Midoriya, All Might, Mineta, Tsuyu, Todoroki, Bakugo, Kirishima, Kaminari, Momo and Jiraiya. The brown-haired boy had shown more potential than he had seen during his fight with Todoroki. Todoroki, it can't be. Did he hold back when I fought him? Momo, that was very fast. Jiraiya, what else can he do? All Might, I can't believe it, can his quirk do that? It's impossible. Only one for all gives you that strength and speed. Everyone was impressed, while the girls and Azazel just remained calm knowing what the result would be. Shigaraki, it's impossible. How could it be that you, a simple brat, could have left my Nomu like that? Who are you? Shigaraki was furious. He saw that his Momo was no match for him, in addition to having failed miserably in killing the symbol of peace. Issei, I'm just someone who studies to be a hero. Shigaraki, TSK damn. The Nomu had already been able to get up. Now he seemed to be furious. He saw the chestnut and launched himself at him. The chestnut saw that the Nomu had already recovered, and that it was coming towards him to kill him. Issei, All Might Aura. The chestnut exclaimed to the symbol of peace, who immediately understood what it meant. It was the signal to give his best blow. Without hesitation, he placed himself between the chestnut and the Nomu to strike with all his strength. All Might, I'll give this blow with everything. Plus Ultra. The symbol of peace and the brown-haired boy gave a great blow together to the Nomu. On the part of the All Might, he gave him a blow with 100% of the one for all, and the brown-haired boy gave a super kick. with great force, but of course holding back. The two attacks hit the Nomu squarely, who couldn't even withstand such an attack with his shock absorption quirk. The Nomu flew out, making a hole through which he came out, and was sent flying away from the USJ. Shigaraki saw this as an opportunity to kill the brown-haired boy with his quirk, since he was a threat, plus he could intervene in future plans to kill All Might. Midoriya achieved current quickly. He launched himself to hit Shigaraki, but by using his inherited quirk, he broke his legs, but that did not matter to him. Shigaraki's hand was about to touch Brown's face, but a ball pierced his hand. Who were they? They were the reinforcements that Lita went to ask for. The one who shot was the hero sniper. Nizu, sorry for the delay, but help has arrived. Lita, I am Lita Tenya, representative of Class 1A, reporting to reinforcements. Everyone now felt more relieved, knowing that the heroes arrived to rescue them. The heroes saw the scene. Everything was over. The villains had been terrified and defeated. The only wounded were Aizawa, number 13, All Might and Midoriya, although the brown-haired boy had superficial wounds. The heroes quickly went to help everyone. Shigaraki saw this. It was a defeat for him, so quickly Black Mist made a portal to escape. Of course Shigaraki received a few wounds from the sniper hero, but he managed to escape, not before giving a look full of hate to the symbol of peace, also to the brown-haired boy. Issei, how good that everything is over. Thank you very much for helping All Might Sensei, haha. The brown-haired boy turns to see his master only to see that the right half of All Might was skinny. Issei, but what the hell happened to you, sensei? He was going to continue watching, but a wall of dirt stood in his way, but the brown-haired boy broke it to speak, but the same peace symbol stopped him. All Might, young Hyoudou, we will talk about this in private, okay? The secret of All Might had been discovered by the brown-haired boy unintentionally. He had no choice but to say that he should keep this secret. Without further ado, Chestnut accepted and walked away to meet his girls. Of the newly arrived heroes, a certain brunette saw our protagonist wounded. Although there were not so many, she used this as an excuse to approach him. She was none other than the heroine Midnight. Midnight, but look what happened to you, you're hurt, let me take you and check you out. The heroine said in a slightly seductive tone to the brown-haired boy, reaching out to embrace him and bury his face in the heroine's breasts. Issei? No need, I'm fine. Midnight, it's not true, I want to make sure you're okay, licked her lips. She began to examine the brown-haired boy, but he had other intentions. Issei, no. Hope. Smiles. The brunette opened the brown-haired man's suit to get a better look at his body. When she saw him, he had a marked abdomen. She began to touch them all over the upper part of his body, blushing. Midnight, incredible, you had this hidden. I think I won the lottery, hee. The heroine said mentally, while still touching the brown-haired boy's breasts and abdomen, almost getting excited. This action was seen by all of her girls, including Momo and Jairu, who became upset. Seraphal, Kunu, Ravel, Leifi and Ophis dragged the brown-haired boy away from the heroine, who did not give in to this. Some watched the scene with a drop of sweat, others felt jealous of the brown-haired man's situation. Tempe later. A notice was given that classes would be suspended for a week due to the time that our protagonist would take advantage of to go out with his girls. On the same day of the attack, hours later, the chestnut was in the infirmary where Midoriya and All Might were in beds due to the injuries received, in addition to there being an old lady who was the nurse. The girls from the chestnut tree had gone home, at the request of the chestnut tree. All Might, I guess you already know why you're here, right? The chestnut tree just nods. Midoriya, All Might, you're not going to say it, right? Nervous. All Might, calm down, young Midoriya. Something in him tells me that I can trust him. Besides, I think he could help you control One for All better. Midoriya, no but. All Might, calm down, young Hyoudou. I suppose you've already seen my appearance, haven't you? Issei, yes. All Might, that's my true appearance. Take a seat, this will be a long story. And so it was. He told him about the One for All quirk, which was a hereditary quirk, that each successor cultivated it to improve it, and that All Might was the 8th successor, and that now Midoriya was the one who inherited One for All. He also told him about his wound and that each day it can only last at most 3 hours. And that he did not have much time left to continue being a hero. The chestnut had planned to help, but he would leave it for another time. All Might, that's all. Issei, it's good to keep the secret. All Might, thank you very much, young Hyoudou. Is there anything else I can ask you for? Issei, sure. All Might, could you help young Midoriya to be able to handle one for all? Issei, I think you should ask Azazel to train him. All Might, why? Issei, to tell the truth, Azazel would be better at helping him improve. I will talk to him about helping Midoriya. I will not tell him anything about one for all so he can rest easy. All Might, thank you very much, young Hyoudou. Midoriya, thank you, Hyoudou-kun. Issei, call me Issei, and I think it's time for me to go. I'll see you later. The chestnut continued to leave the infirmary to leave. It was already afternoon. The sunset was already noticeable. When he arrived at the exit, he could see 2 people standing there. They were 2 girls. One had black hair and the other had purple hair. Issei, Momo, Jairu? What are you doing here so late? Momo, we were waiting for you, Issei-kun. Jairu, we were worried about you. After what we saw today, it's impossible for you to be as if nothing happened. Issei, thanks for worrying, but I'm fine. Momo, it's impossible. You should have broken bones after that creature's attack. Issei, I'm very tough. It will take more than that to damage me, hehe, so you can rest easy, smiling. Jairu, would it be okay if we walked home together? Issei, sure, smiling. So the brown-haired boy and the 2 girls walked slowly. During the walk it was quiet. The 3 of them did not speak, while the brown-haired boy thought about the dates he promised to a certain dragoness, Nekashu and Valkyrie. He did not notice how the 2 girls who accompanied him were. Momo and Jairu looked sideways at the brown-haired boy with a blush, something that they were thankful that he didn't notice. Besides that, the whole way they only thought about one thing, and it was what the brown-haired boy said during the attack. You'll have to walk over my corpse if you want to touch a single hair on them. That was what they thought, and at that moment the brown-haired boy looked incredible, so much so that their hearts stopped beating. When they reached a certain point on the road, everyone would go their own way, but not before saying something to the chestnut tree. Momo, Issei-kun, thank you for protecting me from the villains today, smiling with a slight blush. Jairu, if you weren't there I wouldn't know what would have happened, blush. The brown-haired boy, seeing them blushing, couldn't help but think that they looked pretty. Before the brown-haired boy could answer, the 2 girls gave the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheeks, Momo on the right and Jairu on the left. After the kiss they gave him, they looked even more blushed. Without further ado they ran away without saying goodbye, leaving a brunette in shock. What they didn't notice because they were nervous was that Momo hadn't seen that Jairu also gave the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheek, nor did Jairu see Momo give the brown-haired boy a kiss either. Issei, what just happened, blush? The brown-haired boy said as he touched his cheeks with one hand. Recovering from the shock, the chestnut resumed his journey home. Hyoudou residence. At the residence you could see all the girls gathered together. The brown-haired boy's parents had gone out to dinner at the girls' request since they had something important to discuss among themselves. They already had dinner prepared and all that was missing was for the brown-haired boy to return. It must be said that when Serafal, Leifi, Kunu, Ophis and Ravel told about today's attack and how the brown-haired boy fought, they all got excited even though they knew he was nothing on the level of their man. They were worried. But that was not what they were mainly discussing. It was something else, and that was moving to the next level with the brown-haired boy. They had been discussing this for approximately a month. As if they could not reach an agreement, it was extended until today when they would finally decide. Yasaka, girls, you already know what we're going to discuss, right? The eldest Kitsune asked, receiving a nod from everyone. Penemu, I already want to taste my Hyoudou Issei. The cadre Penemu said, licking his lips. Sona, so who will be the first to do it with him? The Citri heiress asked, somewhat embarrassed to ask about this kind of thing. Ophis, obviously it will be me. Kuroka, why you Naya? Rosswise, it's true, why you and not me? Ravel, what do you mean Rosswise? It should be me since I'm the first one Issei-sama met. Grafia, then if it's that way, that would be me, since I met him before you, Revel-sama. Gabriel, I want to be the first for Issei-kun. Seraphol, of course it's not me. Lethe, no, it will be me because Issei-sama's first fiancé. Venelana, none of you, it will be me, I'm sure Issei-kun wants someone with some experience. They were all discussed, but in the end they arrived at the easiest way to decide the order, and it is nothing more and nothing less than with a random game, which consists of 15 pairs each with a number marked from 1 to 15. In this way the order would be decided. They all accepted, and so the order was 1 Rosweiss, 2 Grafia, 3 Revel, 4 Kuroka, 5 Isaka, 6 Ophis, 7 Lethe, 8 Venelana, 9 Seraphol, 10 Gabriel, 11 Sona, 12 Tsubaki, 13 Penemu, 14 Kanu, 15 Griselda. In the end they decided on the order. Some were happy, while others were a bit discouraged for being last. This would happen after having the date that the brown-haired boy promised to Rosweiss, Kuroka and Ophis. Rosweiss jumped for joy at being the first to do so with the chestnut. One could feel an air of superiority in her. Ross, yes. I'm the first. Hee. The Valkyrie said, puffing out her chest as a sign of victory for being the first. Grafia, I'm not complaining, I'm second, hee. The silver-haired maid said, smiling. Revel, I'm not complaining. The blonde phoenix said with a blush. Before the girls could continue speaking, a voice made them all look at the entrance of the house. I'm home now. A voice very familiar to all of them said. They turned around and saw their fiancé/boyfriend enter the room with a smile. The brown-haired boy was greeted by all his girls who hugged him and gave each one a kiss. He told the brown-haired boy that his parents went out to dinner. Without further ado, everyone went to the table to have dinner before the brown-haired boy went to look for Drake to find him asleep in his apparently gigantic bed. And boy, can he sleep so much, what I wouldn't give to be able to sleep in a bed that size. At dinner everyone was getting ready to talk to the brown-haired boy about doing it. Russian, Issei-kun? Issei, yes, Russian-san? Venelana, I was wondering if we could. The brunette asked with a blush on her face, but she couldn't finish because a certain Nikoma got ahead of her. Kuroka, could we do it with you, Naya? The Nekasha said with a smile accompanied by a seductive tone. The brown-haired boy, upon hearing that, almost choked on his food. After that little drama, the brown-haired boy calmed down even though he had a blush on his face. Drake, ha ha ha, mate, I think they got their first ha ha ha, said the red dragon while eating his plate of food. Some will wonder where Drake eats. That's easy, he also has a legacy on the table. After all, the brown-haired boy considered him as if he were part of the family. The girls, upon hearing that from Drake, wondered, what do you mean we're getting ahead of ourselves? Issei, it's true, Drake, and I had planned to ask them myself, but I think you guys got their first blushes. Girls, so? Issei, if you want, I wouldn't like to force you into anything. Revel, nothing like that, Issei-sama. As his fiancé, it's normal that we do that. The phoenix said with a blush and a slight stutter. Kuroka, I see, Naya, we want to show you that we really love you, Naya. Ross, the best way is to give ourselves to you, body and soul. Gabriel, Issei-kun, I don't know much about this, so I hope you'll be gentle. The seraph said with a blush while playing with her fingers. Griselda, me too, Issei-kun. Gabriel's Queen of Hearts said, blushing. Issei, but you two could fall. Gabriel, that's not a problem, Michael Neeson, I modified the system so that I could advance in our relationship, so me and Griselda-chan can't fall. Kunu, you have nothing to worry about, Issei-dano. Lethe, as his future wife, it is normal to want to show love to my fiancé, blushes. Seraphol, I've waited for 7 years to see you again, and now I only think about being closer to you, isn't that right, Sotan? Sona, Wani-sama is right, isn't that right, Tsubaki? Tsubaki, yes, Sona-sama. Yasaka, so, we don't take no for an answer, Issei-kun. Issei, oh okay, But if you feel that you are not ready for that, tell me, I will not force you. Penemu, O Issei-kun, I think after the ritual you have become more innocent, hee. All the girls were happy to know that they would advance to another level with the brown-haired boy, and they also laughed a little nervously at what Penemu said. Girls, Issei/Issei-kun/Sama/Chan/Naya, if you only knew we were discussing this for a month. All the girls said metallically. Office, so it's decided, after the dates you promised me, Kuroka and Rosweiss, we'll start with that, okay? Girls, hey. Just like that, another day passed. Even though today they suffered attacks from the villains, everything had been fixed. Unknown location. In a bar, there were two very well-known people. It was Shigaraki and Kurojiri, Black Mist. They were in front of a computer screen. Apparently they were talking to someone, but it was only audio. Shigaraki, I'm sorry, Master, we failed to kill All Might. Don't worry, Shigaraki, we will have more opportunities. Although how could he beat that Nomu, since he was the strongest so far? Kurojiri, a brat defeated him. His Kurik was very similar to All Might's. So his quirk looked like his. Keep an eye on that young man, he could be a danger to our plans. Shigaraki, yes, Master. After saying that, the audio went off, leaving Shigaraki thinking about the brunette. Shigaraki, that damn anger. Unknown world. In a lair, there were a lot of mercenaries, but they all carried swords. There were also orcs, goblins. It was a large group. They all had the mark of a black dog tattooed on part of their clothes or armor. But what stood out the most were two subjects with silver hair. They were Ryzavim and Euclid. Apparently they are talking to a subject with short dark brown hair. He had a scar on his left eyebrow, with a square chin, and a muscular appearance. Thank you very much for helping us increase our army, Ryzavim-sama. With this we are only one step away from achieving every man's dream. The haired man said with a smile that showed malice. Ryzavim, I just hope that when you return you have achieved what you said about a nation of service, but take this. Lucifer's son gives him a gauntlet identical to the boosted gear, but it was black, with a red gem. What is this, Ryzavim-sama? Ryzavim, it's called boosted gear. It's a powerful weapon that can kill gods. It will give you power increases as much as possible. Euclid will teach you how it works. Euclid, as you wish, Ryzavim-sama. So Graphia's brother taught how the improved copy of the boosted gear worked, as well as how to enter Balance Breaker and Chaos Break. After showing him how the subject works, he understood. Ryzavim, fine, then I'll be leaving. I'll be back, and when I do I hope you've managed to conquer everything, Vault. With that he entered a portal with his assistant and disappeared. Now the subject identified as Vault, he is the leader of the Kuroino army, which only had one objective, to subject all the women of the nation to sexual slaves for men. Vault, alright, listen everyone, with the help of this artifact that Ryzavim-sama gave us we will be able to reach our dream faster. All yes! They all exclaimed with great emotion, accompanied by a lascivious smile. Vault. So our first target is the Dark Elf Kingdom. All hi! Everyone immediately got ready to head towards their first objective, the Kingdom of the Dark Elves, where the Queen of the Dark Elves, Olga Discordia, ruled. Chapter 12, Dates with a Valkyrie, Nikoma and a Dragon. Day 1 of 9. After what they talked about last night at dinner, about advancing the brown-haired boy's relationship with the girls to the next level. Today was a new day at the Hyoudou residence. Today was Saturday luckily, since the attack was done the day before, and Yue had a week off, so the brown-haired boy would have 9 days of vacation. The chestnut woke up. As always he felt extra weights on him. When he looked, he saw Seraphal, Gabriel and Penemu asleep, and that chestnut tried to wake them up. It took me about 10 minutes to get it, although I had to admit that they looked very cute asleep. Upon going down they could see the others together with the brown-haired boy's parents, apparently the mother together with Graphia. Tsubaki had just finished preparing breakfast. They all sat down to eat. Fuyumi, girls, I notice you're happier than usual. Did something happen last night while we were out to eat? Ravel, Ka-sama, the truth is that blushes. Leifi, it's that we blushes. Fuyumi, don't tell me that. The brown-haired boy's parents already imagined that it was because of the other girls blushing. Kuroka, I'll give you lots of kittens to take care of Naya, the Nikoma said, while hugging the brown-haired boy's left arm. Yasaka, we will start giving you grandchildren Ka-sama. Serafal, even though we demons have a very low birth rate, we will do our best, won't we so Tan? Sona, Hahai Ne-sama blushes. Takashi, son. At that the father puts a hand on his son's shoulder, while having a serious expression, making the brown-haired boy swallow dryly. Takashi, I'm proud of you, son, the father said, changing from a serious face to a happy one accompanied by a thumbs up. Takashi, finally, you don't know how long your mother and I have waited for this, do you, dear? Fuyumi, so dear, I can already see all the children running around the house, the happy parents said, making most of the girls even redder, while Grafia, Penemu, Venelana and Yasaka gave our brown-haired boy a lustful look. Until a sigh from a brunette with glasses caught everyone's attention. Sona ha-sai. Fuyumi, is something wrong, Sona-chan? I notice you are somewhat discouraged. Sona, Ka-sama, the academy is going through financial problems. Issei, and that? I thought it was very well received by the underworld. Tsubaki, Issei-kun, the majority, all the middle or lower class devils support this, but only a part of those from the upper class support us in the academy. Serafal, that's true, Issei-chan, I had to help with part of that secretly since as a Mao I can't show favoritism. Ross, and with a little support from Odin-sama we were able to move forward. Kuroka, we have been doing this for 4 years, but in this last year the financial problem was more intense. The members of the Citri Academy lowered their heads, making the brown-haired boy feel bad for seeing them sad. Then he remembered something he achieved when he was still locked up with Trihexa. Issei, Sona, Tsubaki, Kuroka and Rosweiss, I think I can help you with that, smiling. Sona, really? But that requires a huge sum of money. Ravel, Issei-sama, I understand that you want to help, but with your income from the Dragon Emperor program. Venelana, and with the constructions they are doing in their territory, it will take a month for their funds to be high again. Issei, I won't use money from there, look. The chestnut made a magic circle appear, from which appeared 4 large bags filled with what appears to be gold and other precious metals and stones. They all went to look at what was inside and were greatly surprised. Sona, Issei? Where did you get all this? She said, a shocked sound, receiving a nod from the others. Issei, Edo, well, I got it when I was still locked up with Trihexa. Yasaka, how is that possible? If you couldn't get out? Issei, of course I could go out, but I ended up in other places, or rather the world, hee. Penemu, is that possible? Issei, of course, even though I was locked up I could get out. Remember that I told you that I can summon a door that takes me to the Tapista world. Can I travel to another world? Getting a nod from the girls. Issei, well, what happened was, the brown-haired boy said that during his time with Trihexa he had tried to get out with the door, but since he was very bad at locating places other than the Taoist world, so he tried many times, seeing different worlds, and in one of those he arrived in a world where there were towers that were labyrinths. That inside there were unimaginable riches, and it was also guarded by beings called Daijins. That when he arrived he met a boy with long purple hair who told him about the labyrinths, and that somehow he managed to get Issei to enter the labyrinth with him, thus managing to conquer the labyrinth easily. With Sinbad managing to obtain the Dijin from there, and its riches, and that he gave the brown-haired boy about 7 sacks full of riches, and in the end the brown-haired boy returned to where Trihexa was. Issei, and after returning with Trihexa, he and I found a way to get me out of there. The girls were surprised, since they believed that the brown-haired boy was locked up all this time, but no, EP also tried to get out but ended up in other worlds. Sona approaches Issei, hugs him tightly. Issei, something happens. Before the brown-haired boy finished saying he was kissed on the lips by the younger Citri, he was surprised but gladly accepted the kiss. After a moment they separated with a light blush. Sona, thank you, Issei. With your help the academy will be able to continue, smile. Issei, Sona, that academy is your dream and I would do everything to make your dreams come true. I would not let any of you be sad. The brown-haired boy said in a soft tone. With one hand he touched Sona's cheek, letting him feel the warmth and protection he transmitted. Sona blushed to lower her head, but put on a smile. But the moment was interrupted by the acted-out coughing and an exorcist spoke. Griselda, I have a question, said Gabriel's Queen of Hearts. Issei, yes, Griselda-san? Griselda, you told us that you had seen several worlds when you were trying to get out. Which worlds are they? Issei, oh well. The brown-haired boy put a hand on his mind, beginning to think about what the world he had seen was like. Issei, see, the worlds I saw were one where there were strange creatures, where I met 3 that were like a type of felines, one of lightning, one of water, and another of fire, and there were some people who wanted to capture it with a kind of red and white ball. Another world was one where I used a kind of device in my hand. They put a kind of deck there and summoned it to fight. Another was where I was the son of Trihexa, where I had Rias and the others as partners, and all of you, except for Venilana, Graphia and Penemu. So the chestnut tree told them about the worlds he had seen. A world where magic was used by the majority, where there were academies for wizards and where magic was seen as a science. A world where the chestnut was not the Red Emperor but his brother, who saw his brother as the best, where his counterpart was mistreated, but instead of having Drake, he had another dragon who was more feared, where he had Gabriel, Panemua and Seraphal as partners. A world where there were knights in shining armor who fought against gods and other threats. A world where Chestnut's counterpart had married Rias, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Irina, Zenobia, Rosweiss and Ravel, but they all cheated on them with Valley, except for Rosweiss, Ravel and Asia, where Venilana, Graphia, Gabriel, Griselda, Penemu, Yasaka, Kunu, Seraphal, Leifi and Kuroka were their partners. The last world was where the brown-haired boy was a descendant of a demonic clan that he didn't know existed, where he had Rias and her entourage Sona, Tsubaki, Seraphal, Leifi, Kuroka, Ravel as partners, and the brown-haired boy aspired to be the 5th Mao. The girls were surprised when they heard about those worlds, especially the chestnut's counterparts, since most of them had a relationship with the chestnut. They felt happy to know that in other worlds their counterparts had fallen in love with the chestnut's counterpart. Issei, and that was all, I think he. The brown-haired boy looks at the girls. They all seem to not yet process the information given by the brown-haired boy, even his parents who already knew about the supernatural. Issei, Edo, is something wrong, girls? Venilana, it's not just that I was surprised to know that one of my counterparts, like me, had a relationship like that with you. I'm happy, happy. Gabriel, me too, but I'm happy that my counterpart was able to find love just like me, smiling. Kuroka, but I can't believe that in one of those worlds, Riaschi and the others have cheated on you with Vale. I didn't expect that, Naya. Leifi, a world where magic is known to everyone, sounds interesting. Issei-sama, do you think we can go there on a date? Issei, Of course, the good thing is that that world is the easiest to locate with the door, so I won't have much difficulty finding it. Kunu, did you hear that, mother? Our counterpart from that world also has the same relationship with the Issei from that world. The younger Kitsune said, happy to know that her mother and daughter had a loving relationship with the man they love. Ross, I see. I hope you don't forget what you promised Kuroka, me, and Ophis. The albino said, and the aforementioned ones looked at the brown-haired girl just like her. Issei, of course not. Today I'll go on a date with you, Ross, tomorrow with Kuroka, the day after tomorrow with Ophis, then this. The brown-haired boy said with a blushing smile, and then he remembered what he would do with all his girls after the 3 dates. Immediately the brown-haired boy blushed like the others, but they still smiled. Fuyumi, do your best, girls. We already want our cute grandchildren, the mother said, teasing the girls a little as they imagined themselves carrying the little ones. And so the morning was at the Hyoudou residence in the world of heroes, very lively. Later, everyone was preparing to go to the DxD world, especially a certain Valkyrie who looked well dressed since today would be her date with her boyfriend, while the others would return to see how everything is there. Rosweiss wore a white shirt inside combined with a black jacket. She wore a black skirt with white roses also decorated on the sides. As accessories she had a bracelet on her left wrist, and a necklace. She had high heels to match. She looked beautiful, accompanied by her long white hair that reached her legs. Issei had a black long-sleeved shirt but with the sleeves rolled up, black pants, black boots, and a black jacket with fur around where the neck is. The girls looked at the well-dressed duo. The girls praised the Valkyrie for how well he was dressed this time, also the brown-haired boy, although Kuroka, Penemu and Yasaka had to control themselves not to throw the brown-haired boy away so as not to start the act. If more, they made a dimensional breach towards the DxD world. It can be said that Drake returned inside the sacred gear. DxD world. Upon arriving in the Underworld, they separated to go to what they had planned to do today. Venelana and Grafia went to visit the Baal and Rias' house, Penemu went to Grigory, Gabriel and Griselda went to heaven, Ravel went to see her family as did Leifi, Yasaka and Kunu returned to Kyoto to see how things are. Kuroka would accompany Yasaka and Kunu since she wants to see how her sister is. Searfall went to see how they were doing her Mao job. Sona and Tsubaki would go to visit the Citri house and fix the academy issue with the money her boyfriend gave them. Ophis, at the request of the brown-haired boy, would train Drake in the breach with Big Red and Trihexa. Issei and Rosweiss would begin their date, but first he would go to Asgard to visit his grandmother Gondel. Asgard. The duo arrived through a magic circle, arriving in front of Rosweiss' house. Then the albino knocks on the door, to be greeted by her grandmother. "Ross, Grandma, I'm back!" Rosweiss exclaimed happily, hugging her grandmother. "Gondel, my dear Ross, how are you? I haven't seen you for a while after Odin told me that you had gone to live with your boyfriend," her grandmother said, while hugging her granddaughter, and then looking at the chestnut tree. "Gondel, you are Jean." "Issei, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yakumo Jean. It's good to see you, Grandma Gondel." The chestnut was presented to his girlfriend's grandmother. "Gondel, nice to meet you. I hope you took good care of my granddaughter, young man Hyoudou," Rosweiss' grandmother said. "But Hyoudou?" This left Rosweiss and Issei nervous, since only the leaders of the factions, House Phoenix and Pendragon, knew who he really was. For those who wonder if he is the fiancé of Venelana, Sona and Serafal, because the leaders of the ASA do not know, simple, he introduced himself as Jean, unlike the Phoenix and Pendragon. "Ross, Grandma, how do you know that?" "Gondel, let's say that Odin told me, and he was saying all over Asgard that you have finally stopped being a spinster, haha," the grandmother answered with a smile to the two young men. "Ross, Odin-sama, when I see him I will tell him everything he does secretly to his wife," a Rosweiss said with a dark aura and a malicious smile, causing those present to have a drop of sweat. "Issei, how about we go inside to talk about this?" Gondel, sure, smiling. The three of them went into the house to talk about this. "Issei, does anyone else know about this besides you?" Gondel, no, Odin told me not to tell anyone, but I see that you have changed a lot since the last time I saw you," the grandmother said with a smile when she saw that the chestnut tree had changed a lot in these 7 years. Issei, well, a lot of things happened since I left Hihi. And boy, there were a lot of things. Ross, Grandma, do you know if Odin-sama is in his castle? Gondel, sure, most likely he's reading one of his favorite magazines, haha. Ross, thanks Grandma, I love you, I'll come visit you another day, let's go with Odin-sama. The albino said the last thing in a coercive tone that made the brown-haired man and the Gondel have a feeling that nothing good would happen to Odin. Issei, goodbye Gondel-san, we will come another day. Gondel, just call me Grandma Issei. Issei, hi Grandma Gondel, smiling. Without further ado, the duo headed towards Odin's throne. Gondel, I'm sorry I forgot something. Well, it doesn't matter, I'll remember it another day. He brushed it off and went for a glass of hot tea. What Ross's grandmother forgot was that at this moment Odin was talking to Thor about how his son Thor wanted a duel against Yakumin Jean, since ever since he saw his fight against Rizavim he has wanted to fight him. Odin's throne. Odin is currently talking to Thor since his son wants a duel against Jean. Thor, father, tell me why can't I have a duel against Yakumo Jean? Odin, he is on a very different level than you, even I would be exhausted if I faced him. Plus I don't know where he is right now, it's not like he appeared out of nowhere. As Odin said, it's not like he just appeared out of nowhere. Well, yes, what a coincidence. Right at this moment a guard arrives to inform them of his arrival. Guard, Odin-sama, Thor-sama, someone wants to see you, sir. Odin, who could it be? I'm not receiving any visitors at the moment. Guard, she is the Valkyrie Resurface and the warrior god Wukong Jin. After the guard said that, Thor looked at his father with a smile, mocking his father. Thor, were you saying something, Dad? Smiling. Odin, well, we'll see if he agrees to have a duel with you. A little while later the albino and the chestnut enter. Odin, Ross, young Yakumo, what brings you here? Jin, Issei, well, Ross wanted to say hello to you, he nervous smile. Odin, oh, then what do you need? The father of all could not finish because he felt a very strong murderous aura. The old man looked for where it was from and saw that it came from Resurface. It is true that Odin is more powerful than the Valkyrie, or well, who knows, after the albino received the power increases that the god pieces give. But what scares the father the most is the fury of a woman, of which only 2 people caused him this fear. One was his wife, and the other his ex-husband Resurface. Ross, Odinsama killer aura. Odin, I think Gondal already told you that I was telling everyone that I'm no longer a spinster. Odin thought as he felt that characteristic aura of an angry woman. Before Ross could approach the god Odin, Thor interrupted. Thor, Wukong Jin! I, Thor, the god of thunder, challenge you to a duel to see who is the strongest. What Thor said caught the albino's attention, leaving everything aside. Odin, Thor, I already told you that you couldn't do that. Issei maintained a serious face as he looked at Thor to answer him. Everyone paid attention to what the brown-haired man would say. Issei, no. The brown-haired boy changed from serious to carefree. With his response they made everyone fall on their backs in the purest anime style. Everyone believed that the brown-haired boy would accept because of how serious he was. But it was not like that. Thor, why? Issei, well, today I have a date with Resurface and I wouldn't like to waste my time on something other than him. The brown-haired boy said as he grabbed the albino's waist, pressing her against the brown-haired boy's body, making her blush. Issei, so if you'll excuse us, we'll leave. The brown-haired boy turned around with the albino girl but was stopped by Thor, who stood in front of them. Thor, you will not leave here without facing me seriously. The brown-haired boy turned to look at Odin for an answer. Odin, accept the duel or else he will never leave you alone, Hasai. Issei, fine Thor, I accept the duel but let it be quick. Thor, fine, but since I want you to go seriously there will be a prize, the winner gets Resurface. The god of thunder exclaimed, since the plan occurred to him so that the brown-haired boy would fight seriously, seeing his attitude a while ago. Ross, but I didn't accept being the prize. Issei, calm down Ross, I'll teach him a lesson for putting you as a prize, and what kind of boyfriend would I be if I didn't protect what was important to me? Smiling. Ross is. Before the Valkyrie could finish, the brown-haired boy silenced him with his index finger on the albino's lips, causing the albino to realize that she almost said the brown-haired boy's name. Thor, well, I'll see you in half an hour at the stadium where it will be broadcast to all factions. With that he left the room. Odin, fine, let me take you there. Thus, they were guided by Odin to the arena where the duel between Brown and Thor would take place. Sand. Half an hour later, all the inhabitants of Asgard received the news of Wukong Jin against Thor. Everyone was excited to see the god of thunder, the strongest in Asgard after Odin, face the one who is recognized as the hero of the factions along with the Sekiryuutei Hyoudou Issei. This meeting was broadcast to all factions. Odin, well, today we are going to witness this great duel between one of the strongest Asgardians against the hero who is on par with the Sekiryuutei, Wukong Jin against Thor. The father of all exclaimed, presenting all the opponents. Thor entered a magic circle, receiving applause and praise from everyone, but Chestnut still hadn't appeared. Where could he have gone? With Issei. The Chestnut at this moment still had not entered the magic circle that would take him to the arena. Why? The reason is that he is talking to the albino. Issei, well, I think it's time, wish me luck, smiling. Ross, I see. The albino approaches the Chestnut to give him a sweet kiss. When they separate, it was noticeable that the albino had a blush that made him look beautiful. Ross, good luck blushes. Issei, Ross-chan, I have a surprise for you after I went smiling. Ross, and what is it? Curious. Issei, you'll know after the duel. He. Without further ado, the chestnut entered the magic circle to be transported to the arena. Ross, I see. Well, I'll have to wait smiling. The Valkyrie said with a pout, but she also went to the balcony where her grandmother Gondel is with Odin and his wife Frigg. Back in the arena, the chestnut had finally appeared, also greeted with applause. Odin, now that they are both in the arena, the winner will keep Rossweiss. Let the duel begin now. The old god exclaimed the last thing as a signal for the duel to begin. Upon hearing that it had begun, the brown-haired boy was enveloped in a bright light. It was a sign that he was putting on his Monkey King costume. It was the second time he had seen the brown-haired boy put on the costume. The first was the duel against Leify and Ravel's fiancées. When the light dissipated, a brown-haired boy was seen wearing his suit, along with his halo around his head, and his eyes turned sky blue. After finishing transforming, the brown-haired boy and Thor launched into a connected attack, Issei with Ri Jingu and Thor with his Mjolnir. Underworld. In the Gremry mansion, Venelana was with Grafia, who came to see their daughter Rias, who had cheered up a little after a while of not finding the brown-haired boy. Mother and daughter were drinking tea while it was being served by Grafia. Venelana, I see that you are more cheerful, but I still notice something depressed in you. Rias, Okasama, we still haven't found Issei. It's as if she disappeared after that day of the singing contest. Venelana, what does Issei-kun have to do with this? Rias, the truth is that I miss him. Venelana, come on, don't be so angry, daughter, you must be happy, since you finally got tired of a great man. Rias, thank you, Okasama, but I've been thinking for these months that I've been trying to find Issei. Did I really not wait long enough? Venelana, I'm sorry, daughter. As a mother, I will support you in everything. You made this decision. I can only be there supporting you so you can overcome it. I'm really sorry, she said Venezuelan mentally, while drinking tea. Grafia, Rias, if you and your entourage and Irina had not given up on Issei and believed that he would return, this would not happen. I can only support you in overcoming this. While they continued drinking tea, they received the news about the duel between Chestnut and Thor. Venelana and Grafia were surprised because they did not know what had happened to lead to such a confrontation. Rias, despite hating Jean for being with her mother, upon hearing that name, somehow felt happy without knowing why. Watching the broadcast of the duel, Odin said that the winner would keep Rossweiss. Venelana and Grafia wondered what had happened to end up in this situation, but they put their doubts aside when the duel began, watching Issei launch himself towards Thor. In the Citri mansion were Sona and Tsubaki, who came to see Lord and Lady Citri. Upon arriving, they immediately received the news of the confrontation. Sona and Tsubaki immediately began to watch the duel. Even though they knew that their partner was very strong, they still got excited even though they showed it little. With Seraphol, she had come to see how her queen did her Mao work, but the Mao stopped all work so that everyone could see her boyfriend's duel against Thor. She was like a child watching her favorite show. Phoenix Mansion. Ravel went to see his parents, where he told them privately about his life with the brown-haired boy since they moved, about the Yue, as well as about the brown-haired boy's date, and that he would try to visit them more often. No one knows that they currently live in another world. Only the leaders know, although they do not know in which world. When the parents and daughter finished talking, they received the news of the confrontation and began to watch it. Then Ravel and Razor came to see the duel. Darling. Gabriel and Griselda arrived in heaven to see the other seraphim. There they also found Asia, Zenobia and Irina, which Gabriel could notice certain negative emotions in them. She knew what it was. What she could do was help them get over the fact that they couldn't find the brown-haired boy, so she invited them to have some tea to talk. Gabriel, what's happening? Asia, Zenobia and Irina? I noticed something sad. Asia, Gabriel-sama, the truth. Zenobia, it's just that since the day we saw Issei. Irina, we have tried to find him, but there was never any trace of him. Griselda, why are you so interested in finding him? Asia, I want to see Issei-san. Gabriel, why? Besides, I understand that you are married. Michael Nisama told me that being married and looking for another man is bad. Gabriel said with a finger on her chin. Even though she knew about these things, she didn't understand them. Because of what Michael told her about marriages, it was like that. Asia, Zenobia, and Irina lowered their heads upon hearing those words. Even though they didn't say it, inside they felt regretful for having married someone who wasn't the brown-haired boy. Is this our punishment for not waiting long enough for him, even though he promised he would return? That's what the three of them thought, while they held back the urge to cry. Gabriel, come on, don't be sad, girls. Look on the bright side, your husbands are great people, they love you above all else. Griselda, it's true, girls, it's not good to think about that, be happy. Suddenly the news of Jin's confrontation against Thor arrived. The brown-haired man's three exes didn't know why, but they were happy to hear Jin's name. They immediately began to watch the duel, which was about to begin. Gabriel and Griselda blushed when they saw the brown-haired boy's appearance. Every time he transformed, he showed an air of power and protection. The two of them looked at him with a look full of love. Even Asia, Irina, and Zenaiva blushed seeing this. Their hearts began to beat strongly. Grigory. Penemu had gone to Grigory to see the two new leaders of the Fallen, Shemhazai and Barakil. Well, the truth is he went laughing at the amount of paperwork the two had since he left. There she ran into Akino, who came to visit her father. The group noticed that there was something in Akino that did not seem to have the same attitude as always. Although it is normal, since knowing that the man who gave everything for them returned when they thought him dead, it was normal for her to act that way. Penemu. Era Akino, are you coming to visit Barakil? Akino, that's right, Penemu, what brings you here? No one has known where you were since a month ago. Penemu, I was with my boyfriend Fufu. And tell me why I notice you are less cheerful? Akino, ha sai, it's nothing. Penemu, it's about Issei-kun's return, right? Akino, how do you know? Penemu, female intuition, and tell me what does that have to do with this? Akino, let's have a cup of tea and tell you. And so it was. Akino told him about how bad she felt knowing that the brunette came back only to see that she can no longer be with him, and that she felt somewhat bad for having forgotten him. Akino, and that's all, head down. Penemu, ha-sai, tell me something. Akino, what do you think Issei-kun thinks of you now? Akino, I don't know. Penemu, tell me, do you think Issei-kun would break a promise? Akino, he wouldn't do it, he would do anything to fulfill it. Penemu, then why did you give it for? The cadre could not finish, as they received news of the confrontation that would take place in the arena in Asgard. Akino felt happy when she heard that, without knowing why. They quickly began to watch the duel, which was about to begin. Penemu blushed. Akino unconsciously licked her lips. Kyoto. The two Kitsune Saka and Kunu, accompanied by Kuroka, arrived in Kyoto. Mother and daughter would go to see how things are going since she left, while Kuroka, she went to visit her sister Kaneko. The Nekishu, upon arriving at the palace where they lived, was quite large. Kuroka, it doesn't look as comfortable as Issei-naya's house. The Nekishu said mentally, and then continued to enter, being guided by some guards, to where her sister was. Upon arrival, I could notice that Kaneko was standing next to her husband. Kuroka, Shiron Naya. Kuroka gave her sister a little hug, thanks to the fact that the brown-haired boy told her that there was no reason to hate her for having changed. That's right, Kuroka had forgiven her, but very soon she would have to face the consequences. Kaneko, Ne-sama? What brings you here? Where have you been? I tried to contact you but couldn't. Kuroka, I was with Jin Naya. Kaneko frowned a little when she heard Jin's name, but deep down it hurt her that her sister was with him. She didn't know why. Yashiki, damn, he's going to pay me for the humiliation he gave me. Angry. Kuroka got angry at that, but she controlled herself not to show it. Kuroka, as if you can beat Issei-naya, Naya, ha ha ha. Kuroka said in her mind while laughing at the yokai's comment. Kuroka, I just wanted to come and say hello to you and see how your life has been going, Naya. Kaneko, upon hearing that, was a little discouraged since she, Rias, Akino, Asia, Zenobia, and Irina looked for the brunette but didn't find him. They even went to where the chestnut tree's parents were, just so the neighbors could say that they had moved, since their son came for them. I unconsciously clenched my fists, but Kuroka noticed that. Kuroka, Chiron, you are not a little girl anymore. Now it's time for you to face the truth. You and the others hurt Issei a lot, and what happened is nothing compared to what you are going through, Kuroka said in her mind. Then they received the notice of the duel between Jean and Thor. Kuroka got excited to be able to see her man fight again. Without further ado, they went to a room to watch the match. Kaneko felt her heart beat when she heard that name, despite hating him for hurting her husband and taking Kunu away from her as well, but her heart was beating hard. Yashiki, ha ha ha, Thor is much stronger than him. I doubt he'll have a chance when he throws his best attack. The young yokai laughed while watching the duel. Kuroka only laughed, since it was impossible that there was someone who until then could face him other than high-ranking gods. Like Kunu and Isaka, they received the news of the confrontation and quickly began to watch it with great excitement. Pendragon Castle. The magician had gone to see her parents. Upon entering the castle, she was greeted by Arthur, her eldest German, who was wondering where she had been and who this Yakumo Jean was, who was her fiancé after having won over her ex-fiancé. The sorceress smiled and said that he was the man she would hunt and be with forever. His brother wanted to know what his intentions were, since according to what he had investigated, he appeared on the very day that Rise of him showed up and it was difficult to trust him. But the magician and her parents knew very well that he could be trusted, so they told Arthur that he shouldn't worry, something that Arthur wouldn't take well. Then, just like in all the factions, the duel between the brown-haired boy and Thor arrived. Without wasting time, the magician and her parents went to see the duel. Asgard's Sand? The duel between Issei and Thor had begun. The two of them launched themselves directly towards their opponents. All the factions were watching the duel. None of them were distracted from the broadcast. The leaders were no exception either. Jean, Issei grow Rui. The chestnut grew his Rui a little to the size of almost 3 meters high with a diameter of 30 centimeters. The staff collided with Thor's hammer, creating a large wind wave from the impact, and then again took distance. Then they exchanged blows with their weapons again, although the brown-haired boy kicked once or twice, and they continued like this for about 2 minutes, when they separated again to take distance. Thor, you're not doing so bad, smiling. Jean, Issei, same here. Even if you give me your best attack at once, I want to finish this quickly. Thor, you asked for it. Thor jumped to strike the chestnut with his axe, which curved with Rui. The impact left a small crater around the chestnut due to the great force of the blow, but it was only that. The chestnut was not affected at all. The chestnut made Rui return to the size of a light stick to give him a blow that sent him sweeping the floor for a few meters, and then get back up. Thor, very well, I see that you are strong enough to make me do everything, smiling. Thor begins to rise into the sky as he raises his hammer. Thor, but no one has been able to withstand my greatest attack, and you will not be the exception, he said as his hammer became enveloped in a ton of lightning, and the sky began to show black clouds giving rise to the presence of lightning. Thor, take my lightning attack. Multiple rays went in the direction of the chestnut tree, who was watching the lightning attack. The rays finally managed to hit the chestnut tree, creating a huge explosion, followed by a curtain of smoke. Rasweiss, Kuroka, Yasaka, Kunu, Gabriel, Griselda, Penemu, Seraphal, Sona, Tsubaki, Venelana, Grafia, Ravel, Leifi worried about what would happen to the brunette. Even the Gramaries and Irina worried about him without knowing why. Everyone stared at the smoke screen to find out what happened to the chestnut tree. The smoke was very intense. They waited a few minutes for the smoke to clear. As the smoke cleared, they saw something that surprised them. It was the chestnut intact without any damage. He was standing on a piece of land in the middle of the crater created by Thor's attack. Jean, Issei, I was surprised by that attack. If it had been someone else, I wouldn't have survived it, the brown-haired boy said calmly while cleaning some dust that was left on his clothes. Thor, I'm impossible. How come you're acting like nothing happened after my attack? The chestnut girls relaxed when they saw that he hadn't suffered any damage. Jean, Issei, it's simple. I repel all the lightning with Ri, making it impact around me. And so it was. When the multiple rays of Thor's attack were about to hit the brown-haired man, he deflected the rays with his staff so that they would hit around him, and he did all of that quickly. Jin, Issei, it's time to end this. I don't want to waste any more time on this seriously. The chestnut tree raised its left hand towards the sky. Jin, Issei, Kinto, and whisper. The sky began to cloud over again. The clouds began to spin to make a kind of volley appear. Everyone was surprised, since Thor was the only one who could do something like that. But at this moment the brown-haired boy was doing it, so in everyone's mind they only indicated an attack of some kind. Thor was still in the sky. He watched this with his eyes wide open. Thor, no, I can't believe it! Jin, Issei, roar Raiden. The brown-haired boy exclaimed, still in the same pose, left hand raised, and then quickly closed his hand. Multiple rays of light came out of the volley and impacted the entire arena, of course without harming any spectators, only Thor. It was more lightning than Thor's attack and much faster, leaving Thor with no chance to dodge it. Thor ah! Creating a huge explosion that illuminated the entire arena, including those watching the broadcast, leaving them unable to see due to the great intensity of the light. After the light ceased, on the floor they found Thor unconscious with slight burns, and the chestnut standing in the same place, in the middle of the crater on a piece of land. There was silence throughout the arena, until old Odin announced who the winner was. Odin, Thor is unconscious, the winner is Jin. Then the shouts of excitement, applause, and praise were heard, with everyone congratulating the chestnut. The girls watching the broadcasts were happy that the brown-haired boy won. Searfall in her Mao office was jumping for joy like a child, throwing the documents as if they were confetti, while the demons that were present arranged them and tried to prevent the Mao from throwing more documents. Gabriel and Griselda smiled with a great sparkle in their eyes, while applauding. Kunu and Yasaka, as they, like the rest of the yokai, shouted with excitement at the victory of the two Kitsune's fiancé. Sona and Tsubaki, as they were with Lord and Lady Citri, had to remain calm, although they also had a big smile on their faces. Ravel and her parents, the parents upon knowing who he was, could not be happier to see the man their daughter fell in love with, while Ravel felt like the happiest woman to have the best man there is. Venelana and Grafia smiled and then drank tea, since it would be the best way to congratulate the chestnut during a certain act of love. Penemu saw this with a big blush, although she managed to hide it, but also thinking about how to congratulate him. Kuroka felt happy, as she saw the shocked expression of her sister's husband, since according to the Thor he would easily beat him, and it was the opposite. Internally he was making fun of the yokai. Leifi, she had stars in her eyes, as she admired him both as a person and as the Ape dragon, although the latter would be changed to Sekiryu due to the popularity of his new series. His fiancée was also proud of being one, as were his parents of having a son-in-law like him, even though he had previously tried to force his daughter to marry. But the one who was the happiest was Rosweiss, who saw how strong her beloved had become, although she had already seen him when he fought with Rizavim, but this was seeing him up close. There was applause until the brown-haired boy asked to speak. Issei, old Odin, may I say a few words? Odin, sure, what would it be? Issei, you'll see, smiling. Then the brown-haired boy took the floor to speak. Everyone remained silent to listen to what he would say. Then the brown-haired boy looked at the Valkyrie fixedly to smile at her, making her blush. Issei, first of all, those who are present and those who are watching this, I, Yakumo Jin, want to tell you, Rosweiss, to ask for your hand as my fiancé. Do you accept? The brown-haired boy finished saying, looking at the Valkyrie. The reactions were not long in coming. Everyone was amazed by what the brown-haired man said. Rosweiss was covering her mouth with her hands. She was blushing deeply, and she wanted to cry with happiness when she heard the brown-haired boy say those words. The other girls who saw this were happy to see that their harem partner was advanced, but also those who were not yet his fiancés wanted the brown-haired boy to ask them that, as is the case with Grafia, Penemu, Gabriel, Griselda, Tsubaki, Kuroka, and even Ophis, who was doing that in the dimensional gap with Big Red, Trihexa, and Drake. All of them who were not engaged to him imagined the same way that the brown-haired boy asked Rias. Besides Rias, Aquino, Asia, Zenobia, Kaneko and Irena, somehow got angry to see how the albino was so attached to him. Besides jealousy, a part of them was hurt to see such a scene. Of course they don't know who he is. Rias didn't care about anything. She jumped from where she was to get to the chestnut tree. She took out her dragon wings granted by the chestnut tree piece. She reached him and threw herself at him to hug him, not caring that she had knocked him to the ground. Ross, yes. Yes. I agreed to be your fiancé. The albino said happily, whispering her name. Issei, thank you very much, Ross-chan, smiling. The brown-haired boy said to return the hug while still lying on the ground. Odin, congratulations, you're not a spinster anymore, lol. Odin said, ruining the Valkyrie's special moment that she quickly remembered what she would do to Odin. Ross, Odin-sama. Odin, yes, Ross? Ross, I told Frick-sama about your pranks. The Valkyrie said with a malicious smile, causing the father of all Odin to begin to tremble. Odin, it's a joke, right, Ross? You wouldn't tell my wife about my pranks, right? Nervous. Frig, of course he told me, darling. Odin turned to see his wife with a sweet smile, although she had an aura that would kill anyone. Odin, Lilinda, I told you that you look beautiful, hee. Frig, yes, and many times. Now come on, we'll have a little chat between wife and husband, smiling. Odin, damn, this is the moment I want someone to start Ragnarok, blue face. Frigg dragged Odin away to talk, but not before asking him to take Thor to be cured, and also to congratulate the newly engaged couple. Frigg, Ross-chan, congratulations, hee. I see that he is a great man. Your grandmother is probably already thinking about great-grandchildren, hee. I would like to stay and talk, but I have to talk to Odin. See you. Ross, thank you, Frigg-sama blushes. Odin and his wife went away to have a quiet chat, then the Gondel came. Gondel, Ross, congratulations, you've finally found the right man. Ross, thank you, Grandma, but we'll be getting married in a year along with Jin's other fiancés. Gondel, I understand, that way they will have time to give me a great-grandson before the wedding, hee. Said Gondel, laughing, making the albino blush to the point of smoke coming out of her head. Human world. After the duel against Thor, several hours had passed to make the official documentation of the commitment. It was already afternoon, around 6 o'clock. At this moment, the chestnut and the albino arrived in France to finally be able to begin their date as a couple. No, better said, fiancé and fiancée. They went to eat at a 5-star restaurant, since with what Sinbad gave him and the income generated by his program, he had a lot of money to give the best to his girls and his parents. They both ate peacefully, although the truth is that the albino attracted the attention of many men, just as the brown-haired boy did to women, but they didn't care. After finishing dinner, they went for a walk through the streets of France full of lights. It must be said that they were holding hands. They walked normally, until the albino saw a bridal clothing store. Issei, do you want to come in? Ross, really, can we? Happy. Issei, of course, besides I would like to see you in a wedding dress, hee. The two went in for a walk, both tried on different wedding clothes. The store even offered to take photos since the store owner saw that the two could be the couple she was looking for to promote her wedding dresses. The two accepted because they found it fun. The duo changed clothes every 10 minutes to take photos again. It must be said that the chestnut and the albino looked at each other with eyes full of love that could be noticed by anyone. So they spent an hour and a half doing that, and finally they finished. The owner gave them copies of all the photos they took and a small sum of money for being the couple that would promote her wedding clothing line. The two continued walking calmly until they reached the top of the Eiffel Tower, to contemplate the beautiful view of the city. Ross, it's beautiful. Issei, I know, what did you think of this date? Ross, with what you told me in the arena, it's the best date I could ever ask for, and besides, I'm going to treasure the photos we took. Smiling. Issei, I see, but there's still one thing missing for it to be the best, smiling. Ross, what's missing? Curious. With one hand, the brown-haired boy grabbed her waist to make her stick to him, and with the other hand he held the albino's chin to stare at her. The albino blushed at such an action, but did not object. Issei, this smiling. After saying that, he kissed the albino girl on the soft lips, which she immediately responded to, although surprised. It was not a lustful kiss, but one of love. The albino with her arms surrounded the brown-haired boy's neck to deepen the kiss. They stayed like that for a few minutes, but separated due to lack of air, leaving a thin thread of saliva between the two. Issei, Ross, I know what I'm going to say. Ravel has already told you, but these are the only words I can say to you. Kuroka, Leifi, Ravel, Kunu, Sona, Tsubaki, Yasaka, Serafal, Venelana, Gabriel, Penemu, Gafia, Ophis, and Griselda. The albino already knew what the brown-haired boy would say, but she didn't care, and she paid close attention to what her fiancé would say without removing her smile and blush from her face. Issei, if it weren't for you, when I returned and saw how Rias and the others were, I would have died from that curse, but it was you who gave me the reason to keep going again. That's why, thanks to you, Rossweiss, and the others, I really love you. Smiling. The albino, upon hearing that, couldn't be happier. And to think that it's been approximately 4 months since he returned from where Trihexa was sealed, and that today he asked for her hand and that she told him those words. She started to cry, falling to the floor, which worried the brown-haired boy. Issei, Ross? What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Worried. Ross, no sniff, it's sniff just that. Ever since you locked yourself in with Trihexa, I've always dreamed that you would say those words to me. Sniff. Waoya cries. The brown-haired boy sighed more calmly, although seeing the Valkyrie cry in a certain way made him look tender to the brown-haired boy. The brown-haired boy bent down to hug him and stroke his head to calm him down. Issei, yeah, Ross, that dream has come true. Now everyone knows that you are Wukong Jin's fiancé, and very soon. Hyoudou Issei smiling. The brown-haired boy said, whispering the last part. And so was Issei's date with Rossweiss, ending this way. A day full of emotions for everyone, but more so for the albino. Next day, 2 of 9. After the appointment, everyone returned to the world of heroes to rest from that day. It must be said that everyone congratulated the albino girl. They also told the parents what happened, and they even played the recording of the entire duel. The parents couldn't be happier. Now all that was missing was Kuroka and Ophis's date. Another thing is that Lilith, the Ophis clone, had come to live here. Since she had been locked in Grigory's room since the brown-haired boy left, but when she heard the news that he had returned, she somehow began to search everywhere for the brown-haired boy, but she didn't find him. Until yesterday, when she saw Penemu and Grigory and asked him if he had seen Issei. Penemu was like her older sister, and Lilith was the youngest. She said yes, but that she would explain it in more detail. And upon arriving back at the Hyoudou residence, everyone was surprised to see little Lilith, so they explained to her how things are. After a long explanation, she understood that the one posing as Wukong Jin was actually Hyoudou Issei. Throughout the night, Lilith did not leave the chestnut tree for anything. Only when she went to bathe, she even wanted to sleep with him, something that the chestnut tree did not displease her with. And so it was, the day before the chestnut. Today was Sunday. Today would be the date between the chestnut and Kuroka, who was very happy today. At this moment everyone was having breakfast quietly, although Lilith was sitting on the brown-haired boy's lap eating breakfast. Issei, Edo Lilith-chan? There are more places to sit. Lilith, does Issei Niken mind that Lilith sits here? The copy of Ophis said with tears in her dark brown eyes. Issei, not at all smiling. Although I wonder why you want to be so close to me. Hee. Lilith wants to be Issei Niken's wife when she grows up. Issei, surprised. The girls were surprised. Some almost spit out their food, while they all looked at the brunette who had his mouth open and his eyes wide open. The parents were in their own world, imagining having as many grandchildren as possible. Another quiet day in the chestnut's life, or so you could say. After finishing breakfast, Kuroka would speak. Kuroka, I see Naya. I want our date to start now. Naya happy. Issei, okay Kuroka, in 2 hours we will leave, okay? Kuroka, sure Naya. Happy. The Nikoma said happily and gave the brown-haired boy a kiss on the cheek. Lilith, it's not fair. Lilith also wants a date with Issei Niken. Pout. Lilith said with a cute pout, sitting on Penemiu's lap. Penemiu, calm down, Lilith-chan, Issei will do it soon, when you are a little older. Lilith, okay pout. Ross, don't you think it's weird, Lilith? Gabriel, what do you mean weird? Leify, it's true, I notice her different. Venilana, tell us it's Ross and Leify. Ross, well, as I recall, Lilith was someone without emotions, right? But now she shows more emotions? Ophis, it's true, Issei taught me what emotions were like, but I wonder who it was. Penemiu, that's true, Lilith? Where did you learn to express emotions? Lilith, it was Azazel, when I found out that Issei Niken came back, and one of those days I saw him and asked him where he was, but he said he didn't know, but he told me to read those books called mangas to understand emotions, and that's how I learned it. In a certain apartment in Resurface City, a man sneezed while doing some kind of strange machine. Revel, so that's it, now tell me. How do you want to be Issei-sama's wife? Lilith, it's that when I locked myself in Grigory's room there were many books and I began to read for a long time, and there I understood that what I felt towards him was love. 2 hours later, it was 12 noon, it was time for Issei and Kuroka's date to begin. The rest of the girls would take the day off resting at home, of course not before giving Kuroka a notice. For nothing in the world would you dare to do it before us, we must follow the order already done. Kuroka understood the warning and promised not to do anything, since when her time comes she would do whatever she wanted with the brunette. Kuroka wore a shirt that left her shoulders bare and her cleavage was noticeable, a black skirt that showed off her beautiful legs, along with high heels, and to match a red bag, it also hid her Nikoma features. The brown-haired boy wore a white shirt with horizontal blue stripes, and on the outside, an unbuttoned blue shirt, black jeans and red Converse, and as an extra detail, a bracelet on his right hand. The brown-haired boy, seeing the Nikoma, couldn't help but stare at him. Issei, wow, you look beautiful smiling. Kuroka, and you don't stay behind Naya. Issei, so what do you think if we go? Kuroka, sure Naya, I want to go to Ku. Smiling. Issei, of course. Then the brown-haired boy made a dimensional gap appear and thus entered it to go to Ko in the DxD world. What? Did you think Issei couldn't do that? He has Ophis powers and Great Red's body, plus 7 years of training with Trihexa. Many things happen that the author hides from those 7 years XD. Thus leaving the other girls to do whatever they want this Sunday. It should be said that Drake did not get inside the boosted gear. DxD World Co. The two appeared in the former Hyoudou residence, which is currently uninhabited, but that does not mean that it is no longer the property of the Hyoudou. Coming out of the gap, they proceeded to leave the house to walk to the Ko Mall. Arriving at the mall, holding hands, they walked to different stores. Along the way, Kuroka attracted the perverted glances of men, and the men cursed the brown-haired boy's luck. The two of them didn't care about anything, it was as if they were in their own world. After a moment, they decided to go to a cafe that was nearby on the outskirts of the mall. Upon arrival they ran into 2 girls that Kuroka knew very well. Kuroka, oh but it's okay Kai and Elman Kai Naya. The Nikoma exclaimed in surprise, as did the 2 vampires. Valkyrie, Kuroka-san? Elman Kuroka? The 2 blondes saw the Nikoma next to a young man with brown hair. In a certain way she felt that she knew him, but they couldn't relate to anyone. Kuroka, gosh, it's been a long time since I saw you, okay Kai, how has your relationship with Rias's Bishop been Naya? Valkyrie, well to tell the truth we never got anywhere. The daughter of King Teeps said with her head down. Elman, but what are you doing here? And who is he? Jean, Issei allow me to introduce myself, my name is Wukong Jin, you can call me Jean. Valkyrie, don't tell me you are. Surprised. Elman, the hero who defeated Rizavim? Surprised. Jean, Issei that's right. The 2 vampires introduced themselves. Valkyrie, nice to meet you, my name is Valkyrie. Elman, and I am Elmanhild. The 2 vampires introduced themselves to the couple. Kuroka, we're on a date Jean Naya and I'm happy. The Nikoma said, hugging her partner's arm. Kuroka, and that's okay, Kai? You always noticed that they were very good together, but it seemed like they didn't get anywhere, Naya. Valerie, do you have time to listen to it? The duo accepted, since after all they were acquaintances. Well, for E.P. Castano it had to be true that they barely knew him. The four of them went to a nearby cafe to talk about Valerie's issue. Kuroka, well? What happened, Naya? Valerie, well, Gasper-kun, we didn't end up together because of Issei-san. The brown-haired boy who was drinking a cup of coffee almost spit everything out when he heard that their relationship never happened because of him. They all looked at the brown-haired boy for his reaction. Only Kuroka knew why. Jean, Issei, sorry, I was a little hot, nervous, damn, what do I have to do with that? The brown-haired boy said, and mentally said the last part. Kuroka, that's true, what does Naya have to do with that? Valerie, well, a lot could be said. When he left, I felt like a part of me had disappeared. From then on, nothing interested me, not even Gasper, who was my best friend. I talked about my problem with my father. He told me that I was in love with him. At first I didn't believe it because I liked Gasper. But I was able to think about it for years, and finally I understood that the one I really like is Issei-san. The bearer of the Sephiroth Grail said with a smile and a blush. Issei and Kuroka were surprised that she had such feelings for the brown-haired boy, since in the past they only saw that they had a great friendship, nothing more than that. But I think they were wrong. Kuroka, and now that I'm back. Valerie, since the news spread a month ago, Elman-san and I have searched everywhere we think he might be. We even went to Lucifer-sama to see if they know his current whereabouts. Elman, but nothing, it's as if the earth swallowed him. There is no trace of him anywhere. Only a video where he participated in a contest that was in Ko. It's the only clue we have. Kuroka, and you, Elman Kai, are you only helping her? Elman, of course not, I'm also looking for him because I want to tell him something that I didn't have the courage to tell him when he left, but now I can't let this opportunity pass. The pure vampire said, touching her chest with a smile and blush that showed a great feeling of love. The brown-haired boy hadn't said anything since he spit out some of the coffee. He never thought that the two of them would come to feel something like that for him, much less Valerie, since he had never shown anything more than a friendship of friends. But now he had seen and heard it with his own ears and eyes. Kuroka saw how her man was surprised, and that he seemed to want to talk, but for some reason she didn't, so she sighed and then took the brown-haired boy's hand, holding it, and giving him a smile and a nod that the brown-haired boy understood. Jean, Issei, you know something tells me that he will come to you very soon, smiling. Elman, how do you know? Jean, Issei, let's say it's a hunch. Valerie, hunch? Jean, Issei, that's right, he will come to look for you very soon, I know it very well, so there is no need for you to keep looking for him, he will come to you when the time comes. Then the brown-haired boy looked at the time on his cell phone and it was already 4 in the afternoon. He woke up with Kuroka. They paid everything and left, leaving the two vampires with a feeling of happiness for having heard those words from him, without knowing he had indirectly confessed his feelings to the brown-haired boy. Some time later, our chestnut was seen leaving the cinema with Kuroka hugging the chestnut's arm. They arrived again at Ko Park, where at this moment there were many people. Apparently there was an event where there were many food stalls, but in the middle of all of them there was a stage. Then the brown-haired boy came up with a great idea. Issei, Kuroka, let's go there, smiling. He took Kuroka by the hand until he put Kuroka in front of the stage. She still didn't know what was happening. Issei, stay here, okay? Kuroka nods. Then the brown-haired man goes to talk to the one who apparently was one of those introduced. He smiled. Without further ado, he got on stage, took a guitar and began to tune it. After a few minutes it was finally tuned, then he took the microphone and spoke. Issei, I hope you like that song, smiling. The brown-haired boy said, staring at the Nikoma who finally understood what her partner was planning. Then she smiled with a slight blush to listen carefully to what her boyfriend would play. Besides, Issei asked for help from a band there who luckily knew that song. Without further ado, they started playing the song. The brown-haired boy played the guitar and sang, but he never took his eyes off Kuroka. It was as if he only sang for her and no one else. The Nikoma had her eyes shining, accompanied by a blush and a sweet smile. After a few minutes the song finally ended. The brown-haired boy thanked the band for going down and joining Kuroka, and upon arriving he was greeted with a big hug from the Nikoma. Issei, do you like me, Kuroka? Kuroka, I loved it, smiling. Issei, I'm glad you. The brown-haired boy didn't finish speaking as the Nikoma had joined her lips with the brown-haired boy's, giving a kiss full of feeling that was not at all lustful. After a few minutes they separated due to lack of air. Kuroka, I see I love you happy. Issei, I love you too, Kuroka, and the others too, smiling. A few moments passed in the event years of returning to the Hyoudou residence in the world of heroes. Upon arriving at the house they were greeted by everyone, and immediately all the girls organized a girls' meeting, including Issei's mother, Fuyumi, who joined them, leaving only the men in the living room, Takeshi, Issei, and Drake. Kuroka told them how the date went. She would also plan the office quota. Next day, 3 of 9. Today it was finally Office's turn to have a date with the brown-haired boy. Office was prepared, although it wasn't very clear. One thing was certain, she was excited. Office wore a black shirt with a blue X on the chest, accompanied by a pink jacket, a black skirt that came with 2 hearts on the lower right side, black tights with blue ends, and black tennis shoes. The brown-haired boy was wearing a white shirt, a black jacket, brown shorts and black shoes. They both said goodbye to everyone and went to an amusement park in the DxD world. When they arrived they lined up to get in, and since today was Monday there weren't many people to go on the rides, so they had no problem waiting. All day long they were riding different mechanical games, as well as games where you could win prizes. The chestnut won a stuffed bear that was extremely large for Office. It was larger than the chestnut. It was already afternoon, so they went to eat something and talk about trivial things. After finishing eating they continued on the rides for a while longer. When night came, as a last place to visit, they went to the Ferris wheel, where they got on and then the wheel stopped so that they were at the top, where they could see the beautiful view of the park lights. Issei, did you have fun, Office? Office, yes Issei, I'll have a lot of fun, smiling. Issei, ha ha ha. Office, what are you laughing at? Pout. Issei, nothing, it's just that I'm happy that now you can express your emotions without problem. I'm happy for you, smiling. Office, of course, I want to know better what are called emotions to be closer to you. Issei, thank you very much, Op. Before the brown-haired boy could finish, the dragon goddess kissed him, and they were like that for a few minutes until they separated due to lack of air. Office, you don't need to thank me, I'm the one who should thank you. You've made me understand that life is better when you're with someone, smiling. Office said as he sat next to the brown-haired boy and put his head on his shoulders. Office, stay like that for a little while longer. The brown-haired boy caressed the girl's black hair to smile at her. Issei, sure, smiling. And so they spent a little more time and then returned to the Hyoudou residence for dinner. The girls were excited because tomorrow would be what they all agreed upon. Some of them could already see a little lust in their eyes. In the chestnut's mind there was only one thing. Issei, I hope I have the strength to hold on until the last one. Nervous. Doing it with 15 girls is not an easy task, not even with his physical condition could he handle such a task. And so the third day of the 9 free days that there were ended.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.